Chapter 576. How can branches and roots be separated? Danny was confused. What's wrong with that? Blynden repeated the action of shaking his head and lowering his head. He gave Danny a strange look for a brief moment. In reality, can a tree survive after its trunk and roots are separated? Danny asked. Can a true god be the same as a normal tree? The branches of Mother Goddess bathe in the sun, breathe in the sweet air, and listen to the cheerful song of the wind. Her roots, however, are deeply rooted in the darkest and coldest abyss of the earth. Darkness is her cloak, and she absorbs power from the darkness, growing strong in the darkness. The roots of Mother Goddess are singing the song of darkness. Danny exclaimed in realization. I see. That makes sense. The door god has two songs. No wonder the deviant ghosts and the Green Prophet's meditation foundation came from the same source. It was because they did come from the same source. No wonder the Green Prophet had an ambiguous relationship with the deviant ghosts and the frost god. It was because they had always been clingy and unclear. No wonder Melisandre claimed from the beginning that the Green Prophet was the servant of the ancient deviant gods. It was not wrong. No wonder in the teachings of the Light King, Lalo and the Frost God were eternal enemies. Were light and darkness not eternal opposites? Sigh, the door god is a god with no desires, and yet he condensed two songs. Lalo is jumping up and down, seeking death for himself and others, but he can't even protect his own song of fire. The difference between gods is so huge. Danny said with a strange expression. Why do you think that Mother Goddess has no desires? Blynden shook his head again, revealing a strange red light in his eyes. Then, Danny finally could not help but interrupt him. Why are you being so smug? A few words of the law, ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** asterisk asterisk law 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 asterisk asterisk law. We read communicating telepathically. You can see what I'm willing to show you without using your eyes. Blindin's lowered head froze in mid-air. Her milky white cheeks flushed red, and her expression was extremely awkward. After a while, he touched the red birthmark on his right cheek and said, "If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed this habit of mine. Before the first Blackfire Rebellion and before my left eye went blind, I wasn't like this. At that time, my long hair covered my right cheek and eye, and I was used to seeing the world with my left eye." Danny's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "Because of a woman, Sheila Yangxing? She thinks the birthmark on your face is ugly?" As the saying goes, a woman dresses up for the man she loves. If a man cared about his appearance, it was most likely because of a woman. If the person he loved was a woman. You? Blindin blushed again. He looked at Danny in surprise and whispered, "You're so smart." In fact, Sheila Yangxing had only touched her lover's cheek after holding hands and said in a joking tone, The blood crow on your face is really ugly and ferocious. She did not dislike Blindon's appearance. Words like this were common between lovers. However, Blindon's mind was more delicate. He kept Sheila's words in mind and tried his best not to show the red crow birthmark in front of her. Therefore, after his left eye went blind, he could only shake his hair. To see his lover's beautiful face and expression, he had to show his right eye. However, showing his right eye would also expose the birthmark on his right cheek. Therefore, he had a habit of shaking his hair when the person he was talking to had a change in tone. He would reveal his right eye to observe the other person's expression. After that, he would lower his head and let his long hair cover his cheek and eye. This was a habit that had been cultivated for decades. Before today, Blindon did not even notice it. Other people would have noticed it long ago. However, that was the blood crow with 1,001 eyes. The wizard blood crow, the kinslayer blood crow, the blood crow that almost caused a white terror in the Seven Nations. It was an existence that could not be called by its name, other than the daring dragon queen. Who would dare to complain that his habit was too shameless? Why didn't Sheila Yangxing marry you? As a matter of fact, the dragon queen even dared to stab him in the heart in front of the Duke of the Blood Crow. Why are you asking this? Blindon frowned and asked. I'm concerned about the family history, Danny said seriously. Blindon was cooked by Danny's great-grandfather. He was already 58 years old and had become an old man. Sheila Yangxing was about the same age. Logically speaking, no matter how playful Sheila was, after spending her whole life fooling around, she was almost an old woman. She should have found a spare tire that she liked and settled down. However, the two of them remained unmarried. Even the people of the Seven Nations knew that Blindon had proposed to Sheila multiple times. This was a little abnormal. However, it could also be because of the genes in their bloodline. Targaryens had crazy men and loose women. They were all weirdos. Westeros had 7 kingdoms, 1 royal territory, and 8 great families. If one were to talk about which family had the most loose women, Targaryen was definitely first, Dornmartel was second, and the Iron Islands was third. Stark had the blood of the running wolf. There were a few princesses who eloped with wild men. However, they were passionate but not promiscuous. They were very loyal and had the best upbringing among the 8 great families. The so-called good upbringing did not depend on the number of boyfriends she had, but the number of boyfriends she had at the same time. For example, Rhaenys, who started the trend of noble ladies keeping gigolos, had a powerful conqueror husband. She also kept countless men. Another example would be Blindon Riverwind's lover, Sheila Yangxing. How extravagant was Blindon Riverwind? However, his girlfriend still kept several lovers at the same time while dating him. It was said that even Cold Iron Igor Riverwind had an affair with Sheila. I don't want to talk about this with you. Blindon glanced coldly at Danny and said in an emotionless voice, If you are not interested in the Frost God, let's talk about Jon Snow. All right, continue. How did the Door God become the Frost God? Danny shrugged and chuckled. The Mother Goddess is not without desires. On the contrary, her wish is too great. It is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. What wish? Danny asked curiously. To save this world. It is indeed a little hard to understand. The ones who want to destroy the world are the deviant ghosts. The deviant ghosts were created by the Frost God. The relationship between the Frost God and her, however, she really sacrificed herself to build the miraculous Great Wall. On one hand, she was the savior of the world, and on the other, she was the great demon who destroyed the world. Could it be that she had schizophrenia? Danny's mouth twitched. Blindon said, The one who destroyed the world was neither the Frost God nor the Mother Goddess. Our world was falling in the first place. The transition from the high-energy state to the low-energy state of the universe. The long night is just the appearance of the world's calamity. This theory seems. Danny frowned. It seemed that the old man in the river had said something similar. I have the memories of countless generations of Green Prophet. I know how powerful they were. They broke the Dornarm and formed the open sea. They caused a flood to flood the continent and cut it in half. Thousands of miles of forest turned into swamps, separating the northern territory and the southern continent. Blindon sighed. In theory, after generations of inheritance, The green prophet today is stronger than 10,000 years ago. However, I am powerless to guide the magic tide and use such forbidden magic. How does the door god plan to save the world? Danny asked. Blindin said, God came from the void outside the world. He told the mother goddess that the end of the world's fall would be the same as the land of nothingness where he existed, cold, dead, and dark. Since that's the case, why don't we use the time when the state of the universe is lowered and the laws of the world are loosened to reforge the world, establish new laws, and establish a new development path for the world? In other words, we will destroy the living beings under the sun and build a cold, dark, and frozen new world. As you think, the long night will be the normal state of the new world, and the other ghost will be the main living beings of the new era. The mother goddess, who draws power from the cold and darkness, agreed with God's point of view and chose to merge with him. The ancient god became the frost god, one of the old gods. Is the frost god crazy? The deviant ghosts can't even reproduce, and their thoughts and actions are controlled by the deviant ghost king. The new humans are the same as the new worlds. They are frozen and have no life or vitality. They can't avoid the end of their lives. Danny's mouth twitched. Who told you that the other ghosts can't reproduce? Haven't you heard of the legend of the Night King? That Night King is just an ordinary night guardian who married a other ghost as his wife. I don't know if he has any children. Even if it's like the legends outside the Great Wall, the other ghosts and humans can give birth to half-human, half-ghost monsters. The human beings have to participate in the process. However, the process of reproduction requires the participation of humans. Deviants are just parasites of humans. How can they create a new world independently? Danny asked. Sigh, 10,000 years ago, there was a green prophet who used God's knowledge to transform himself into an independent other ghost. Now, you study the basis of the other ghost's meditation and create a new meditation method to trap the faceless. 10,000 years later, the meditation method will be upgraded and become perfect, and the other ghosts will become new humans. Why can't they? If that's the case, why are you still struggling? Go and embrace the new world, Danny said. I'm a living being under the sun. Just like the first long night, the green prophet, the son of the forest, saw the future of his race and was unwilling to be eliminated by the new era. He tried to use the other ghosts to eliminate the main characters of the new era humans. I also don't want warm-blooded creatures to be replaced by ice other ghosts. The mother goddess of the wind was born from the wind and sun. She also wants to see the world prosper and last forever. The mother goddess of darkness and the mother goddess of the wind have different methods, but their goal is the same: to save the world. However, the mother goddess of the wind has hope for the future and believes that one day, a savior will be born to stop the world from falling. The mother goddess of darkness believes that as the world falls, the main characters of the era will be weaker with each generation. If even the true gods can't do it, it's useless even if a savior comes. Danny frowned and said, You schemed against me before. Do you think that the reincarnation of Yasuo and Ahai can stop the world from falling? Even I don't dare to think about it. Not to mention the son of prophecy, even Lalo can't do anything. In the Dragon Queen's heart, there was a formula: Dragon Queen, Sheep Egg, Lalo, Yasuo, and Ahai, Jon Snow, in order of weakening. Even she, who stood at the top of the food chain, had no idea how to stop the world from falling. Why? Everyone knew that Jon Snow knew nothing. If the world's fall is similar to falling from a building, our world will fall from the 10th floor to the 7th floor. It can last for at least another 5 or 6 eras. However, the long night is imminent. If we fail, winter will stay forever and the sun will disappear forever. In other words, we are facing two enemies. One is the falling world, and the other is the frost god's transformation of the world into a long night. The son of prophecy has a slim chance of stopping the world's fall, but according to the established trajectory, he will definitely be able to end the third long night. Unfortunately, you were the most important link in fate, but you jumped out of fate. The future is chaotic, and no one can see it clearly, Blindin said helplessly. Haha, just like you said, the son of the forest is unwilling to wither in the new era, so he created other ghosts in a vain attempt to change fate. As a warm-blooded living spirit, You don't want other ghosts to replace humans, so you put in so much effort. All of you are unwilling to be manipulated by fate, but you want me to obey fate, and it's the dog's hit fate that you created. Isn't that a joke? Danny sneered. You won. You changed fate. As the three-eyed crow, I am very depressed and angry. However, as Blinden River won, I am very happy for you. Blinden smiled with admiration. Then, he frowned and said, I don't have much time left. Let's get to the main topic. Chapter 577. Don't be hasty. I have one last question. Danny waved her hand and said, Was the first long night really created by the Green Prophet to destroy the human race? Blinden sighed and said helplessly, The arrival of the long night is a sign of the world's energy level falling. It has nothing to do with the other ghosts or the frost god. I'm sure you've noticed that the other ghosts have never disappeared. They become active with the arrival of the long night, but it's not their activity that brings about the long night. Of course, the long night is not completely unrelated to the other ghosts. The two complement each other. The arrival of the long night makes the other ghosts active. The other ghosts active makes the long night last. If the other ghosts are not destroyed, the long night will continue. In the end, the frost god will successfully modify the world's laws of the new era, and the world will enter an eternal long night. Perhaps our falling world will stop falling and maintain a balance with the surrounding outside the world. That's the frost god's goal. Perhaps the speed will not change and it will continue falling. Or perhaps it will fall to the bottom. No one can be sure of the final outcome of the frost god's plan to change the world. However, no matter what the outcome is, all living beings under the sun will die. However, in the beginning, even the Green Prophet did not know the relationship between the other ghosts and the long night. They naively thought that the other ghosts were similar to the animal companions of shapeshifters. They could be controlled and ordered around without affecting the world. In the end, the frost god is the mother god that we believe in. The Green Prophet believed in her and obtained new magical knowledge from her. Hence, the first Green Prophet turned himself into a other ghost, and the situation started to spiral out of control. So, the frost god lied to you? But there are still many ancestors who believe in her, said Danny with a frown. Rather than saying that the frost god lied to the Green Prophet, it's better to say that the Green Prophet lied to his people. Don't look at how difficult it is to birth a Green Prophet now. Back then, there were several Green Prophets among the ancestors and the children of the forest. The Green Prophet is a talent, while the three-eyed crow is an identity. The difference between the two is huge. For example, Bran and I are different. In the past, I was the three-eyed crow, and Bran was someone who simply activated the talent of the Green Prophet. At that time, Bran was a complete Stark. He had no interest in saving the world or protecting all living beings. If Bran felt that the Frost God's long night plan was a good idea, he could become the Frost God's servant. After all, the Frost God was an old god, the Mother Goddess. However, the three-eyed crow would never accept the teachings of the Cold God. The soul imprint that had been passed down for 1,000,000 years had carved the responsibility of protecting all living beings into the three-eyed crow's soul. Let's not talk about kinship. If the Mother Goddess endangers the world, or if sacrificing the Mother Goddess can save the world, we will not hesitate to send the Mother Goddess on her way. Fuck, this is too tyrannical, too rebellious. Even though Danny already understood the brainwashing characteristic of the three-eyed crow's inheritance, she was still dumbfounded. The reason for that was because the three-eyed crow was a man of his word, and he had really sent the gate god on his way in order to build the Great Wall. Danny suddenly didn't hate Blinden so much for trying to distort her mind. Would you hate a computer program that doesn't have any personal feelings? Hate is useless. Will Bran plot against me like you did in the past? She asked warily. Even if he needs you, he won't attack you for the time being. He hasn't completed the last step of the inheritance, Blinden said. Tell me, what else do you need from me? Danny gritted her teeth and asked, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Can the three-eyed crow's inheritance be ended? Danny asked. It's useless even if you kill Bran and me. The earth and trees have recorded everything. In truth, there was the Green Prophet's empty window that appeared for 100 years before me. I didn't have a teacher, and all my inheritance came from the dark, empty, and cold roots of the earth and trees, Blindin said. Sigh, you're amazing. I admit defeat. She really couldn't stay in this lousy place like the Westeros. In truth, with your current strength and growth speed, there's no one who can plot against you silently anymore. When you get my gift and fully develop your talent, what treasure? Dany asked. A bowl of weirwood seeds, Blindin said. Are weirwood seeds very precious? Can they develop a person's potential? Dany asked doubtfully. Weirwood was considered rare in the south of Neck Lake, but it was just a normal tree in the north. It could be seen everywhere beyond the Great Wall. They're not normal seeds. You'll understand once you eat them. I'm sure that you've guessed it. We need your help. If the seeds are ineffective, you can leave at any time, Blindin said. You want me to save Jon Snow? I'm afraid that you've made the wrong decision. I can't do it. Even though I've revived the Big Sparrow, his situation is too special. Jon Snow doesn't even believe in the 7 gods, Dany said as she shook her head. You've guessed correctly. It's for Jon. Blindin shook his head and glanced at Dany with his single eye that shone with a strange light. He lowered his head out of habit, but when his hair covered the right side of his face, his movements suddenly froze. He thought of what the Dragon Queen had said before. Shameless. He wasn't shameless, but he was too embarrassed to show his weakness and inferiority even though he would never admit it. Just like that, his neck stiffened. His red right eye looked straight into the eyes of the person in front of him and said meaningfully, You didn't revive him completely with your power. If there's no difference between before and after the revival, why do you want him to die? Dany widened her eyes and said with a trembling voice, Let him die. You did it? Fate's arrangement is the same as yours. Just like how you escaped from fate, we also plan to change Jon's fate, Blindin said faintly. Speak clearly. What exactly is Jon Snow? Dany asked in a low voice. Fate has already changed. There's no point in talking about things that will never happen again, Blindin said. At least I'll understand who's an enemy and who's a friend, Dany said coldly. There's no love without reason in this world. Those who arrange fate will only make choices that are beneficial to themselves. Your power and talent are destined to be coveted by others. Everyone is your enemy, Blindin said solemnly. Tell me, the original fate, Dany insisted. Blindin frowned and said nothing. Dany looked at him with a determined expression. Blindin looked away and sighed. You will fall in love with Jon. For him, for the people of the 7 kingdoms, you will sacrifice yourself willingly, offering your flesh and soul to activate the Lightbringer. Jon will end the long night with his sword. He will also inherit your dragon, become the new king of the 7 kingdoms, and start a new Targaryen dynasty. Yes, just as Ymont thought, Jon is also Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, the true child of prophecy. For a while, Blindin did not hear the Dragon Queen roaring and cursing. She did not ride the white dragon over to fight with him. She only tilted her head and pondered with a strange expression. It was a little abnormal. Blindin was puzzled. After a while, he heard her say, Why does it sound so similar to the story of Yasuo and Yahai forging swords? History has been repeating itself. After 8,000 years, the Lightbringer has lost its original divine power and needs to be reactivated. You should be able to understand. Last time in Dark Castle, you already activated it with your magic and soul power. Blindin's expression and tone were careful, for fear of activating a certain someone's ancestral rage of the sleeping dragon. Dany was not angry and could only ask curiously, There is a soul in that magic sword. Is it Yasuo's, Yahai's, or his wife's? She was indeed not angry. She would never learn from Nissa and give her soul to a scumbag. Nissa sounded like, You're stupid, you're stupid. She was not stupid. Since she and the original owner were 2 different people, was there a need for her to let other people's matters affect her mood? At most, she would continue to dig a deep hole for Wu in the future. She forgot that poor Wu had already fallen into the hole she had dug and lost his head. Do you believe in reincarnation? Blindin asked. Didn't the Asha prophecy always claim that the savior is the reincarnation of Yasuo's, Yahai? Dany said. If it was in a classical Xianxiao world, Danny would take it for granted that there was reincarnation, but Westerners did not like it, and reincarnation was not popular. The reason was simple. Your soul had already seen God, gone to heaven, and was enjoying unparalleled eternal happiness. What was the point of reincarnating? Easterners hoped for a good reincarnation in their next life. Westerners did not ask for an afterlife, only a good life. After death, God would arrange things. Go to hell or go to heaven. Sure enough, Blynden shook his head and said, "There has never been a true reincarnation in the world. The authority of the world of death is controlled by many death gods, just like how Westeros have hundreds of dukes. The frost god controls the most power of death, like a king on an iron throne. Lalo controls a part of the world of death, like one of the 7 dukes. Perhaps in the future, you can become a stranger and occupy a place in the Death Kingdom, becoming a duke. But none of the death gods can let a dead soul obtain a brand new life imprint. The dead soul can be resurrected, and even reincarnated in another body similar to Destiny, but they can't obtain a brand new life imprint. So, if Jon Snow wants to become the reincarnation of Yasuo's Yahai, he has to die once? When the King of Light revives him, he will use Yasuo's and Yahai's souls to replace Jon's soul, Danny said in shock. Something like that. But it's not like a turtle dove taking over a magpie's nest, but a fusion of the two. On the surface, Jon will lose some of his memories and emotions and gain some more fetishes. But in the eyes of ordinary people, this is just the aftereffects of his resurrection. They won't think that he is fundamentally different from before. But you, me, and Jon are not ordinary people. We can understand that the two have already undergone a qualitative change. It's even greater than the change between Catelyn Tully and Madame Stoneheart. Madame Stoneheart only lost a part of her soul, but Jon will not only lose a part, but also gain a part. The next three-eyed crow, Bran, is the same as us. He doesn't want his family to become another person. Although Jon is my nephew, if Yasuo Yahai takes over his body in order to save the world, it'll be the family's fortune, Danny said unkindly. Blinden's expression twisted. After a long while, he sighed and said, "If you don't change fate first, then you will follow the path of the world. Bran and I will even ensure that Jon becomes the reincarnation of Yasuo Yahai in order to save the world according to the established path." As expected of the heartless three-eyed crow. How ruthless. Since you don't want to follow Lalo's script, then don't let Jon die. What's the point of going back and forth? Danny complained. Have you ever thought about what Yasuo Yahai's soul can bring to Jon? Blynden said meaningfully, "The life of a savior. Providence?" Danny mocked. Providence? Blynden chewed on this word for a long while before he understood it. Maybe there really is providence. He nodded and said sternly, "We looked for you to help Jon seize Yasuo Yahai's mandate of heaven. How will you do it?" Danny asked in surprise. "You once used a wizard spell to erase my soul. Do you still remember?" Blinden's red eyes flickered with a dazzling scarlet radiance, which showed his intense mental ripples. Both of them were just soul projections, but he still took several steps forward, closed the distance between them, and lowered his voice. It was as if he was afraid that a third person would eavesdrop on them. The three-eyed crow's soul strength and tenacity are far greater than Yasuo Yahai's remnant soul. Even Lalo is inferior to us. Since you can erase my soul and take the green prophet meditation technique from my soul, you can also easily erase Yasuo Yahai's remnant soul's consciousness and leave the mandate of heaven to Jon. Do you want to trap Lalo? Danny was shocked by Blinden's audacity and ambition. Is the green prophet close to the Light King? Blynden sneered coldly. Chapter 578. The King of Light, Arthlo, viewed all other gods and churches as enemies. The red-robed lady burned the heart tree and the forest of divine trees. The red-robed lady burned the statues of the 7 gods. The red-robed lady burned the statues of the Anami. The red-robed lady burned the barbarians who believed in the old gods. The red-robed lady burned. The King of Light, R'hllor, was extremely arrogant. In the teachings of the Red God Church, other than R'hllor, all other believers were heretics. The red-robed lady and the Red God believers under Urlu burned everything along the way. They burned everything that was related to Es God. Moreover, the Red God Church preached the theory of good and evil. Allah Lalo was the god of light and life, a good god. His mortal enemy, the Frost God, was the god of darkness, ice, and death, the source of evil. The Frost God was the old god, and the Green Prophet was the priest of the old god. That was why the red-robed Lady Melisandre had always treated the three-eyed crow as the proxy of the Frost God. That was why Blinden had a reason to trick Lalo. John was originally a believer of the old god, and he was even blessed by the Mother Goddess. He was given the green spring water, and he had the best transfiguration talent. But once he was revived by Lalo, he would immediately become the son of the Red God. If fate had arranged it this way, we could have endured it for the sake of the big picture. But you have already broken the prophecy, so why don't we change it? Blinden asked. That's reasonable, but the problem is that you still need the Light King's help to revive Jon Snow, right? Borrowing other people's divine power to revive Jon while seizing other people's savior. That's not fair, Dany said. Blinden looked at the righteous Dragon Queen and sneered. I hope that when Yesor Yahai stabs the light messenger into your heart, you will still remember what you said today. What do you mean? Didn't you say that fate has changed? Dany asked with a frown. Blinden showed a mocking smile and said, Your power is beyond the three-eyed crow's control, so you naturally jumped out of the future that the three-eyed crow chose. But when you asked me who was your enemy, I told you clearly that everyone is your enemy. Only you can hatch dragons. Only you have awakened the legendary Valeglia's top-notch bloodline, and only you are the Holy Spirit at the end of this era. Your bloodline, soul, and talent, and even your future is what everyone is afraid of and coveted. You are the Dragon Queen of the gods. If I wasn't a Targaryen as well, if I hadn't recovered my will, I wouldn't have left this opportunity to you. Dragon King. I lies Dragon King God was Dragon King. Valia people, song of Valia people, and he was song was sealed people for several thousand years. I have 5 dragons, and I will soon become a demigod. I also have 5,000 iron soldiers. I don't even fear the Alliance army and Balerion, so why should I fear him? Dany would still be on guard against Lalo, regardless of Blinden's warning. In other words, she would be on guard against anyone who was strong enough to hurt her. For example, the three-eyed crow swore in the name of the old god and the door god that he would not violate the guest's rights and harm her. So, will you do it or not? Blinden asked straightforwardly. Of course, Dany said straightforwardly. I have nothing to do with Lalo. If the price you pay is appropriate, why wouldn't I do it? At the end of the day, you're just bargaining with me like a street vendor? Blinden was speechless. You want me to cooperate with you to trick a true god? Can I not be more careful? Dany said confidently. Blinden sighed and said helplessly, Only the Green Prophet has the right to enjoy weirwood seeds. Giving you a share is already a sign that I'm taking into account that we are both Targaryens. What else do you want? Trust me, the three-eyed crow and the children of the forest are very poor. There is nothing else worth your concern. Hee, where do the weirwood seeds come from? Do you have the door god's true god's body? Dany said with a chuckle. The ginseng fruit was sweet and fragrant, but the ginseng fruit tree was the root, right? A cold red light flashed in Blinden's single eye. Do you think it's possible? There really is? I remember that after the door god fused with a tender branch and Brandon plucked it, the tree trunk withered, Dany said in surprise. You. Blinden looked at her in surprise and bewilderment. There was deep resentment in his eyes as he said, Why do you not believe in the Mother Goddess when she dotes on you so much? Why? Dany was puzzled. The Mother Goddess sang the Song of Wind to you and brought you back to 8,000 years ago, didn't she? Blinden widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. It seemed like he wanted to eat her. What's wrong with that? You are not a follower of the old god. Blinden said heavily. Hee, do you think that the door god needs followers? Do you think that everything of the old god belongs to you because you believe in the old god? Don't think too highly of yourself. You can't use your feelings to kidnap the true god. Dany sneered. Think too highly of myself? Blinden seemed like he was greatly insulted. He roared angrily, You are insulting the Green Prophet, insulting the followers of the first citizens, and insulting the old god. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. If you really want to know the reason, you can ask the door god yourself. Danny waved her hand. She did not want to argue with a fanatic on the issue of faith. I don't expect the door god to have a body. I'm just curious. I want to see where the weirwood seeds grow. She gave her condition. She did not even know the location of the peach garden. How could she steal the peach? When Blinden died, Bran would go south to participate in the Seven Kingdoms tour. Wouldn't the shelter be empty? If the weirwood seeds were effective enough for her to take the risk, then they followed the squirrel person Yezi through many twists and turns. They passed by several dark and rapid underground rivers and avoided 30 to 40 dark bottomless pits and mysterious shafts. After walking for more than 2 hours in this cave that was forgotten by the world and frozen in time, they finally saw the weirwood seeds. It was a stone room that was as big as a single bedroom. The walls were covered with white weirwood roots, which looked like pale veins that grew on the rocks. The roots were decorated with clusters of bright red and delicate blood hand leaves. Between the vines, there were sparse fruits that shone with red light. They were crystal clear and the size of a thumb. There were dark blood patterns on the surface, like blood tumors. In the dark stone cave, they glowed with a demonic red light, like the evil stars in the dome of hell. Weirwood seeds look like this? Danny looked at Deshiong. Deshiong stepped forward and put his eyes in front of a fruit. He looked at it carefully for a moment and even touched it with his hand. Other than being a little bigger, the color has changed from milky white to dark red, and it's glowing. It's no different from ordinary weirwood seeds. Do ordinary weirwood seeds have the effect of activating talents? Danny turned to Yezi. Have you seen weirwood seeds before? The squirrel person asked. No. Danny shook her head. Weirwood seeds are very rich. I've lived for so long, but I've only seen my heart tree bear fruit once. There are many weirwood trees growing on Bear Island, but only the heart tree bears fruit. The number is very small, only 30, but no one eats them. They're all scattered on the hills to grow new weirwood. Deshiong said, 30 is already quite a lot. Yezi pointed to the vines on the wall. Count them. Are there 30? 19. Chui Luo blurted out. Yezi said softly, the world is balanced. The gods gave us a long life, but they didn't allow us to have the fertility of humans, in order to prevent us from overbreeding like deer in the jungle without the threat of wolves. But compared with weirwood, the life of the children of the forest is as short as a mayfly by the water. If the eternal weirwood only bears seeds once a year like ordinary trees, there would be no space left for other plants to grow in the world after millions of years. In this way, weirwood shouldn't have seeds. I know that weirwood can multiply by layering, and a tree can multiply a forest. For example, the forest above our heads with a radius of several kilometers probably originated from the same tree. Also, look at how tenacious the weirwood is. It can even sprout and grow branches in rock pits hundreds of meters underground. Danny exclaimed, no matter how strong the weirwood is, it's a fact that it's almost extinct in the south of Neck Lake, Yezi said sadly. Sigh, the Undulls shouldn't have burned weirwood. Even if they don't believe in the old gods, weirwood furniture can be passed down for tens of thousands of years. If the weirwood business is developed, the Westeros will have an inexhaustible gold mine. Danny sighed. Please don't blaspheme the gods on the altar, Squirrel said angrily. Do you know what the plant that rules the world is? Wheat, because humans can't live without it. If one day, humans rely on weirwood like wheat, believe it or not, the whole world will be covered by weirwood. Any existence can only continue to survive if it shows its value to the mainstream society. Weirwood is like this, and so are giants and children of the forest. Danny looked at Squirrel meaningfully. Squirrel had traveled the 7 countries for hundreds of years, and he wasn't a simple flower. He immediately replied, if they lose their characteristics, what's the difference between that and death? Danny smiled and shook her head, saying, even the world is changing. But the creatures living in the world are delusional to think that they will never change. Squirrel's clear cat eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, but it only lasted for a moment before he said indifferently, everyone has the right to choose. This is the altar. You've seen what you wanted to see. Let's go back. How many fruits are you planning to give me? Danny asked. Squirrel rummaged through the cave and found a wooden bowl. He plucked all 19 red fruits and placed them in the bowl. All for you. So generous, Danny said in surprise. When the fruits were plucked, the light on the surface disappeared. Instead, it turned from blood red to milky white. It was very magical. There was even a blood red liquid that flowed out of the fruit. Leaf held the bowl and received all the dripping blood. It was like drizzling red sugar on the surface of milk jelly, emitting a bitter walnut-like taste. Bran has already eaten it. Leaf's cat eyes flashed with a strange light. Also, Lord Blinden said that thieves don't care. The next time the weirwood seeds ripen, it will be at least 100 years. Danny was so thick-skinned. Did he want to embarrass her with these words? No way. That makes sense. The caves here extend in all directions and connect to the entire area beyond the Great Wall. What if a free person or a giant sneaks in and steals the fruits? You might as well give them all to me. Dragon Queen agreed with Squirrel's words naturally. Let's go, Squirrel said with a wooden face. Danny stood still. The dragon soul entered her body, and her round pupils elongated into vertical slits. Her gaze swept over every cluster of leaves and vine. Suddenly, her face lit up. She took a few steps forward and pointed at a tree trunk, saying, "Give this to me too." Chapter 579. Megalosaurus could see many things that humans couldn't. Danny's eyes were still her eyes, but it was indeed Dahe's point of view. Dahe was using her eyes to see the world. What do you want it for? Leaf's cat eyes flashed with confusion. It was a white tree trunk as thick as an arm. It seemed that the top of the tree had been cut off a long time ago. It was only about 1.5 meters long, and there was a lump at the top. The trunk was like white bones, and there were 4 or 5 small and delicate bloody hand leaves growing on the surface. It was like a sweet potato bought from the supermarket and left aside for a long time. Spore would grow on it. All the trunks grew from the roots, except for this one. The roots seemed to be inside the rock and were not exposed. But it could also be imagined that the roots must be very thick. The vine-like trunks here were very slender. The thin ones were as thick as chopsticks, and the thick ones were as thick as a thumb. This tree trunk was like a crane in a flock of chickens in the stone room. I can feel the huge magic power in it. I can wrap the hilt with skin, draw the core out to make a wand, and use the outer shell to make a scabbard, Danny said. She didn't hide her thoughts. Except for her little brother, no one here was a magic idiot. Weirwood grew slowly, and this trunk was so thick that it must have a long history. The Green Prophet and the Squirrel Man would not ignore its value. Seeing the Squirrel Man's unhappy face, Danny immediately added, "I know that cutting and burning weirwood is taboo for you, but it is traditional to use weirwood branches as weapons. This is the altar." "It's different," Leaf said. "Weirwood from other places is not good enough for me." Danny shook her head and entered the state of Song of Wind. She used the wind to send her voice into the Squirrel Man's ears and said meaningfully, "You should understand what this means, right? Only I am qualified to use it as a weapon." Leaf looked up at Danny, and her cat eyes were full of shock. After a while, she stepped back and said, "Okay, you can take it away, but you can't use a sharp weapon. Break it with my hand? I have the strength, but it may cause the branch to split." Danny frowned and asked, "No, you put your hand on the trunk and sing to it," Leaf said. "What song? Song of Wind?" "I won't," Danny said. "It's not the Song of Wind." Leaf shook his head and said a song in the ancient language. Danny was moved. This was not a song, but a sacrificial speech. She had heard it before. In Minshin's body, he had heard city builder Brandon Stark chant. After he chanted this sacrificial speech, the weirwood mother goddess fused with a twig and detached itself from the tree trunk, falling into Brandon's hand. In the northern region, the old gods had no priests, no pious prayers, no hymns, and even no worship ceremonies. His daily prayers were just like Ide Stark's, where he sat under the heart tree wiping his sword and recited his thoughts. But the children of the forest are people who sing praises to the earth. At this moment, Danny was immersed in the wind song state. She closed her eyes and also began to sing. Although the centaurs and white knights did not understand, they felt that the dragon queen's voice was mellow and her tone was bleak with a heavy sense of history. She sang really well. Dani herself ascended in the song. Her spiritual power entered the tree trunk, then into the roots and spread out in the depths of the earth. It was cold, dark, and full of vitality. She went deep into the dark underground river and into the vast and boundless underground ocean. Suddenly, she came to a shaft. She went down, down, down and down, never reaching the bottom. She also went through an ancient passage. She did not know how deep it was, nor how far it was. There was a stone cave where there were a few skeletons lying on the stone wall. Crack, a crisp sound pulled her back to reality. Looking down, the tree trunk had fallen off from the stone wall and landed heavily in her hand. I just followed the roots and went deep into the ground. I can travel 1,000 miles with a single thought, but there seems to be no end. Up, down, left, right, in all directions, there is no end. How big is this shelter? On the way back, Dani curiously asked the squirrel man beside her. The river is deep and turbulent, flowing all the way down to the underground ocean where the sun can't reach. The tunnels are long and rugged, never-ending. The bottomless pits and mysterious shafts lead straight to the center of the earth. Leaf shook his head and sighed. No one knows how big this place is. We have lived here for millions of years, but there are still many places that we have not explored. Millions of years? Were there humans back then? Beavos, who was carrying the weirwood tree trunk, mumbled. Westeros only have giants and children of the forest. I don't know about the situation on the other side of the narrow sea, the squirrel man said. Why not go to the warm and sunny south? This place is dark, cold, and damp. It's very uncomfortable to live here, Ursa said. That's such a lousy question. Dani glanced at Ursa and said in annoyance, they definitely want to go to the south, but will the Undulls and the King of the Ancestors allow it? On the way back, they met dozens of squirrelmen with big eyes, big ears, and deer skin. Most of them sat around the fire, holding wooden bowls and spoons as they ate dinner. It was very simple: stewed mushrooms, grilled fish, and blood-colored soup with the aroma of onions and barley. Gulp, gulp. In the quiet cave, the fat eunuch's belly made an awkward sound. 4 or 5 squirrelmen looked over with wide eyes. The bonfire reflected a curious light on the surface of their eyeballs. You still have barley and onions here? Dani coughed softly. We stored a lot of oats, barley, and dried fruits in the summer, but the onions are grown in the cave, Leaf said. How many children of the forest are left in the shelter? Is there enough food to get through the night? Dani asked. There are only about 60 of our people left. There's never been a shortage of food. The squirrel man sighed. After a few words, they had already returned to Blindon's cave. There were also squirrelmen eating with the Lee siblings and Adu. When Dani and the others looked for tree roots to sit down by the fire, a white-haired squirrel man spoke Origin language and brought them a large wooden bowl carved from weirwood. The bowl was also blood-colored soup boiled with barley, onions, and pieces of meat. Dani smiled and thanked him. She took the bowl and spoon and held the bowl while waiting for Beavos to eat first. It tastes good. It's fresh and refreshing, the fat eunuch said. Although Beavos wasn't poisoned, Dani still didn't eat it. The broth was bright red and looked like blood. Even if Leaf explained that it was weirwood sap, she still felt nauseous. She gave the soup bowl to the fat eunuch. She took out her wineskin and drank while eating the grilled fish. Do you drink? They didn't come empty-handed. They brought jerky, sakama, and fruit wine with them. It's sakama. It was a deep-fried compressed biscuit with sugar and sesame seeds. It was high in sugar and oil. It could be boiled as soup during the march. Dragon Queen, can you give me a cup? When Dani personally carried the wineskin and poured wine for the children of the forest who surrounded them, a short and thin girl came over. Brown hair, a pair of bright green eyes, like a summer lake, pale cheeks, slightly rough skin, and relatively ordinary facial features. She was less than 1.5 meters tall, but very slim. Of course, the places that should be perky were also very flat. Dry fried string beans. She looked at Danny's eyes and explained, "My brother is sick. A cup of wine may make him feel better." "Drinking wine is not good for the illness at all," Danny said, but still filled her wooden bowl with orange fruit wine. "He's very uncomfortable," the green-eyed thin girl said. "What's your name?" Danny asked curiously. Mara lied, daughter of Lord Holland of Greywater Hope. "My brother is called Jujian." Green-eyed Mara walked to the campfire and put the bowl to the lips of the small boy wrapped in thick fur. The boy was even thinner than Mara. If not for the maturity in his light green eyes, Danny would have thought he was a child. "I'll do it myself." Jujian took the bowl and said weakly, "What illness?" Danny asked curiously. "I'm not sick," Jujian said. "But your sister said you're sick," Danny said. "My body is weak." "No, there's a problem with your soul." Danny sensed that Jujian's spirit was very weak, and his soul fire was about to be extinguished. "I'm fine," Jujian said softly. Danny smiled faintly. "You're weak and listless. Have you been attacked recently?" This was the sanctuary. Who could attack a guest of the Green Prophet? "No one attacked me." Jujian put down the empty bowl and collapsed on the haystack with drunken eyes. "What's wrong with your brother?" Danny looked at the sad string beans. "He wants to go home, but he's stupid and doesn't want to go against fate," Mara said with red eyes. "What fate?" "My brother has the green vision. He can enter the green dream." The green vision was similar to the dragon dream. It could make prophetic dreams. Those dreams were also called green dreams. Dreamwalker Danny's ability was similar to Jujian's. The Dreamwalker was a castrated version of the dragon spirit, while the green vision was a castrated version of the green prophet. Jujian could not find animal companions like the green prophet, nor could he communicate with trees. However, his prophetic abilities were stronger than the green prophet's. Just like Danny, she was not a dragon spirit, but her prophetic abilities were unparalleled in Valeglia. She directly predicted the great cataclysm in Valeglia. The green dream will come true. Jujian dreamed of his own death. The time of his death is right after he helped the brand to come here. He's about to die, sob. The swamp person Mara started crying. "Adu, Adu." The brand, who was wearing Adu's skin, had an anxious expression as he called out. Danny felt that he wanted to hug the swamp girl. "What did the three-eyed crow say?" she asked. "He didn't say anything. I came all the way here because I thought that the three-eyed crow could help him." Mara shook her head sadly. "Your brother is sick," Danny said with certainty. "What sickness?" Mara was confused. "Idiot. If his death is predicted, he should try his best to avoid it. However, he's waiting for his death with a dejected expression. He's not facing his fate calmly. He's following the script and trying his best to create his own death," Danny mocked her. "The green dream will come true." "Fate cannot be changed," Mara muttered. "Let's not talk about the others. It's easy for your brother to change his fate." "How can he change it?" Mara's wide green eyes shone with hope. The squirrel person Leaf, who was drinking, looked over curiously with his brown cheeks flushed red. Jujian was the only one who seemed to have given up. He laid on the grass and did not even open his eyes. "If you predict that you'll die in a certain way in the future, but you don't have the courage to fight against fate, you might as well be a coward and slap fate in the face. You'll kill yourself in another way in advance," Danny said calmly. "Ha ha ha, Beworth likes the queen. That's what you should do. Slap fate in the face, huh?" The fat eunuch hugged the big wooden bowl and laughed happily. "Danny, eat the weirwood seeds while they're still fresh. Once you're done, go to the Great Wall immediately." Blindon's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. This guy, Danny had a thought. She looked at Jujian with a solemn gaze. What did Jujian see in the green dream? Why do I have a feeling that Blindon doesn't want me to investigate this matter? What's the secret behind this? Perhaps Jujian didn't die of grief. Chapter 580. The crescent moon was like a knife, and a cold light appeared on the snow. Winter had arrived, the days shortened, the nights lengthened, the sunlight was hazy, and the moonlight was quiet. The shelter did not follow the natural laws of the world above ground, so time flowed like water, one after another. Day and night alternated, winter and summer alternated, and time and space seemed to be frozen here. The empty and lonely underground world was like this a million years ago, and it was still like this a million years later. Everything was like an insect trapped in amber, eternal and unchanging. At noon, there was a fire in the cave. At midnight after dinner, it was still the dim red light of the bonfire that lit up the small world. In the corner of the cave, on a bed made of dried leaves and hay, there were more than a dozen squirrel people lying crookedly. Some were snoring, some were singing in a messy tone, and some were talking nonsense. All of them were breathing with the smell of alcohol. The children of the forest drank, but their civilization was too primitive. The winemaking technology was easy to learn, but the social productivity of winemaking was not up to par. Winemaking wasted food, and the extreme north beyond the Great Wall was too bitter and cold. In the dead of night, the squirrel person Leaf brought a weirwood bowl for the Dragon Queen. 12 faces were carved on the bone-like wall of the bowl, like the faces on the heart tree. The bowl was filled with a sticky and pungent white paste with strands of red silk. The dark red silk should be weirwood sap, but under the light of the fire, it looked like blood. It was like a bowl of fresh brain flowers. In this stone hall, which looked like the cave of Granny Tree Demon, Danny had the illusion that she was holding a human meat banquet. The smell is so strong, and it looks so disgusting. Danny frowned and said, "This is a magic potion. Aren't all magic potions like this? Even the moon tea made by the witches of the forest is not refreshing and delicious, and the color is charming." Leaf said, "Your Majesty, let be worth try it," the fat eunuch said. Danny looked at the squirrel people. Leaf frowned and said, "I don't object to you testing the poison, but this bowl of weirwood paste has a very high magic energy level, and it has a miraculous effect on people with special talents. Ordinary people who eat it may really be no different from poison." "I think I have a special talent." Blood Alliance guard Carlo patted his chest and said, "What talent do you have? Why don't I know about it?" Danny asked curiously. The centaur opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Calixi, did you forget? Kalasari, I activated the Pegasus scarf first. You even asked me to recite the Pegasus Bible and said that when I'm older, I'll go to the Pegasus city to become the high priest of the Pegasus religion." Danny's mouth twitched, but she did not refute. In terms of blade techniques, Ricardo was better than normal centaurs, but worse than his two Blood Alliance brothers. In terms of intelligence and strategy, he was far from Kue Luo. In terms of ability to command the Kosh tribe, he was inferior to Jogo and Ag. Before this, Ricardo was only tall and sturdy, with two small mustaches by his lips. He looked a little taller than the other centaurs and stayed by Danny's side to keep up appearances. Perhaps he was even better off than Cheetah. Her centaur maids, Ji-Chi and Iri, both like this donkey shit guy. The relationship between the young centaurs was complicated. All right, it's not complicated. It's just messy and rotten. However, after Danny launched the Pegasus religion, a modified version of the horse god religion, among the centaurs, Ricardo had the highest level of devotion. Danny joked that when he was older and retired, he could help her manage the Pegasus religion and the Pegasus religion. She did not expect Ricardo to remember this and even set this as his goal. "Does being a priest count as a talent?" Danny asked Blinden. "Let this centaur take a bite." "We'll know after we try," Bloodcrow said casually. From his tone and gaze, it was clear that centaurs were not much different from horses in his heart. "Ricardo is my blood. How can I just try?" Danny said angrily. "Then don't try. This bowl of paste is harmless to you." "The Green Prophet's vow to the Mother Goddess will never be broken," Blinden said impatiently. "These words have no credibility coming from your mouth. Have you forgotten how you put on your black clothes?" Danny sneered. 70 years ago, the Iron Throne lost its rightful heir after the mediocre king, Black Fire, Bright Flame Aeron, and many other Targaryen kings and princes. To avoid civil war, Blinden, who was the hand of the king at the time, decided to convene a Great Council to select a king. The selection of a king by the Great Council would not reduce the sanctity of the Iron Throne. Instead, it would increase the unity of the country. This was because the Iron Throne's royal power was inferior to that of the emperor under the centralized system of the Great Celestial Dynasty. On the other side of the narrow sea, Demon Blackfire's son Ares received the news and wrote a letter to the Iron Throne, requesting to be one of the candidates. Bloodcrow agreed and swore to ensure his safety. Ares Blackfire had the right to be a candidate because his bloodline was too noble. His grandparents, the mediocre king and defiant Diana, the elder sister of Saint Baylor, who was imprisoned in the Virgin House, were all direct descendants of the Targaryens. In the end, the moment the unlucky bastard stepped into the city gates of the King's Landing, Bloodcrow caught up to him, arrested him, and beheaded him in public. Because Bloodcrow had broken his oath, Dany's great-grandfather Aegon V, banished him to the Great Wall. At this moment, hearing the Dragon Queen's disdain, Blynden smiled bitterly and said, "I served my country with sincerity, sacrificing my honor in exchange for the peace of the Westeros. Yet, your great-grandfather, even if there is no me in the world, the Targaryen dynasty would have been destroyed in the chaos of the Black Fire. The Seven Kingdoms would have been plagued by wars that would last for at least 100 years. Millions of people would have died, and you would not have been able to claim the throne today." No one knows how terrified Igor was when Ares Blackfire wrote a letter to the Great Council before the start of the king's selection. "He secretly came to me and told me about the fear in his heart and his worries about the future. There is also Ymont. He is the smartest of Camel's sons. I and all the other vassals were prepared to choose him as the king." However, Igor, who seemed to be the most naive and the most powerless, immediately went to look for his elder brother. Not long after, Ymont gave up the throne himself. That fool deserved to suffer in the Great Wall for half a century. "Dany, your great-grandfather Aegon V is the one with the least honor." The two white knights looked at each other. The centaur and the eunuch were confused. The cave fell into a dead silence. Dany had already guessed that the cheapskate great-grandfather, who was also known as the king who should not have become a king, must have had some tricks up his sleeves when he ascended the Iron Throne. However, she did not expect that fellow to be so similar to the style of the Celestial Empire. "This thing cannot be kept for long," said the Squirrel Man as he pointed at the wooden bowl placed in front of the Dragon Queen. "Let me do it. If something were to happen to you, Calixi, the Blood Brotherhood would not live for long," said Ricardo solemnly. Dany hesitated for a moment before she scooped up a small spoonful of paste and passed it to the centaur. The centaur opened his mouth wide and sucked the handle of the spoon into his mouth. "How is it?" asked Dany nervously. The Blood Brotherhood narrowed his eyes and sucked on the spoon for a while before saying, "It's a little bitter. It'll be better if you add some white sugar." The knights who were staring at him nervously almost fell over when they heard this. Big Bear asked with a dark expression, "Do you feel unwell?" "No." The centaur shook his head. Dany found another wooden spoon and scooped up a small spoonful before stuffing it into her mouth. Ricardo was right. It was a little bitter and hard to swallow. However, the bitter taste quickly turned into a strange sweetness, like a smoothie mixed with honey. Then, it turned into other sweet tastes. In an instant, Dany recalled all the wonderful tastes she had experienced in her life. "Is this thing really the seed of a weirwood tree? Why does it look so similar to the Undying's night shadow water?" She had drunk the night shadow water that Haya had prepared before. It was also sticky, but the color was dark blue. The smell and taste in the mouth were also disgusting, like the combination of ink and rotten meat. After swallowing, the aftertaste was like the combination of all the tastes the drinker had tasted before. It was like the food in the God of Cookery anime that could stimulate the emotions of illusions after eating XXX. One would immediately feel like they were in love, something like that. "Is the night shadow water effective?" asked the Squirrel Man. "It's effective. It can produce the most beautiful illusions and make one addicted," said Dany as she ate the paste. The Squirrel Man said, "Activating one's innate talent is the process of raising one's thoughts and willpower to a higher level. It's like a fish jumping out of the river. Of course, one would see the colorful scenery beyond the river. The night shadow water can also activate extraordinary innate talents. Different potions activate different innate talents. The night shadow water activates the innate talents of male sorcerers, while the weirwood tree paste is thousands of times more powerful. It can activate the power of holy spirits or sub-holy spirits in one's bloodline. Then, the squirrel man asked, "Do you know what holy spirits are?" It's the innate talent of listening to the song of laws. I've heard someone say something similar. Tell me again and see what's the difference. Danny nodded. Leaf said, "Sub-holy spirits can only master the song of the world. Only real holy spirits can sing their own songs." What's a three-eyed crow? Danny asked. It's at least a sub-holy spirit. I don't seem to have changed. At this moment, the paste in the bowl was almost finished by Danny, and even the illusions were suppressed by her powerful mental power. The weirwood tree paste can't give you power, and it won't change your bloodline. It only awakens your innate talent. No one knows if you don't try it. It's like a genius swordsman. If he doesn't practice the sword, who knows if he has the innate talent to become a great knight? Leaf's words made sense. Danny decided to rest in the cave for the night and set off early the next morning. Blinden was dissatisfied with this, but there was nothing he could do. Only 10 minutes later, Danny woke up from her cultivation and started looking for the wooden bowl. After she found it, she looked around, and while no one was paying attention, she quietly stuck out her tongue and used the spoon to lick the white and red paste on the bowl's walls. The three-eyed crow and Leaf didn't lie to her. The weirwood tree paste really had a miraculous effect. First of all, her meditation foundation started operating more easily. It was like a top-notch computer in 2020 could play a AAA game in 2010. Secondly, her soul, which was originally full, started absorbing spiritual essence without limit. Finally, and most importantly, her second soul ring began to split. In Danny's soul space, the Great Wizard Meditation Technique's 9-colored vortex was at the center, and it was surrounded by the Green Prophet Meditation Technique. When the Megalosaurus was young, including the hatching stage, Danny had shared a dragon spirit with every dragon. But as the Megalosaurus grew up and formed its own consciousness, Danny couldn't take the initiative to share a dragon spirit with them. If the Megalosaurus ran into a fatal danger, it would ask its mother to save it. There was a dragon spirit soul channel between Danny and the Megalosaurus, but the channel was sealed when the Megalosaurus grew up. Now, Danny could once again sense the 3 sealed channels. She had a feeling that as long as she wanted to, her second soul could split into 4 parts. Danny understood what this meant. She had been looking forward to this for a long time, and it was also the main reason why she took the risk to come to the area beyond the Great Wall. The era of the 5 dragon spirits was about to begin. Chapter 581. After eating the weirwood paste, Danny felt the connection with Little Green, Little Gold, and Little Red in the depths of her soul. Deep into her soul, she wanted to strengthen this connection. She wanted to become a dragon spirit with the 5 dragons. As she thought of this, the space of her consciousness immediately changed. In the center of her mind, the 9-colored vortex erupted like a volcano, spewing out a large amount of bright red soul matter. At the edge of her mind, the ring of the second soul shattered into countless green prophet runes. The green prophet runes were the steel framework, and the bright red soul matter was like bricks and tiles. In an instant, 4 houses were built. From the outside to the inside, they formed 4 rings around the 9-colored meditation foundation, which were 4 separate souls. The outermost layer was light green in color with the green prophet technique as the foundation. The second, third, and fourth layers were blank pink rings. The 9-colored meditation foundation was like a star, and the outer 4 rings were like 4 rings. Just like Saturn's rings, the rings could be divided into several layers according to the color. At this time, in Danny's consciousness, Hiss, the 3rd dragon, Little Green, turned its head and looked left and right. Hiss, the 4th dragon, Little Gold, had a blank expression. It stretched its neck and howled at Mother Dragon. Hiss, the 5th dragon, Little Red, imitated its 4th brother and howled like a goose. They're all here. The 2nd dragon, White Dragon, was slightly more intelligent and understood the current situation. The eldest dragon, Black Dragon, was calm and composed. He had the demeanor of a big brother. Sigh. The family is finally reunited. Mother Dragon, who said this, had completely forgotten about a certain cheap sun in the sea of grass. Hiss, the 5 dragons surrounded her and howled together. Come, let's evolve into magic dragons first. Danny had experienced the process of copying the meditation foundation twice. This time, she was familiar with it. Starting from Big Black, Little White, Little Green, Little Gold, and Little Red all entered the 9-colored vortex and copied Dragon Queen's Grand Wizard Meditation Foundation version 2.0. That's right, the 9-colored vortex of the 2 magic dragons, Little White and Big Black, was also reforged. Any meditation technique had the possibility of being upgraded. However, after 8,000 years of development, the Grand Sorcerer meditation technique was almost perfect. Mortals had limited wisdom and could not improve it further. But the Song of Wind changed that. In the process of listening to the world in the wind, Danny was slowly but surely modifying the Grand Wizard meditation. It made it more compatible with the laws of the world. It was the meditation technique of the Fire Sorcerer Danny, which allowed it to break away from the category of Sheep Egg's Song of Fire and become the true foundation of her power. To put it simply, the world was changing. Danny followed suit and upgraded Grand Wizard Valeglia's meditation. Not to mention Danny, even the Sheep Egg's meditation foundation was not only different from 8,000 years ago, but it was also different from the meditation method that Danny first obtained in Orlos. The sheep egg was never stupid. He was also evolving and changing. When the 5 dragons had cast the latest version of the 9-colored vortex magic foundation, Danny immediately dismissed them and ended the status of the 5 dragon spirits. The 5 dragon spirits were great and powerful. It gave her the impulse to use a soul-destroying attack on the 3-eyed crow. But now was not the time to study the dragon spirits. She had eaten the weirwood seed paste. There were other new talents waiting to be discovered. The trees would teach the green prophet. The trees remembered everything. Blindon and Leaf had said this before. This was also one of the green prophet's abilities. Danny might not have drunk the green spring of the door god. In fact, she had stolen the green spring of the old god's believers through the method of spiritual bestowment. But the green prophet meditation technique in her mind was not fake. In theory, she was also a green prophet, but she could not travel through the timeline. She could not silently distort the will of others. She could not read the memories of the trees. After eating the weirwood seed paste, Danny felt that her green prophet's second soul had become much more agile. It was a feeling similar to martial arts cultivation. She could control every inch of her skin, every muscle, and every bone in her body. She could control the split of her second soul. She could also make her 4 split souls fuse together. She even had a premonition that she could split another soul from her second soul. Like the 3-eyed crow, she could enter a tree or an animal companion's body. Hence, she ended the 5 dragon spirits and could not wait to start experimenting. Danny closed her eyes. Darkness surged toward her like a tide. She left her body and fused with the roots. This time, it was different from the past. The weirwood was no longer a simple tunnel. The weirwood had become a part of her. She did not enter the weirwood's roots. Instead, she fused with it. She became the weirwood itself. She saw the dark cave. She saw Beavis chewing on the blood-red sour grass. He narrowed his sparkling eyes and looked around cautiously. Cora and the other 3 put on their armor and went asleep. Beavis was on duty to guard the queen. She heard the surging river below her and sensed the extreme darkness and loneliness deep underground. But she did not feel any fear. She was like a tree that had taken root in the earth. The tree's roots were born to enjoy the earth. They used the darkness as a shield and absorbed power from the darkness. Yes, Danny was not used to the dark cave in the shelter. But now, she was enjoying the darker and colder earth abyss. She had become a tree root. This feeling was like a tree spirit. A shapeshifter who found a direwolf as an animal companion was called a wolf spirit. Danny and the great wizard Valeglia were dragon spirits. Then, the relationship between the green prophet and the weirwood, other than faith, could it be called a tree spirit? Danny wandered among the tree roots. Then, she returned to the cave. Are you willing to accept this fate? The skeleton king on the weirwood throne sighed. If I wasn't willing, I wouldn't have come here. Beside the tree roots, Ju Jian sat cross-legged. The bright red torch cast a determined and resolute light on his face. This is our fate. Blindin closed his only eye. Jujian stood up and left. Mara covered her mouth and cried. Danny followed behind Jujian and entered another cave. He came to a white-haired squirrel man and lifted his sleeve, revealing his wrist. The white-haired squirrel man took out a small dragon crystal dagger from his waist. Dragon crystal weapons were the standard equipment of the children of the forest, and slid it lightly across the swamp man's wrist. The squirrel man chanted a mysterious sacrificial song in the origin language. Ju Jin's blood was dyed with a green line and fell into the wooden bowl. Danny was shocked to see that the swamp man's face turned pale in an instant. It was as if the color of a living person was flowing out from the wound on his wrist. If a person was made of vivid colors, then at this moment, the color that belonged to Ju Jin had completely disappeared, leaving only the cold black and white. He had lost a certain characteristic. Danny looked at the wooden bowl solemnly. It was a weirwood bowl that looked like a white bone. The small half of the blood in the bowl had a demonic green color. The squirrel man leaf appeared. She held a wooden tray in her hands. On it was a milky white fruit. Danny was very familiar with it. Weirwood seeds. She was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. The squirrel man used Jujian's blood and weirwood seeds to make a paste. Jujian was like a toy doll that had run out of battery. He slumped weakly on the stone bench. Mara ran over and hugged him, crying. The white-haired squirrel man looked at the siblings with a complicated expression. He took the wooden bowl and left the stone room. He came to Blindin's weirwood throne. A 10-year-old boy appeared in front of Blindin. Brandon Stark. This was the first time Danny saw Bran. After seeing him in person, her feelings were very complicated. He had chestnut hair, blue eyes, and a pale-sized oval face. His handsome cheeks were dotted with a few lively pockmarks. He sat timidly on the fur like a pitiful little girl. He was really just a child. This thing will turn me into a green prophet? Bran held the bowl with an anxious expression. Blindin's eyes turned in another direction. Behind Bran, he looked into Danny's eyes and said faintly, "It's your bloodline that made you a green prophet. This thing will only help you awaken your talents and allow you to combine with trees." "I don't want to combine with trees. I want to," Bran argued. His blue eyes were like a table lamp that had been unplugged. They quickly dimmed. "I don't want to combine with trees, but no one wants to combine with a cripple like me," he murmured sadly. He picked up the spoon and ate the weirwood paste. He frowned at the first spoonful. It seemed difficult to swallow. After the second spoonful, he began to wolf it down. "Mother." Bran's eyes were misty. Tears flowed down his cheeks and rolled down his face. "What's the taste?" Blindin asked. "It's very sweet. It's like the last kiss that Mother gave me before she left Winterfell. It's like Mara smiling at me," Bran said unconsciously. "Change your form. It's like entering summer, Bran's direwolf. Try to merge with the roots. First follow them into the ground, then enter the trees on the mountain. You can see what the trees have seen. The trees have recorded everything." Blindin stared at Danny and instructed Bran earnestly. Bran suddenly turned his head and looked at Danny expressionlessly. He roared, "You shouldn't have come. This is our kingdom. Kingdom, kingdom, kingdom." At first, only Bran's young voice was heard. Soon, Blindin's old and deep voice was heard. In the next moment, countless voices chanted, "Kingdom, our kingdom." The powerful green prophets will came crashing down. It was as if it was in the mental world. It released a super Shinra Tensei on Danny. The invisible repulsive force sent her flying into the boundless darkness. She returned to the roots again and returned to reality from the past. The green prophets will frighten her. In front of the heritage crown that had been forged by the green prophet for millions of years, she was suppressed to the point of suffocation. "Leave, leave. This is our kingdom. Leave." But in just a moment, that will chased after her again, as if it was determined to chase Danny away. "I'm not leaving. Chase after me." Anyway, she was only a soul fragment of the green prophet's second soul. It wouldn't be a pity to lose her. Danny didn't care. She plunged into the roots again. She randomly chose a direction and went down endlessly. Then, According to what Blinden had taught Bran, she jumped into the trees on the surface like a fish out of water. She came to a grand and majestic palace. Under the seven-pointed mosaic of colored leaded glass, there was a chair made of countless iron swords. On it sat a king with messy hair and a twisted face. Burn them all. Burn the hell all shit. This is... Dany was shocked. The King's Landing, the Red Fortress, the Mad King? Although this was the first time she saw the Mad King, he was too recognizable. Greasy silver hair, a crown, a mean, thin face full of suspicion, vigilance, and viciousness. There was a maniacal smile at the corner of his mouth. His arm on the back of the chair exerted force. The veins on the back of his skinny hand bulged. There were also long and curly fingernails like the devil's, of course. The most distinctive thing was that crazy burn the hell all. It was unique in the Westeros. Could it be that she had returned to 18 years ago, the day the Mad King died? Chapter 582. Ha ha ha, Scholar Villies, guess what the king said to me? The ancient Greycold Castle. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers fell from the sky. The green leaves of the trees in the courtyard were dotted with clusters of white snow. The ground was soaked in snow, and black mud stuck to the feet. Ricard laughed as he took off his sword belt and black cloak and handed them to a servant. Then, he walked towards the tall stone door with a young scholar. Dany had transmigrated again. She didn't really transmigrate. Instead, she saw what happened decades ago through the trees. Was she reading the memories of the trees? Previously, she was in the Red Castle 19 years ago. Now, she was in Winterfell. She met Ricard again, the Duke of Winterfell, who was 20 years younger. For some reason, Dany felt that Ricard had the same temperament as his eldest son, Brandon. It wasn't a slutty blood-stained longsword. It was more like Stark's running wolf blood? She wasn't sure. The rumors are correct. Our king. The young Ricard nodded his furry head and chuckled. He has a problem here. What strange theory did he come up with again? The scholar named Villies didn't correct the Lord's rudeness. Instead, he teased the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Perhaps because they were both young, the Duke and the scholar were very close. They spoke and acted like friends. The king wants to build another great wall. Ricard laughed loudly. He said that if another great wall was built 500 kilometers north of the Great Wall, the land between the two great walls would be included in the kingdom's territory. The Seven Kingdoms would gain at least 300,000 square kilometers of land. Haha, the king has crazy ideas from time to time. We should get used to it. When he was still the crown prince, he discussed with Duke Tywin to dig a canal to transport the water from the Trident River and the Blackwater River to Dorne. This way, the desert of Dorne could become fertile land. Dorne, which is almost unaffected by winter, could continuously grow rice and wheat, enough to feed the entire Westeros. Scholar Villies laughed as he shook his head. He continued, last year, when he ascended the throne, he wanted to gather the armies of the Seven Kingdoms. He planned to occupy the Stone Steps archipelago and collect taxes from the ships in the Narrow Sea. If it wasn't for Duke Tywin's advice, I don't know how things would have turned out. Ricard stopped laughing and sighed. King Aerys's goal is very good. He wants to expand the territory of the Seven Kingdoms. Unfortunately, all his plans were so unrealistic. Why did the city builder Brandon build the Great Wall at this location? Wasn't it because it was the narrowest place on the continent, only 500 kilometers wide? Another 500 kilometers to the north would increase the amount of work by almost 10 times. But now, there wasn't even a tenth of the city builder Brandon. There was also the canal that connected the northern and southern continents. Even with the power of the entire nation, it would be difficult to complete it in 100 years. Everyone wants to occupy the Stone Steps archipelago and control the Narrow Sea, but which city-state has succeeded? Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin to decide whether he is great or mad. There was no doubt that Aerys was the crazy side. Your Excellency, this is an opportunity for you. What opportunity? Ricard was puzzled. The northern region is vast, but it is hardly worthy of your talent and ambition. Stark is the king of the northern region, but he can also go further. You should shift your gaze and cross the next swamp. the riverlands, the valleys, and reached the heart of the Westeros, the King's Landing. Duke Tywin became the hand of the king at the age of 20. Your talent doesn't lose to his at all. Perhaps you can surpass him, Varys said faintly. What the fuck? What is this scholar trying to do? Dany was stunned. She didn't care about the conversation between the two northerners at first. Even if they were laughing at her cheap father's wonderful ideas, she didn't care. Even the awe-inspiring Dragon Queen, the Eternal Emperor, couldn't avoid being gossiped about behind her back. What did the Mad King do to deserve the sincere love of all his subjects? She had only intended to stay here for a while and slowly familiarize herself with the ability to travel through time. But now, she seemed to have eaten a shocking melon. This wasn't the first time the honest and simple Duke of the northern region in Dany's heart had heard such words. There was no doubt or incredulity on his face. Instead, he seemed to be deep in thought and eager to give it a try. This is our kingdom. Leave, leave. Just as Dany was concentrating and trying to fast forward to see if Ricard had any ambitions, the annoying three-eyed crow came over again. Swoosh swoosha. Dany's figure disappeared from the Winterfell Duke's study in an instant. She teleported to the bottom of a huge weirwood tree. Under the cover of the weirwood tree, beside a dark pool, Dany saw Bran. Bran looked at the middle-aged man who was sitting under the tree and wiping a black greatsword with a sheepskin handkerchief with admiration. Dany suddenly appeared beside Bran. In the next moment, the sadness and desire on Bran's face disappeared, replaced by a blank and empty expression. He only glanced at Dany before she left the tree trunk and roots and returned to the dark cave filled with weirwood roots. You shouldn't have done that, Blynden said with a sigh. Why? Dany was dumbfounded for a moment before she recovered from the jet lag caused by the space-time disorder. When she returned to the cave, her head was dizzy. I want to take away your dragon and your throne. Are you willing to do that? You are violating the Green Prophet's rights, Blynden said. Isn't that too overbearing? Dany said with dissatisfaction. The land is there, and the trees are there. Why are you the only ones who can use them? For millions of years, only the Green Prophet who obtained the legacy could travel freely at the edge of the River of Time. Ordinary Green Prophets would get lost easily. You don't have the ability to travel through time. Previously, you were following another person's path. It's like he walked on the river and left behind traces. You just happened to forget it. Even if I explain, you won't understand. You just need to understand that we are protecting this power and ensuring that it won't be abused by others, Blynden said with a sigh. Dany raised her chin and sneered. Isn't it just where I went? Bran stopped at. Why can't you understand? Also, I am the queen. Only the power in my hands can be considered not to be abused. You now, I suspect that you are using the ability to travel through time and space in the trees to carry out illegal activities that endanger humans. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. Now, hand over the tools and let the queen, who represents the country and all humans, keep them. Brandon closed his eyes and sighed. You can go. Leaf, send the guest away. The squirrel person Leaf came to Dany without saying a word. He just looked at her with his big cat eyes. No matter how thick-skinned Dany was, she couldn't take it anymore. Let's go. She stood up and said to her 5 underlings gloomily. It's about 2 in the morning. It's obvious how dark it is outside. If there's an ambush by deviant ghosts, Beworth and the queen will be in trouble. Beworth mumbled loudly as he lit a torch. There are only corpse ghosts nearby. Deviant ghosts won't come, Leaf said. Are you sure? I think it's safer to wait for daytime, Deshiong said doubtfully. This is a shelter. Just like how deviant ghosts can't pass through the Great Wall, they can't come here, the squirrel person emphasized. Adieu. Their movements were loud, and the sound of armor clashing and talking was not soft. The squirrel person, Lida, and Adieu in the corner were all woken up. Do you want to leave together? At the entrance of Blinden's cave, Dany stopped and looked at the Lida siblings. No, we will leave with Bran. Hearing that, the swamp girl's face lit up with anticipation. But after looking at her silent brother, she hesitated and refused. You're dead if you don't leave, Danny said to Jujian. This is my fate. Jujian's voice was softer than a goose feather and weaker than the summer snow. If you leave with me, you can immediately change your fate, Danny said. When I was 6 years old, I knew that helping Bran become the Green Prophet was my mission. I don't intend to change this fate, Jujian said. 6 years old? Danny frowned. When I was 6 years old, I got gray water fever, a disease of the neck. When I was about to die, the three-eyed crow saved me and gave me the green vision as a gift, Jujian said with a sigh. Danny seemed to be deep in thought. It was highly possible that Jujian was a great gift that the three-eyed crow had prepared for Bran. In the past, the three-eyed crow had given him the green spring. Now, Jujian's green dream talent was returned to the new three-eyed crow. If the Green Prophet was compared to the Dragon King, the Green Prophet was the dragon spirit, while the Green Dream was the dragon dream. The Green Dream wasn't Danny's dragon spirit, but Danny's prophecy dream. The Green Prophet was the same as the dragon spirit, and it had a certain prophecy ability. However, it was far inferior to the professional Green Dream and Dragon Dream. This could be seen from the fact that Danny managed to escape the Great Calamity, while the Great Wizard's clan was exterminated. Perhaps the simple Green Prophet also had a flaw. Just like what Blynden had said before, ordinary Green Prophets might get lost in communicating with trees. Perhaps the three-eyed crow was a Green Prophet whose Green Dream was completed. Jujian was Bran's sacrifice. The complete Bran would have the Green Dream's ability, and it would come from Jujian. As Danny thought of this, she looked at Jujian with a sympathetic gaze. What about you? Do you want to leave with me? Perhaps we can return to Grey Water Town the day after tomorrow. She asked Jujian's elder sister, Mara. I will stay. Jujian and Bran need me, the swamp girl said. Danny rolled her eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Bran, who was piloting the Gundam. She said, Your brother is dead. Bran will ascend to the Weirwood throne, just like Blynden. He will fuse with the tree and stay here forever. Aduo, Aduo. Fear flashed in Aduo's eyes. At this moment, Bran had not completely turned into the three-eyed crow, and he still had human emotions, although they were slowly fading away. Mara cast a sorrowful glance at her younger brother. Her tone was firm, and she said without hesitation, I will always be by Bran's side. Aduo. Aduo's large eyes were misty. He was so touched that he almost cried. Danny cast a strange look at the two of them for a while before she asked, Do you like Bran? I don't. Mara's thin and sallow face turned red. I don't know, the swamp girl said with her head lowered. Wow. When Beworth comes back in a few years, he might be able to see a few little three-eyed crows. Beworth clapped his hands and laughed loudly. The big bear cast a glance at the sworn brothers, shook his head, and said, Bran broke his spine. Just like you. He can't make it. So how can he have children? Sigh. He's in a worse state than Beworth. At least Beworth can still become a white knight, the fat eunuch said as he looked at the swamp girl pitifully. Actually, it's not like there's no way, Danny said. That's right. He can still pray to the Holy Mother. Beworth was enlightened. You want the three-eyed crow to pray to the seven gods? The big bear's expression was distorted. You used to believe in the old gods, but didn't you change your belief to the seven gods now? Beworth said disapprovingly. The three-eyed crow is the archbishop of the old gods. Garth bared his teeth and said. Danny looked at Aduo and said meaningfully, If your body can't make it, you can ask someone who can. Chapter 583. Danny was wrong. She didn't go back to 18 years ago. Instead, she transmigrated to 19 years ago. Your Majesty, Prince Liga kidnapped Lyanna. Many nobles in Helen Castle were witnesses. Not only did you protect and harbor the prince, but you also imprisoned Brandon and a group of nobles who made a normal complaint to you. You even wanted to burn us to death. What kind of logic is this? Below the Iron Throne, there was a black-haired, long-faced man in black plate armor. His hair and beard were all spread out, and his eyes were scarlet red. He puffed out his chest and roared. Ricard Stark, you are the worst bastard. Eris leaned forward, pointed at the Duke of the Northern Territory, and cursed loudly. I saw through your conspiracy. You are trying to overthrow my rule and steal my throne. So crazy. Danny face-bombed. Everyone knew how honest and honest Stark was. It was more reasonable to accuse him of great disrespect or roaring at the king than to accuse Stark of usurping the throne. As expected, Ricard, who was as strong as a black bear, glared angrily and shouted, "Your Majesty, I just want my son and daughter back. Why do I have to overthrow your rule?" Humph. There was no news of my son Liga after he left Helen Castle. It must be you. You arranged for your whore children to seduce him and bring him to some place to kill him. If you want the Iron Throne, you have to get rid of the brave Liga first. Then, you can use the matter of losing your daughter to attack me. You call me the Mad King behind my back. Do you think I don't know? Am I crazy? No matter how crazy I am not as crazy as you bunch of rebels. You actually want to overthrow the real Dragon King dynasty established by Conqueror Aegon. The Mad King's thin lips moved quickly. His beard that reached his lower abdomen trembled violently. His eyes were filled with anger and madness. The Mad King's imagination, Danny was stunned. Although the Mad King's delusions were acting up, this idea of wicked people plotting against me seemed to be quite logical. Your Majesty, don't slander me. My daughter Lyanna is engaged to Theon Bella. Everyone knows that. Why would I ruin the honor of the House of Stark and let her? Seduce. The word seduce was too irritating for an old father who loved his daughter. Ricard almost pulled out his sword in anger. He had already put his hand on the hilt of the sword. Honor? When you wanted to betray the monarch, Stark had already lost his honor. Eris sneered. Your Majesty, once I received your order, I immediately set off from Winterfell. I traveled day and night, crossing thousands of kilometers to King's Landing. Other than a few guards, I was alone. I didn't even bring a single vassal of the northern region. Isn't this enough to prove my loyalty? Ricard said angrily. Then, he argued, Prince Liga has White Bull, Daybreak Swordsman, and several other white knights by his side. How can we murder him silently? I'm in the Northern Territory, and I heard that someone saw His Highness in the Dornbliss Tower. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can send someone to Dorne to investigate. Of course, the Mad King knew that Liga was not dead. He just wanted to accuse someone of a crime. Well, he really had no excuse, so he came up with such a lousy excuse. Your son, Brandon, rode into the Red Castle, drew his sword and shouted, "Liga, come out and die." You can't deny this, right? I arrested him in the name of conspiring to murder the Crown Prince. What's wrong with that? The Mad King said coldly. This was a normal accusation. It was much more reasonable than using his daughter to seduce and murder Liga. Ricard could only admit his mistake helplessly. Your Majesty, Brandon was impulsive. He was just too worried about his sister. He didn't really intend to murder His Highness. Humph, since you admit that he made a mistake, I have no problem punishing him. The Mad King sneered. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with him? Ricard suppressed his anger and asked in a muffled voice. Conspiring to murder the Crown Prince is a crime that can't be redeemed with 10,000 deaths. Ha ha ha. The Mad King didn't have any subtlety. He laughed proudly. Brandon was also a scoundrel. Aerys Targaryen, Mad Blood, had been fully awakened. The Mad King's name had been renowned internationally for more than 10 years. Despite knowing that the Mad King was crazy, he still rode into the Red Castle, drew his sword and roared, "Liga, come out and die." Did he think that the Mad King was a liar who didn't dare to go crazy? According to the official statement, Brandon had awakened the House of Starks, running wolf's blood. Just like Lyanna, he lost his rationality and became hot-blooded and impulsive. Your Majesty, my son is guilty. But he only drew his sword and roared at His Majesty. He didn't do anything. Isn't it too much to sentence him to death? Ricard said angrily. The Mad King's lips curled into a malicious smile. I can be lenient and allow him to wear black clothes. Anyway, the Great Wall is just next to Winterfell. He can be considered home. Danny carefully sized up the Mad King on the Iron Throne. She suddenly had a feeling that the Mad King's original goal was to kill Brandon. Something about Lyanna seducing Liga, Something about Liga being dead. He was leading Stark to admit that his son drew his sword to harm the prince. He didn't intend to kill Brandon even though he had convicted him. Instead, he wanted him to wear black clothes. Why did he want Brandon to wear black clothes? Dany wasn't sure. She wasn't sure if the Mad King was purely crazy or if it was because of political considerations. Brandon was the heir to the Duke of the Northern Territory, and the core of the alliance between the Northern Territory and the River Plain, the marriage between Brandon and Catelyn. If Brandon wore black clothes in a dishonorable way, the marriage between Stark and Tully could not continue. It was impossible to replace Brandon and let I'd replace him. If the alliance between the wolf and fish failed, the iron triangle of the fish, the eagle, Aaron, and the wolf could not be formed. The anger on the Duke of the Northern Territory's face slowly disappeared. His voice was calm but unusually firm. Your Majesty, I request a trial by martial arts for my son Brandon Stark's crime. The twisted smile on the Mad King's skinny old face froze like rotten milk. Ricard, letting him wear black clothes is the greatest gift I can give you. It's also the best ending for you. Aerys' beard, the veins on his hands, and his skinny body were all trembling. It was as if a ferocious beast was rampaging in his heart and was about to break out of its cage. Your Majesty, Brandon is not guilty. We don't plead guilty. We have the right to request a trial by martial arts. Dying in battle is better than losing honor, Ricard said with a cold gaze. Hee hee. Aerys held his forehead and chuckled. You must think that you have a chance of winning because Arthur Dayne is not in the Red Fort, right? Someone, go to the dungeon and bring Brandon here. Soon, Dany saw blood-soaked sword Brandon. Black hair, black eyes, a square face, a straight nose, a tall figure, heroic, masculine, and full of vitality. Although his face was dirty and his clothes were sloppy, he had a dignified bearing. He walked into the court with his head held high and his chest puffed out. There was no trace of fear on his face. He was a very masculine man. No wonder Ashera fell in love with him. Compared to the steady and somewhat lethargic Barristan, this young man was too suitable to be her boyfriend. Yes, honest people like Old Ba and Ide who could live their lives were suitable to be her husband. Brandon was tied to a marble pillar inlaid with bronze megalosaurus reliefs in front of the imperial palace. His legs were tied together by hemp rope. His hands were unchained. A belt was around his neck, and he was chained to the pillar. Clang, under the confused gazes of Brandon and Ricard, the Mad King turned around and pulled out the long sword at White Knight Jaime's waist. He threw it under the royal stairs. The long sword rolled on the ground and finally stopped 2 steps away from Brandon. Then, 4 guards rushed in and tied Ricard up without any explanation. They hung him on another pillar. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Ricard had a bad premonition and said angrily, Didn't you want to have a trial by martial arts? The Mad King asked, puzzled. You tied my hands and feet and hung me in the air. How can I compete? Ricard said. Oh, you might not understand. The representative I chose wasn't the White Knight, but the more representative of the true dragon fire. The Mad King slapped his forehead and laughed maniacally. Fire? Soon, everyone understood what the Mad King was going to do. The alchemist brought a few cans of green liquid, wildfire, and lit them under Ricard. Ricard, if you don't die from the wildfire, I lose. Everyone will be acquitted. If you are guilty, the wildfire will punish you on my behalf. The Mad King laughed. No, Brandon's expression changed drastically. He struggled frantically and howled. Your Majesty, kill me. My father had nothing to do with the murder of Legia. Let him go, sigh. My benevolent heart. The Mad King sighed helplessly and said nonsense in a serious tone. Brandon, the sword is under your feet. If you have filial piety, you can pick it up, cut the rope, and save Duke Ricard. Boom flames dyed the court hall green and the faces of everyone in the hall. Ouch! Ricard, who was on the flames, let out an inhuman cry of pain. For the martial arts competition, he had specially changed into a full set of steel helmet and armor. Therefore, the flames didn't directly burn his body. Instead, it was like roasting meat on a metal plate. No, Father Brandon's eyes were red. and his face was purple. 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. His father was struggling in the wildfire, and he was struggling in the belt that locked his throat. Brandon struggled forward, his arms stretched out, hoping to reach the long sword on the floor. Even if his neck was broken, it was always a long way away. The smell of burnt meat filled the hall, and the sizzling sound of the oil seemed to be particularly loud. Ricard was cooked, and the oil was fried. Hee. Brandon's eyes were bloodshot, and he was panting like a demon, but he still struggled forward, toward the sword on the ground. Then he strangled himself to death. The Mad King watched the whole process with great interest. The guards also had a curious look, and they enjoyed watching the show. Only the White Knight, Jaime Lannister, looked very conflicted. He was even in pain and anger. He took a few steps forward, but in the end, he retreated to the Mad King's side. The Mad King noticed the White Knight's struggle. He seemed to be stimulated 3 times, and he laughed even more proudly. Ricard lost. I won the trial. The Mad King tilted his head and looked at the young White Knight. He smiled viciously and said, Brandon still has accomplices, Kaler, Albert, and Joffrey. Jaime, go and bring them here. I want to burn them all. That day, the 4 companions who came with Brandon to the King's Landing to settle the score with Rhaegar were all nobles. Among them, Albert Arryn was the nephew of Jon Arryn, the first foster father of power, and the heir of the Eagle Nest. The death of the direct bloodline also led to the marriage between Jon Arryn and Lisa Tully. The Mad King only once killed the heirs of 2 of the 7 kingdoms of the Westeros. This kind of magical power, Dany was sure that the Mad King had developed Targaryen's mad blood to an unprecedented level. Then, she started to worry about herself. She was his direct bloodline. After eating the fishwood paste, her talent was completely developed. Did that include mad blood? It was so scary. This is our kingdom. Leave, leave. While she was letting her imagination run wild, the 3-eyed crows chased after her. When Dany looked up, she saw Bran beside Brandon, who had a sad expression. She saw Blindon, who was staring at her. She saw countless people. They had all witnessed the Mad King's masterpiece like her. At this moment, they all looked over. The powerful will instantly sent Dany flying out of this moment. Chapter 584. The Great Wall, Dark Castle. The rising sun was like a little girl about to get married. It was covered with a thick veil, only revealing a thin layer of red light. The heat from the light could not offset the cold from the howling north wind and the waist-high snow. At the top of the Great Wall, at the sentry post facing the north, the flame in the charcoal furnace was flickering. Toad's mood was the same as the weather these days. It was foggy, cold, and gloomy, as if there was no hope of seeing the sun again. Damn the weather. We should let those southern nobles come and see, Toad muttered. By the side, dumb Bull Glenn only glanced at his companion indifferently before lowering his head again and shrinking his neck into his thick fur. He knew what Toad was talking about. Ever since Sam lost the Deviant Ghost and Dragon Queen sent the Black Dragon to transport a ghoul from the Great Wall to the Cathedral of King's Landing, the nobles wrote to him almost every day, asking 2 questions. Are deviant ghosts real? Is the long night really coming? The nobles came from all over the 7 kingdoms, the north, the valley, the west, Hudgian. Even the faraway young halberd city of Dorne sent Prince Dowlong's concerned inquiries and promises of support. However, Galen was in a bad mood and did not want to talk to his companion. Toad did not wait for his companion's response. He turned around and glanced at him. He knew what he was thinking inside. Jon is dead. It's useless for us to be sad. Galen raised his head and said, At least, we should avenge him and not continue to eat, sleep, and guard the Great Wall like nothing happened. Avenge who? There were dozens of black-clothed brothers who rushed into the commander's tower that day. Toad's ugly toad face showed some sadness. At least kill Bowen Marcy. I know he started it. It's not hard for you, me, and Piper to kill him, Galen said. It's not hard to kill him. But we are the Night Watchers. How can we kill our sworn brothers? Toad said. Isn't Jon their sworn brother? Galen said angrily. John. Toad shook his head bitterly and said, "He broke his oath." Hearing this, the tall young man, who was as tall as a bull, immediately deflated like a balloon. Sigh, what is John thinking? Even I remember what Her Majesty said that day. How could he? Master Peristan found a letter in the commander's tower from Greywater Wong. Todd recalled the blacksmith tanner's words and slowly said, "John is the heir appointed by the King of the North, Robb Stark." In other words, from the moment he received that letter, John had become the new king of the northern region. He had the responsibility of being a night watchman, but he was not the only night watchman. However, the glory and shame of the House of Stark, hatred and kinship all fell on him alone. He was still a Stark in the end. Perhaps the running wolf's blood in his body erupted, causing him to do something impulsive and irrational. Let him return to Winterfell. If John becomes the king of the northern region, he will be able to provide more aid to the Great Wall than Bolton. That makes sense, but it's against the rules, Tauda said helplessly. Even so, we can't murder John. We can lock him up and inform Her Majesty so that she can give John a fair trial. Galen struggled. What nonsense are you talking about? The Queen is fair, and we all trust her. However, the Night Watchman's affairs will. Galen, look, the Black Dragon. Gods, there's someone on the Black Dragon. The Dragon Queen is here. Tauda shouted excitedly. Then he stood up and rushed out of the sentry post. He came to the huge horn behind the battlements and puffed up his cheeks. Woo! SSSSSS, the Megalosaurus roared in response. The loud and resounding horn completely activated the silent dark castle under the Great Wall. The dragon's roar that followed caused the castle to seethe. Some night watchmen rushed out of their houses with furs in their arms. Some savages stood on the balcony of the tower and waved to the sky. There were also knights of the Red Heart and a noble lady who walked out of the king's tower in a line. Blackie left the shelter at 3 in the morning. The next day, around 8 in the morning, Blackie landed at the training ground of Dark Castle from the northeast. The snow is so thick. Why don't you shovel it? The Dragon Queen stepped on the snow that reached her waist and complained loudly. The blacksmith tanner instructed the night watchman to dig a path for the queen. He explained, according to the customs of Dark Castle, we use the underground tunnels to get in and out of the towers during winter. The snow on the ground doesn't need to be cleaned. Fortunately, you built half of the 10-meter-high wall for Dark Castle to block the snow outside. Otherwise, the snow in the yard would be at least 10 meters thick. In just a few words, the higher-ups of the Night Watchers and the savage Kiliarchs all came over to greet the Dragon Queen. The noble lady, who was escorted by the Knights of the Red Heart, stood on the stone steps. She looked at Dany, but didn't take the initiative to greet her. Among the Night Watchmen, other than the familiar faces such as Peristan and Bowen Maxey, there were also a dozen new knights. There was even an earl with the emblem of the old green turtle on his chest. Earl Elton Eastmond of the Greenstone Castle, an old knight in his 70s. He was also Erlu's uncle. Like old Mormont, Erlu's uncle passed his title to his son. He put on black clothes and came to the Great Wall to be a night watchman. Erlu's uncle's purpose was unknown. The other noble knights responded to the Dragon Queen's call for a united front against ghosts and came to the Great Wall to fight the deviant ghosts. They were true knights with high moral integrity. After exchanging a few words in the courtyard, Dany also introduced the 5 knights beside her to the night watchman. The centaur and the fat eunuch didn't cause much of a stir. Instead, the exposure of Garth's identity as a white knight made some noble knights cry out in surprise. There was no need to hide this matter. First of all, it couldn't be hidden. The process of Hayter's grain transport fleet being hijacked by Barristan was full of doubts and fanciful thoughts. Both Slave Bay and the Allied army knew Garth's identity. After a few months, this news had most likely spread to the Westeros. Secondly, it was too common for family members to be loyal to the enemy king. There was no need to hide it. For example, Tarth Island was a place of storms. Brittany first bore the crime of assassinating Renly and then swore allegiance to Catelyn. Erlu and Cersei didn't do anything to her father, Earl Tarth. Soon, Dany and the other 5 followed the night watchman into the tunnel and came to the warm and wet underground hall. The Dragon Queen sat at the head of the table. The rest sat below her according to their status. The night watchmen who didn't have titles but wanted to watch the show stood below. Why did you kill Jon Snow in that way? Dany asked this question first. The red pomegranate chief left his seat and knelt at the feet of the Dragon Queen. He said gloomily, "He is the one who betrayed the oath and the king of the north. In the north, no one can judge the king of the north. Your Majesty, I know that assassinating the commander-in-chief is also a betrayal of the oath. I am willing to bear all the blame. Obviously, this guy was going to die for a righteous cause. From the beginning, he didn't think that he could survive. It was still debatable whether the commander-in-chief Jon had betrayed the oath and whether he deserved to die. However, the night watchman must have committed a serious crime by assassinating the commander-in-chief. A serious crime of betraying the oath. He deserved to die. However, Dany didn't want to get involved in this mess. I will pay attention to this matter, but we have to wait for the new commander-in-chief of the night watchman to judge. By the way, has the new commander-in-chief been chosen? We are discussing it. The red-nosed Paristan glanced at the old green turtle who was sitting upright. Earl Elton Ismond has the highest rank and the most combat experience. He is the most popular candidate. The old green turtle smiled and nodded at the queen. He said in the tone of the commander-in-chief, "Jon Snow betrayed the oath and killed him." Bowen Marcy, Dany raised her hand and interrupted him. "Earl, I don't mean anything else, but you are not suitable to be the commander-in-chief." Erlu's uncle's face turned pale. He held back his anger and asked, "Why?" "You are too old. You are 70 years old this year, right?" Erlu's uncle puffed out his chest and said in a loud voice, "I can still eat a roast goose, half a hoof, 5 duck eggs, and drink 5 caddies of wine or 3 caddies of meat soup. An old man with such a big appetite shouldn't have come to the Great Wall to waste food." Dany complained in her heart, but her expression was still indifferent. She said, "The Earl is healthy and strong, which is worthy of celebration. However, the Great Wall is bitterly cold, and we need a commander-in-chief who is more vigorous and can endure hardships. This is just the beginning. In the next 1 or 2 years, the deviant ghosts will attack, and the weather will be colder and harsher. I can endure hardships. In the War of the Four Kings in recent years, I have been working hard on the battlefield. Moreover, half a year ago, I married a 24-year-old wife." The old green turtle patted his chest and said proudly. Dany was a little tired. "All right, you can decide the matters of the night watchmen yourselves. I only want to remind you that in just 2 years, you have already lost 2 commander-in-chief, and both of them were assassinated by the night watchmen. Let's not talk about reputation and honor, just the management of the Great Wall. The night is coming, and the Great Wall must not fall into chaos. There is no time to change a 4th commander-in-chief." The old green turtle's face turned green. The other night watchmen looked at each other and suddenly felt that the queen's words made sense. "Chief, get up first. Your crime will be judged by the commander-in-chief," Dany said to Red Pomegranate, who was still kneeling in front of her, and began to understand the current defense problems of the Great Wall. One had to admit that the Dragon Queen's efforts were fruitful. Over the past half a year, more than 1,000 night watchmen had arrived, and more than 100 of them were knights. Not only did they bring their full sets of armor and horses, but they also brought food, furs, and other resources. This was not the end. Every day, the East Sea Watch and the Shadow Tower would receive ships from all over the 7 kingdoms. Every day, there would be new people donning black clothes and taking the oath to become night watchmen. Originally, the Great Wall had 19 castles, and the other 16 were empty. Although the snow has blocked them, the underground halls of 11 castles have been built. When Balin and the other old fellows arrive, even the scholars will be enough. Thinking of his friends parading the streets in the King's Landing, Paristan could not help but sigh. Fortunately, he had been captured by the Dragon Queen and brought to the Great Wall. After understanding the general situation of the Great Wall, Dany announced that the meeting was over. Only a few familiar people accompanied her to the ice cellar to see Jon Snow's corpse. "We wanted to burn the corpse, but the Red God Priest did not allow it. He even said that Jon Snow would be resurrected and become the prophesied child who would defeat the deviant ghosts and end the long night. The one-armed blacksmith explained to the Dragon Queen. What do you all think? Dany asked with a smile. I don't believe it, but... The blacksmith Tanner shook his head and turned his gaze to the red-nosed old professor. The old man smiled bitterly and said, I've seen the person who was resurrected by Lalo with my own eyes. If he really is the savior and we burn him to ashes, then... The night watchman dug a tunnel in the frozen ground and dug a freezer at the base of the Great Wall. Jon was placed in a 30-square-meter ice cellar. Melisandre was already waiting there, as if she was waiting for Dany. Chapter 585. That day, you said that Stannis was the reincarnation of a Sor and a High, the child of prophecy born in the land of smoke and salt. Now, you think that Jon Snow is the savior. How many saviors are there in Asha's prophecy? Dany looked at the red-robed woman with a serious expression and teased. Prophecies are never wrong. The ones who are wrong are the people who listen to the prophecy. Aunt May looked displeased and said calmly, Then who is the child of prophecy? Dany asked. The child of prophecy is right in front of us. Aunt May's red robe fluttered as she took a step back and gave way to Awkward's corpse on the huge ice block. I really hope that Stannis can hear you say that. Dany glanced meaningfully at Aunt May and stepped forward to carefully examine Awkward's naked body lying on the ice. There was a white cloth on Awkward's crotch. The vital parts were covered, and the rest of his body was exposed. He looked like a big fat pig that had been slaughtered and cleaned. Dany could see most of the wounds on his body. How should she put it? Tragic. Very tragic. On his pale skin, there were 20 to 30 black, red, and blue wounds. They were of different lengths and widths, all penetrating wounds. She could imagine the scene when Awkward was attacked by dozens of strong men. Dany didn't even know where the fatal wounds were, because his heart, waist, and neck were all pierced. There was a circle of black stitches around his neck. The corpse collector's skills were poor. The stitches were uneven, and the skin and flesh were turned outwards. Some of the pink blood vessels and blue fascia were exposed. Jon was dead. He was really dead. Caw, caw. A big crow flew in from outside the door, over everyone's heads, and landed on Jon's chest. It stared at Dany and cawed. This is Commander Mormont's crow. It's very psychic and can speak human language. Blacksmith Tanner glanced at the big bear and explained. Later, it followed Commander Jon. Some people say that it became the commander's animal companion. Now, some people say that the commander started a second life in its body. Then has it ever spoken to you, saying that it is Jon Snow? Dany looked at the sorrowful crow and asked curiously, No, it hasn't spoken to us since the death of the commander-in-chief. Tanner looked at the big crow with a complicated expression. Aunt May glanced at Crow, then turned to Dany and asked, Since you're here, can I bring the savior back to the human world? The crow flapped its wings and cawed. Paristan suddenly said, I heard that the big sparrow also lost his head in the trial by martial arts competition. Then, the Holy Mother appeared and revived him. Could Her Majesty ask the Holy Mother to resurrect him? If the Commander-in-Chief is really the savior of the world, then the Holy Mother won't reject this, right? If the Holy Mother refused, would it prove that Jesus was not the savior? This red-nosed old man was very bad. Your Excellency Priestess, what do you think of the Chief Bishop's resurrection? Dany looked at Aunt May with a smile. I was just about to ask you, how did the Holy Mother do it? Melisandre's eyes flickered with a red light, and the egg yolk-sized ruby on her neck also shone with a strange red light. She stared at Dany, as if she wanted to see through her. Dany suddenly understood something. Just like the three-eyed crow, the red-robed woman also knew that she had usurped the position of the seven gods, and she was also the one who had resurrected the big sparrow. Cough, cough. Jon Snow doesn't believe in the seven gods. Regardless of whether he is the savior or not, the Holy Mother won't pay attention to him. Dany awkwardly skipped this topic. Your Excellency Priestess, why don't you tell me how you plan to resurrect Jon? Aunt May looked at her deeply, then turned to the crow and asked, Will it work? Crow cawed once. The others were confused, but the red-robed woman already got the answer. She put her white wrists into her sleeves, then turned around and left gracefully. Carry Jon Snow's body to the courtyard. The night watchers were looking at each other when two blazing flame red heart knights walked in from outside. Without saying anything, they started carrying the body. You. The blacksmith Tanner was shocked. He opened his arm and wanted to stop them. Aunt May said calmly, Jon Snow is dead. He no longer belongs to the Night Watchers. Then, she softly recited the first sentence of the Night Watcher's oath. The long night is coming. From today onwards, I will keep watch until I die. Until I die. That was the main point. Sigh. Tanner sighed and moved aside to let them pass. When the body was placed on a stretcher and carried out by the two knights, Dany and the others also left. While walking on the tunnel leading to the courtyard, Dany muttered, Maybe we should change the oath. Live as a Night Watcher, die as a Night Watcher, and live for generations until the end of time. Isn't that too tragic? I've only been here for half a year, and I've already sworn that if there's a next life, I'll be a good scholar and never come to the Great Wall again. Professor Pereston's mouth twitched. With your resolve, there's an 80% chance that you'll come to the Great Wall again in your next life. Dany sneered. Erlu did not bring all of his followers with him to the south. After all, his wife and daughter were still at the Great Wall and needed someone to protect them. The blazing flame-red heart soldiers were very agile. They quickly built a crematorium and used wooden planks to prop up the altar. The body was placed on the altar. Behind the crematorium, there were 9 wooden stakes. On each of the stakes was a wild man with unkempt hair and dirty face. It was obvious that Aunt May wanted to sacrifice these 9 wild men. However, to Dany's surprise, not only did the Night Watchers not stop her, even the wild men were expressionless. They just watched. None of them cursed or complained to the Dragon Queen. Hearing Dany's question, Mon's face darkened. They're the Weeper's men. After receiving my orders, almost all the free people voluntarily came to the Great Wall to surrender. But the Weeper and his followers were not willing. Not only were they not willing to surrender, they also did not allow others to surrender. Every day, they ambushed the free people tribes that came south to the Great Wall in the Ghost Shadow Forest. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless innocent free people. Just 3 months ago, he even led people to disguise themselves as surrendered free people, intending to ambush and take down Eastwatch. In that battle, almost half of the Night Watchers at Eastwatch were killed or injured. These 9 freedmen were the militants who had been captured. Seeing them burned to death, the free people felt only joy in their hearts. Where's Jon's girlfriend? Dany saw Mon's wife and sister-in-law, but did not see the red-haired girl. Ygritte? Mons was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Jon Snow's death almost drove her crazy. She didn't know who killed Jon and only attacked anyone in black like a madwoman. We had no choice but to lock her in the dungeon. Soon, the courtyard was filled with people. Even Erlu's wife and daughter stood on the stone steps of the king's tower and looked down. She looked at Dany. Dany also looked at her for a while. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Neither of them took the initiative to greet each other. The Dragon Queen waited for Erlu's wife to come and greet her, but Queen Celis did not want to condescend. After meeting Celis Florence, Dany somewhat understood why Erlu always put on an ascetic face. In fact, his wife was really ascetic. She was thin and tall, with a face as sharp as a snake's. Her ears protruded like cattail leaf fans, the huge protruding ears unique to the Florence family. She had a sharp nose like high heels and thick hair on her upper lip. She looked even more manly than Erlu, who had no lips. Erlu's daughter, Princess Shireen, stood beside her mother. She was also curiously looking at the Dragon Queen and the Black Dragon lying on the outer wall, not the Great Wall, but the outer wall of Dark Castle, built under the guidance of Dany. After meeting Shireen, Dany was once again sure that all living things suffered. No one had the right to say, "I'm the most miserable person in the world." The 12-year-old girl just happened to inherit her father's square chin and the big ears inherited from the Florence family. She had none of her parents' strengths, and all of her shortcomings were gathered on her. Not to mention, she had the gray scale disease, and the skin on the left side of her face and most of her neck was covered with grayish-black dead skin. Caw the crow cawed, and Danny came back to her senses. She closed her eyes and split out a thought from the second soul, which quietly entered the crow's body. She saw it. I didn't expect to meet again in this situation. She smiled bitterly. Like the child of the forest, the crow's soul space did not have a half-human, half-beast soul, but a complete, clear-minded human. He was only 18 years old, but he looked like a 38-year-old man. His skin was pale, his half-length black hair fell to his shoulders, and his face was covered with a thick beard, like a pig field that had been overdosed with gold. Most of his face was covered by his beard and hair. "Is this your second life?" Danny asked curiously. "No, I'm just temporarily staying here. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to the shadow binding meditation technique that His Majesty taught me. It allowed my soul to gather and not scatter, and it can keep my soul intact for a long time," John said with a complicated expression. "Is it because of the meditation technique?" Danny was really surprised. How could a trifling level 3 meditation technique have the special effect of making one's soul indestructible? "Are you sure it's not the Green Prophet who helped you?" she asked suspiciously. "Green Prophet? Who?" John asked blankly. "You don't even know about the three-eyed crow, so how did you think of contacting me?" Danny asked in surprise. "It's Bran." John thought for a moment and said, "Before I died, my meditation technique's level rose above level 1. And I was able to transfer my soul to Bai Ling and Elder Xiong's bodies. When the crisis arrived, I naturally became like this. One day after I died, Melisandre prepared to revive me, but Bran found me. Just like you, he entered the crow's body and told me that you could help me solve the hidden dangers after my revival. That's why I found you." There was a lot of information in John's words. Danny thought carefully for a while before she frowned and asked, "What does it mean that your meditation technique rose above level 1? You don't know? Meditation techniques are divided into different levels, and my original meditation technique was level 3. "I know this." Danny raised her hand and interrupted him. She asked curiously, more importantly, "Where did you hear this from?" John said matter-of-factly, "The diary of the legendary demigod level Tam. There is a lot of general knowledge about the transcendental world in it, even though some of the blood sacrifice rituals are a little. Overall, that book has been very helpful to me. Damn, I've really become a white-bearded grandpa who gives out techniques." John seems to have gotten a great bargain. Danny asked suspiciously, "Are you sure that your meditation technique rose from level 3 to level 1 in half a year?" "Not level 1, but above level 1. Originally, my meditation technique was like an illusory shadow, but after 3 evolutions, it has now become a black ball." Looking at John's gray eyes that were as solid as a black hole, Danny was dumbfounded. After a while, she sighed and said, "John, I'm willing to call you the best of the young generation in the West. Your Majesty, you're too kind." John smiled bitterly. "Why don't you tell me how you can help me get through this?" The bonfire was lit, and thick smoke billowed. The red flames surged, and the savages wailed in the fire. Melisandre led Erlu's wife and a group of knights and savages who believed in the Red God to recite Lalo's prayer. The night is dark, and there is danger everywhere. The day is bright, and there is prosperity. One is black, one is white. One is ice, one is fire. Hate and love, bitterness and sweetness, woman and man, sorrow and joy, winter and summer, evil and justice. A mysterious force descended from the void and began to guide John's soul. "Open your mouth, and let's do a fish intestines piercing the sun," Danny laughed. Chapter 586. A man and a woman stood facing each other in the Raven's inky sea of consciousness. As the Red God believers' prayers became louder and louder, a shallow vortex that covered the sky appeared above the man's head. A suction force fell on him, as if it wanted to suck him into some unknown place. "It's about to start," Zhang Nua said. "Open your mouth," Danny said with a smile. In ancient times, there was a sword hidden in a fish's belly. Now, there's a soul hidden in a soul. John did as he was told. He opened his mouth, and Danny's thought immediately turned into a green light and entered his mouth. It was not really hidden in John's belly. He was just a soul now. How could there be a difference between a belly and a torso? If a shapeshifter could fuse his soul into an animal's soul, could the shapeshifter's soul fuse into another shapeshifter's body? Yes. This was the fundamental principle behind the three-eyed crow's inheritance. The shapeshifter did not resist and accepted another shapeshifter's soul. The two would fuse and become one. Danny's second soul was based on the green prophet meditation technique. She could be considered a green prophet of the unorthodox path. John was also a gifted shapeshifter. As long as he was willing to accept it, Danny's soul shards could fit seamlessly into his body. In essence, it was similar to a dragon spirit. Yes, a human spirit. Hence, after John's soul was sucked into the huge vortex above, Danny's soul was not filtered out. Instead, Elder Xiong's crow soul left John's body. The crow originally had a soul. It was Elder Xiong's second life. After John left, he regained control of his body. Caw, caw, caw. Elder Xiong's soul returned to his body, and he immediately flew away while screaming. He flew to the front of the White Knight who was guarding the Dragon Queen with a solemn expression. Caw, caw, caw. Cora, Cora. White Knight, White Knight. The crow flapped its wings and floated in front of the big bear. Its red eyes were filled with humanity, and its high-pitched and sharp cry contained complicated emotions. It was sad, gratified, happy. Go away. The big bear did not appreciate it. It slapped it away, and it fell into a pile of snow. Do you know who it is? Danny's mouth twitched. Yep, only a single thought had entered John's soul. She still had one main soul, 3 blank subsouls, and half of the green prophet subsoul. Her physical movements weren't affected at all. I know. It's Jon Snow's animal companion, Dexiong said. No, it's your father, Danny said seriously. Dexiong's face twisted as he said unhappily, even if it used to be my father's pet. You can't say that a feathered beast is. I was surprised, too. But he is your father's second life, just like the 2 ravens we brought from the sanctuary. Danny waved her hand and interrupted the unfilial son. She said directly, your father is a shapeshifter, and the crow is his animal companion. What? Big Bear's entire body shook, and his eyes widened as he stared at Crow, his voice trembling as he asked, You're not joking? Your family is the same as Stark, worshipping the old gods for generations. They have a house full of shapeshifters, and your family only has one. What's so hard to accept? Yora, Yora. 2 drops of tears fell from Crow's eyes as he cried out in joy and sorrow. Father? Dexiong took a step forward, then hesitantly took half a step back as he called out softly, Yora, you're good. White Knight, very good. Crow leaped up and landed on Dexiong's shoulder. Ah, it's really you. Dexiong got a response and howled. He hugged Crow and began to cry. This strange scene made people laugh, but at the same time, it also made people's eyes turn red. However, Danny didn't have time to be touched by the strange reunion of Mormont and his son. She had more important things to do. John's soul had returned to his body, a broken and dead light blue sea of consciousness. It was like a universe that had entered a period of death. There wasn't a trace of vitality. It was a shabby room full of withering, decay, and death. At this moment, John's consciousness was blurry, and he had entered a muddled state. Only Danny, who was at the core of his consciousness, could sense it. She sensed a strange divine power entering this broken sea of consciousness. It was like the best tinkerer, and it quickly repaired the holes in the house. It even sprinkled light golden radiance that dispelled the aura of death and restored vitality. This wasn't a simple spiritual quality. Danny was too familiar with spiritual quality, and she easily discovered that the light golden radiance wasn't spiritual quality. It was a divine power with a strange attribute. She became excited. This was a divine power that was similar to the Holy Mother's healing and the blacksmith's forging. It was most likely a divine power with a death attribute. It was powerful, but it didn't dispel the Ean's spiritual quality in John's body. This kind of resurrection wasn't perfect. According to her agreement with Three-Eyed Crow, Danny quietly introduced the water attribute divine power transformed by water song to soak the Ean's spiritual quality in Dolly's body. Then, she absorbed it and turned it into a Yang's spiritual quality. In the end, she wasted half of water song on Dolly's body. The price for this, Danny decided that since she had 3 more divided souls, she would look for a water attribute meditation technique to practice and see if she could condense her own water song. Asterisk buzz, buzz, buzz asterisk. While Danny was lost in her thoughts, John's sea of consciousness, which had just been repaired, suddenly shook. A dark red star with a long comet tail was falling down from the sky. Asterisk boom asterisk. John's soul was like Earth, and the dark red star that fell from the void was like the moon. At this moment, the moon crashed into Earth's surface. There was no huge mushroom cloud that rushed out of the atmosphere, nor was there a planet that shattered. The 2 star-like souls, one big and one small, were vaporized in the collision. They vaporized, mixed, fused, and condensed into a new planet, a soul. It was just as Blynden had guessed. When John was resurrected, Lalo did something and added a part to Dolly's soul. Danny didn't know how to describe this added part. She couldn't call it a soul, as it didn't have a person's will. The foundation of a soul was memories and a person's will. However, the dark red star didn't have any memories, nor did it have anything that could distort John's will. It wasn't purely spiritual, but it had a spiritual quality. It wasn't divinity, but it contained divinity. It wasn't a divine position, but it seemed to have some special divine power. It wasn't the Song of Laws, but it had waves similar to the Song of Laws. This was the first time Danny had encountered such a strange material. This is destiny, the destiny of Yasur and Yahai. Suddenly, Danny's vision blurred, and Blyden's figure appeared beside her. "You've been here all this time?" Danny was surprised for a moment, but she immediately regained her composure. Blynden could enter her sea of consciousness without her noticing. It was even easier to hide from her. "Last time, when Bran entered the crow's body and saw John, I stayed here," Blynden explained. He stretched out his right hand and formed a sword with his middle finger and index finger. He drew a circle in the air. The green circle of light seemed to be connected to the void somewhere. "Let your main soul enter the dragon spirit state." Danny did as she was told. The next moment, another Blynden entered Dahe's sea of consciousness and drew a circle with his finger. "Divine power enters from here. It won't attract Lalo's attention." Danny didn't move. She frowned and said, "Tell me the truth. Are you hiding something from me?" The red star that fused with John isn't just the remnant soul of Yasur and Yahai. Yasur and Yahai aren't demigods, let alone true gods. But that red star contains divinity and part of the Song of Laws. "I swear to the Mother Goddess that it's only Yasur and Yahai's destiny," Blynden said solemnly. "Hurry up, now the arrow is on the bow. Don't fall short." Hearing him swear in the name of the door god, Danny was still puzzled, but she didn't delay. The aura of Dahe, Danny, the power of faith, and the song of fire transformed into divine flames, rushed into the green circle of light, and rushed out of the circle of light in John's sea of consciousness. Then, Danny's consciousness in John's sea of consciousness controlled the swarming fire wizard power. "Burn the sky and boil the sea. Roar." A majestic 5-clawed fire dragon suddenly emerged from the center of the soul fog that had been slowly fusing. Its head was like a camel, its horns like a deer, its eyes like a rabbit, its ears like a cow, its neck like a snake, its belly like a snake, its scales like a carp, its claws like an eagle, its palms like a tiger, and it had whiskers beside its mouth and a pearl under its chin. It was a lifelike Eastern divine dragon, with its scales and whiskers clearly visible. The fire dragon opened its mouth and roared. It was clearly a fire element divine power, but like a demonic dragon of the Dharma world, it suddenly expanded thousands of times. It turned around and swallowed the soul fog. It was as if a flaming megalosaurus on Earth had flown into outer space from the ground, and then its body had grown countless times. It circled the Earth again and again, and finally opened its mouth and swallowed the Earth. The Eastern Divine Dragon was just a facade. Its essence was Danny's most powerful flame attack. It burned the Yasuo, Yahai's destiny, in John's soul. The dark red fog that had been combining with John's bright black soul was burned in the flames, and then it was bestowed with a spirit. Large patches of dark red fog disappeared. What's this? In John's sea of consciousness, a giant beast that could devour heaven and earth seemed to have awakened. It struggled to get up and roared loudly. The entire sea of consciousness was shaking violently, as if a magnitude 9 earthquake, a magnitude 12 tsunami, and a magnitude 12 typhoon had occurred at the same time. What's this? Danny also exclaimed. The giant beast had its own independent will, but it clearly did not belong to John. Could it be Yasuo? Yahai? No, that's impossible. This kind of power. Danny's expression changed as a terrifying thought came to her mind. She suddenly turned her head and stared at Blindon, whose expression had also turned serious. She gritted her teeth and said, Lalo, you tricked me. That's not Yasuo, Yahai's destiny at all. It's a part of Lalo's soul, the soul of a true god. You used me as cannon fodder to fight Lalo head-on. I'm not tricking you. Blindon shook his head lightly and asked, Who do you think Yasuo, Yahai is? Who was Yasuo, Yahai? Wasn't he the savior? But Yasuo, Yahai's position in the Red God Church, was almost equivalent to Jesus's position in Christianity. Danny's expression turned ugly. She was sure that she had been tricked. No matter who Yasuo, Yahai was before, the savior must be Lalo. The merit of being the savior belongs to our healer, Brynden said indifferently. I should have thought of that. Danny smiled bitterly. In the binary opposing god system, Lalo and the frost god were eternal enemies. Then, during the first long night, Lalo couldn't have stood by the side and shouted, 666. He must have been involved. This is the Westeros, my kingdom. John's sea of consciousness can only be entered and not exited. As long as you destroy this will, even Lalo himself won't know that you did it, Blindon said. That's a true god. I can't do anything to him. As Lalo's will and the Savior's destiny awakened, Danny's divine fire could no longer burn the soul fog that had turned from dark red to bright red. Instead, her flame divine dragon was like cracked porcelain, falling off layer by layer and crumbling inch by inch. It could not hold on any longer. It's okay. I'm here. I'll help you. Chapter 587. You mortals have blasphemed the true God and tried in vain to defy fate. All of you must die. Lalo's voice exploded in the air like a thunderclap. It tore Danny's soul into 7 or 8 pieces. However, it was just like what had happened in Hoguan Town's apple forest. Danny's second-level dragon spirit had torn Bryndon's soul into countless shreds and even burned it. Yet the three-eyed crow still managed to recover quickly. The green prophet's soul was indestructible. Danny's thought quickly took shape again, and Blindon, who was next to her, had the same thought. Indecisiveness will only lead to chaos. The best result is to kill him. Use your full power. Blindon advised. You are really a bastard. You have been lying to me since the beginning. Sooner or later, I will kick you out of the Targaryen family tree, Danny said hatefully. Blindon was not the three-eyed crow now, and he was still very concerned about his identity as a noble illegitimate child. When he heard that Danny wanted to kick him out of the family tree, he immediately became unhappy. When did I lie to you? He frowned and said, This remnant soul is really Yasor Ahai's destiny. The process of letting John fuse with Lalo's remnant soul is the legendary reincarnation of Yasor Ahai. How can there be a person who can easily become a savior just by being born? If you gain something, you will definitely lose something. When John was alive, he accepted Lalo's power and enjoyed the glory of being a savior. After he died, he had to give his destiny back to Lalo. It is like taking a loan and repaying a loan. This is the price he should pay. Then let Lalo possess John. You also said that this is the price of being a savior, Danny said with a cold smile. If you are willing to follow your destiny, I will leave immediately. By now, you should also understand that it is not John who wants to take your talent and bloodline power. He is also the one who pays the debt. The real lender is Lalo. If you want to go against heaven and change your destiny, Lalo will definitely be your enemy. That's why I promised Bran to set up this trap. Bran and I temporarily gave up our responsibilities as the Green Prophet for the sake of our own ties. Bran did it for Jon, and I did it for you. But you didn't recognize my good intentions and thought that I wanted to harm you. Why don't you think about it? If I cheat you, Jon will gain something, but what will I gain? Sigh. As expected of an old politician who has been the hand of the king for 30 years, Dany sighed helplessly. She was persuaded. It was not because of the restraint of seeing deviant ghosts, but because Lalo might really be plotting against her. She was sure that if Blynden succeeded, the result would be beneficial to her, but the biggest beneficiary would definitely be someone else. Let's work together. You use the will of the Green Prophet to scatter his soul, and I'll burn the broken soul fragments. All right. Blynden agreed and turned into a giant black crow, piercing into the bright red mist like a sharp sword. At this time, every mist particle in the Mist of Souls was as red as the sun, emitting endless light and heat. The bright red Mist of Souls was like the Milky Way made up of countless stars. The giant black crow turned into a black arrow and shot into the Milky Way, exploding like a nuclear bomb. The Milky Way exploded like fireworks, and countless stars dimmed, extinguished and shattered. Green Prophet. Lalo's voice was filled with hatred. Boom, the fire dragon rose again, and its momentum was even stronger. This time, Blackie used his blacksmith divine title, and the fire dragon's scales were extremely bright red. This time, Dany entered the state of Windsong, and at the same time, she had 5 dragon spirits. Huff. First, she used the soul destruction strike, and then the wind helped the fire. The fire dragon was like an inflatable balloon, suddenly expanding countless times, filling Jon's mind. Jon's mind turned into a furnace, burning fiercely. Beep, beep, beep. The suns exploded in the flames and were annihilated in the spiritual bestowment. Lalo said resentfully, "Real mother of dragons, very good. The two of you dare to join forces to stop the mandate of heaven. I will remember. So much nonsense." The level 5 dragon spirits' 9 consecutive soul-extinguishing strikes had completely silenced Arhiller. Walala, a huge amount of spiritual substance fell into Dany's mind, and she did not dare to delay any longer. She immediately opened the faith channel of the 7 gods with the black dragon spirit and channeled all the spiritual substance into the pool of faith. She guessed that there was a song of law in the spiritual substance, but she and her dragon could not absorb it. But if they did not absorb it, the song of law would evaporate, and the pool of faith could store it. Dany guessed correctly. Yasuo Yahai's mandate of heaven was an ability and talent to complete the mandate of heaven, and it did not provide much spiritual substance. Not to mention the Crab King, it was not even as good as an immortal, but the divinity was far more than the Crab King and the Knife Loach combined. In addition, there were 2 songs of law, 1 gray and 1 white. Song of the Sun, Song of the Shadow. You made an oath, a sacred oath. The wind died down, and Jon's mind returned to normal. Blynden looked at Dany with a burning gaze and reminded her. You swore that after you obtained the Weirwood seed paste, Yasuo Yahai's mandate of heaven would belong to Jon. You rascal. Dany pointed at him and said angrily, and you said it was for me. For me, you should suffer intermittent amnesia right now and forget that stupid oath. I said it was for you, not for you as a person. In fact, I don't have a good impression of you. For you, it's only because you're a Targaryen. But Jon is also a Targaryen, and he's a bastard like me. I love him more. Blynden glared at Dany and said bluntly. Dany wanted to flip out and take the opportunity to kill both Jon and Blynden. If I give it to him, would he dare to take it? Dany splashed the spiritual rain in the faith space directly into Jon's mind. It was a vast expanse of multicolored stars. Your talent makes people jealous, Blynden said with a complicated expression. He opened his mouth and sucked all the spiritual rain into his stomach like a whale swallowing water. Dany's expression changed. She lost her sense of the spiritual rain. In terms of control over the power of the soul, even a true god is not as good as a single green prophet, Not to mention that we are the collection of the wills of thousands of green prophets over millions of years. Blinden's expression was indifferent as he spat out a green liquid from his mouth. The green liquid rolled into John's bright gray soul. His soul and the transfiguration talent were growing. "What is it?" Danny asked in surprise. Blinden was in a good mood now that he had succeeded. He explained with a smile, "This is the green spring. When ordinary people get it, they can activate the transfiguration talent, green dream controller, and green prophet talent. The green spring has two types, innate and acquired. The spring of nature provided by the mother stream is innate and determines a person's talent. My artificial green spring can only increase a person's talent to the limit. Without the green prophet talent, drinking a lot of artificial green spring is useless. You became a green prophet because you stole the spring of nature from my soul, right? You got what you wanted. Our agreement is over," Danny said indifferently. "It's not over. Danny, you have to understand one thing. In the Westeros, nothing can be hidden from the green prophet. Even the true god Lalo is the same." Blinden stared at her with burning eyes. Danny smiled bitterly and took out half of the divinity. "Not enough." Blinden waved his hand. The divinity merged into John's soul without any delay. It was as if the divinity originally belonged to John and now returned to its rightful owner. Danny took out another half. "You lied to me. You have to make it up to me." She glared at him. Blinden thought for a moment and said, "You keep the Song of the Sun. Give the rest to John. The divinity of death and shadow is just nourishment for you. But for John, it's a kind of supplement." "Supplement what?" Danny was puzzled. "Give it to me first. I'm afraid that if I tell you the truth, you'll cause trouble again," Blinden said. After hesitating for a moment, Danny took out the last quarter of the divinity. "Complete the Holy Spirit." As the last bit of divinity merged, John's soul exuded a kind of perfection. "John is also a Holy Spirit?" Danny said in disbelief. "John, Yasur, and Ahai are the complete reincarnation of the Savior. Only a Holy Spirit that can condense the Song of Laws is meaningful to Lalo," Blinden said. "Good plan." Danny sighed and threw the ball of Song of Shadows out. Before the endless pressure of the laws could spread, the Song of Shadow quickly merged into John's soul. It was like a swallow returning to its nest, as if it naturally belonged to John. Danny suppressed her greed and jealousy and recovered her calm attitude. She mocked, "Now that you've obtained endless benefits, let's see how you deal with it in the future. It's not so easy to take a true god's things." Blinden shook his head and said sadly, "Why do you dislike John so much? At this moment, he only has a chance to break free from fate. If he doesn't defeat Lalo, one day, he will fall into the kingdom of death and everything will belong to Lalo. The only one who can help him is you. You're his aunt. You should unite and help each other to create glory." "Don't talk nonsense. You tricked me this time and became enemies with Lalo for no reason. And John got the biggest advantage. It's already rare for me to be able to maintain a calm heart. I can't be heartless and be loyal to him." Danny sneered. Whoosh, Blinden sighed and disappeared. Danny was also repelled by a strong force and returned to her body. "Gods! 7 gods above! My lord, long live the King of Light!" There was a series of exclamations in the courtyard. The barbarians and night watchers cried out in shock while the Red God believers cheered excitedly. This was because John, who had been dead for 5 days, was alive. When the 9 barbarian captives stopped breathing in the fire, Melisandre completed the sacrifice. She walked to the side of the altar and leaned over to kiss John's lips. John's pale body became red at a visible rate. The stitches fell off and the wound healed automatically. White steam began to appear from his nose. He was breathing. He was alive. This is a miracle. The Red God has appeared. The Red God's power is so strong that he can even resurrect the dead. Manslade's face was pale as he said in a daze. He was not the only one. All the non-Red God believers who witnessed John's resurrection were shocked and shocked. Their God had never performed a miracle like this before. Plop. Bowen Maxey suddenly knelt down. His red pomegranate-like face was distorted as he shouted crazily, "I'm guilty, guilty." The commander-in-chief has been resurrected. He is the child of prophecy. I killed the child of prophecy. I'm guilty. Thud. Thud. Every single one of the Night's Watchers who had participated in the assassination of John knelt in the direction of the altar. Their faces were pale and their spirits were gone. Ask the commander-in-chief if you're guilty. Danny glanced at Red Pomegranate and said lightly, "Cough, cough." Ugh. John lay on the wooden altar and vomited crazily. The stench of decay filled the courtyard. He was resurrected, but the half-digested food in his stomach and intestines could not be kept fresh. Not only was it rotten, but it was also frozen. Warm intestines, cold, rotting food scraps. Whenever he moved his body, he could not help but feel nauseous and vomit. After a while, John wiped away the stain at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the kneeling men in black with a complicated expression and announced, "I'm no longer a Night Watcher. I am no longer a man of the Night's Watch. Jon Snow is dead. The Night's Watch is over. Now, I'm Winterfell's Jon Stark." Chapter 588. Jon Stark. The one-armed Tanner's expression changed as he said in a deep voice, "Commander-in-Chief, are you sure? This time, I didn't break my oath." Jon's face was still a little pale. He was naked, but his tone was very firm. Not to mention Robb's last words and Stark's honor and disgrace that he bore. Just the fact that he was stabbed to death and beheaded by dozens of Night Watchers. No matter what reason they had, at least it meant that his authority as commander-in-chief was no longer there, and there was no point in staying at the Great Wall. Red Pomegranate shouted, "Commander-in-chief, please stay. The Great Wall and the Night Watchers can't do without you. You are the savior." He glanced at his kneeling companion and gritted his teeth. "Please stay, Commander-in-Chief. We are willing to take the responsibility of assassinating the Commander-in-Chief and apologize with our lives." Red Pomegranate's ability was a little weak, but his loyalty and love for the Night Watchers was something that few could compare to. He also sincerely put on the black clothes and became a Night Watcher for the glory and responsibility of the Night Watchers. During Elder Bear's time, he loyally assisted Elder Bear. When Elder Bear died, he acted as the commander-in-chief and led the charge against the Weeper without fear of death. It turned out that it was a very wrong decision. Not only did he lose his men, but he also caused the Dark Castle to be empty, and it was almost taken down by Yegerit's group of barbarians. When Jon took over, no matter how dissatisfied he was with the commander-in-chief's behavior of getting close to the barbarians, he still carried out his orders meticulously and gave advice. When it came to the fundamental interests of the Night Watchers, he also took the responsibility of breaking his oath and became the leader of the assassination of the commander-in-chief. In the plot of Wandering Power, he glorified Red Pomegranate. At this time, Jon's resurrection deeply shocked him like a believer who saw Jesus crawl out of the grave. He believed that Jon fulfilled the ancient prophecy and would save the world. In order to save the world, he would rather die with the most terrible crime to appease the anger in the commander-in-chief's heart and end the conflict between the commander-in-chief and the Night Watchers. If Barristan was a real knight, then Bowen Maxey was a real man of the Night Watchers. "Commander-in-chief, please stay. Commander-in-chief, please stay." 1, 2, 3. More and more Night Watchers began to ask Jon to stay. There was no doubt that the savior was the best candidate. But then again, Dany wanted to laugh. She suddenly thought of a line from a novel that often appeared in pop-up advertisements. "Please come out of the mountains, Tiger Commander." Chief Maxey, brothers of the Night Watch. Marshal Wolf straightened himself up with the support of the wooden plank and faced Red Pomegranate and the kneeling Night Watchers. With a complicated expression, he said, "You are not wrong. You did not break the oath. The one who broke the oath is Jon Snow. As the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers, I was blinded by my family's grudge and did something extremely wrong and stupid. The commander-in-chief had taken the lead in breaking the oath at this critical moment, and the consequences were severe. Thinking about it now, I couldn't help but sweat profusely, regret, and fear. But the past is the past. Jon Snow is the past. Now I have to be Jon Stark. For my father, for my brother Robb, for all those who died at the hands of Bolton. It was also for the upcoming long night. To resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify internal affairs. After I quell the unrest and take back Winterfell, I swear, the northern region will not only not hinder the Night Watch, but will also become the Night Watch's rear. I will use the power of the northern region to support the Great Wall. The Wu here was more rational and principled than the one in Wandering Power. After the Wu was resurrected, he announced his resignation after executing the person who assassinated him. Hearing Wu's words, which were very reasonable, the Night Watchers no longer shouted, "Please stay, Marshal Wolf." Dany didn't care about Wu's departure. She had been observing the red-robed woman Melisandre. It was strange. Lalo's face was covered in blood, and he suffered a double loss, but the first priestess of the Red God had a gratified smile on her face. She was happy for Wu's resurrection and for the Red God's miracle to be publicized. Suddenly, Dany understood. Aunt May couldn't contact Lalo at all times. She even doubted whether Lalo could communicate directly with the believers. After Wu washed up and changed his clothes, Dany was ready to leave. But before she left, Dany had a question for the red-nosed old doctor to answer. Did Rickard Stark and his scholar, Villis, have any thoughts of rebelling? She tried to enter the trees again, but this time, it was very difficult for her to enter. She couldn't swim smoothly at all. Previously, it was like walking on a slide, but now, it was like digging a hole. The Green Prophet wasn't bragging. The land and trees were their kingdom, and it was difficult for outsiders to invade their territory. She had no choice but to look for Paristan. The red-nosed old man was shocked and said with a serious expression, "If this is true, the impact on the scholar will be more serious than the blood dragon dance. If the scholar encourages the lords to rebel against the king, no nobles will trust the scholar anymore." "Is it true?" Dany asked. "I don't know." Paristan shook his head and said, "Regardless of whether it is true or not, the scholar who planned this wouldn't tell other unrelated people, and it wouldn't be recorded. Only the person involved knows." "Villis is dead, right?" "Yes, not long after Duke Rickard died, After thinking carefully, the red-nosed doctor said in surprise, "The alliance of the wolf, fish, eagle, and deer families was really organized by Duke Rickard. 10 years before the War of the Usurpers, Rickard sent his second son to Arryn Valley to be Jon Arryn's adopted son. 3 years later, Blynden was engaged to the eldest daughter of the Tully family. Almost the same year, Robert and Lyanna were engaged. There were still 7 years before the War of the Usurpers. The power of this alliance is no longer to protect themselves under the tyranny of the Mad King. They have a bigger plan. In fact, before the incident with Lyanna and Lyanna, the Mad King didn't mess with the Duke-level nobles other than secretly putting a hat on his little friend Tywin. Does Rickard want to take the Iron Throne? He's a northerner. How can he convince the masses?" Dany frowned. "Your Majesty, I can't answer this. You have to ask the person involved." Unfortunately, too much time has passed, and no one. The red-nosed doctor's eyes lit up as he smiled. "There really is one alive. Scholar Villy's father is still alive. How does the father know about his son's scheme?" Dany was puzzled. "His father is none other than Dr. Wargrave. You've met him before. That day in the City of Knowledge's Steward's Pavilion, he called you Princess Layla and made us suspicious of your identity. Do you remember? Unfortunately, Wargrave has already lost his mind. You won't be able to get anything out of him." The old doctor sighed regretfully and suggested, "You can arrange for someone to check Dr. Wargrave's tower. There might be letters inside." Dany also remembered. That senile Dr. Steward. My good boy Jaquen had turned into Pate and was hiding beside him. Wait. Other than calling her wrong identity, that old man often called Pate Clarkson. Who was Clarkson? She didn't know who Clarkson was before, but after taking down Dragonstone Island, Dany would eventually know who her underlings were. Clarkson, the former scholar of Dragonstone Island, had planned to use poison to take Aunt May down with him. However, Aunt May had ended up showing off in front of everyone, but he had followed Erlu to Dragonstone Island. 4 decades before that, Clarkson had been in Storm's End Castle, serving Thean Bela. According to Pylus, Clarkson's successor and current Dragonstone Island scholar, Scholar Clarkson's love for the three Erlu brothers was like a father to his sons, surpassing that of a scholar and a lord. Wargrave is a doctor. How can he have a son? Danny asked. Like the night watchman, the scholar had even lost his name and swore to serve the West Arrows for life, never taking a wife or giving a land. Illegitimate son, Vilis Fuohua, a child born to a woman from a branch family of Hightar. P.S. After explaining, the red-nosed old man said awkwardly, "It's normal for men to make mistakes when it comes to women. Who doesn't know that our commander-in-chief has an affair with Captain Yrgrit and the savage Princess War?" Damn, John was so flirtatious. How did he get together with Mance's sister-in-law? Danny asked curiously. Hee, you've asked the right person about this. I guarantee no one else knows. The red-nosed old man smiled proudly and said, "The commander-in-chief is a shapeshifter. He has a crow as a companion. He often used the crow's body to peek at War bathing and—" The old doctor gave Danny a wretched look and chuckled lewdly. After War discovered the crow, she guessed that John was peeking. Then, one night, she stole him. She toyed with him, and he enjoyed Waer's ropes and whips. P.S. I didn't expect Waer to look like a noble princess, but actually Danny couldn't take it anymore. She even brought out the ropes and whips. How do you know about this? She interrupted him. I'm a doctor. I know how to communicate with crows. The commander-in-chief's crow has a sharp tongue, but it's a glutton. I used corn to exchange for many secrets from it. What secrets? John's hair was wet as he climbed up the crow's nest accompanied by Tormund and Yrgrit. The red-nosed old man waved his hand and said hurriedly, "No, nothing." Danny glanced at the red-haired girl with dark circles, red eyes, and wet eyelashes. She sneered and said, "We were talking about how many women cried tears of joy for you after your resurrection." No. He blushed and then turned pale. He carefully glanced at the red-haired girl and immediately changed the topic. "Your Majesty, I intend to recruit a group of freedmen to go south to Winterfell. Do you think this is in accordance with the tripartite lease agreement?" According to the agreement, King Stannis can also recruit freedmen as warriors. After becoming a subordinate of the King of the North, the freedmen can no longer eat the Night Watcher's rations, wear the Night Watcher's clothes, and use the Night Watcher's weapons and warhorses. Can you do that? Danny said calmly. John and the two barbarians' expressions changed drastically. It was at least 1,500 kilometers from Dark Castle to Winterfell on the King's Road. There were no supply points during this period. When the snow on the road was so thick that it could bury a person's head, the consumption of rations would be terrifying. It would be at least 10 times the normal consumption. If John recruited 2,000 barbarians, he would take away 20,000 people from the Great Wall. At least 3 months' worth of rations. Even the Dragon Queen felt that this terrifying consumption was taxing. Danny continued, "Now, the Shadow Tower and Eastwatch receive supplies and knights from the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms every day. When you use these supplies to build your own army, not a single grain of rice or Night Watchers will be transported to the Great Wall. Your Majesty, I'm also here for this. Can you lend me some rations?" John was in a dilemma. Chapter 589. Your Majesty, can you lend me some food? John asked awkwardly. Where do I have food for you? Danny shook her head and sighed. If we were at Slaver's Bay, I could give you a few thousand tons of rice. But the Great Wall is far away, and there's nowhere to buy it. John's eyes wandered, and he said weakly, Sir Jarrow Dane brought 80 ships. Commander-in-Chief, are you crazy? That's the food for the freedmen and the Night Watchers. Preston's eyes widened in disbelief. I'll borrow it temporarily. After we take down Winterfell, I'll return it, John said with his head lowered. The red-nosed old monk's face turned red, and he said angrily, Duke Stark, are you fooling the deviants? The North doesn't even have summer food. How are you going to return it? John's face turned green and red, and he was ashamed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, lend me some money, and I'll go to Bravo's to buy food and ship it to Eastwatch. Lend me the food first, and then use the food from Bravo's to make up for it. This was also a method that was highly feasible. It'll cost at least 1,000,000 gold royals, and I don't have that much cash. Why don't you get a loan from the Iron Treasury? Danny thought for a while and said, Iron Treasury. John was deep in thought. Even if you get a loan, you'll have to get the approval of the Night Watchers if you want to use the supplies from the Great Wall. I've said before, the food is prepared for the Night Watchers and the Savages. From the moment it's shipped to Eastwatch, it belongs to the Night Watchers. If the Queen vouches for this, there won't be any problems. But, Blacksmith Tanner glanced at John and sighed. He shook his head and said, Duke Stark, do you understand? If the Night Watchers lend you the supplies to help you attack the Iron Throne's appointed guardian of the North, how will the other nobles view this? Moreover, you might not succeed. Earl Lusbottom and Marquis Waldfrey's alliance has more than 20,000 soldiers. If you lose and die, won't the Night Watchers starve to death? John looked at Danny. She shrugged and said helplessly, It's easy to promise, but how can you tell me how to fulfill my promise? At most, I'll let you take your weapons, and I promise to provide enough dragon-tooth daggers for the Night Watchers. When the new commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers is elected, you can talk to him, Duke Stark, Tanner suggested. John was helpless, but he understood that this was his only choice. Danny did not stay at the Great Wall for long. She witnessed John's resurrection in the morning. After lunch, she left with her underlings on the dragon. However, she did not return to Astapor immediately. Instead, she decided to head south to City College and check on Erlu. Before leaving, Big Bear found John and proposed to bring the Big Crow to Slave Bay. After all, he was Big Bear's father. John only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He even returned the long claw, the Mormont family's Vajang sword, that Elder Bear had given him. Commander Mormont gave me the claw in the hope that I could use it to deal with the deviant ghosts as a Night Watcher. Now, I'm no longer qualified to use it. Bam, bam, bam. Big Bear lifted his chin slightly and patted his chest proudly, causing the white glazed Vajang armor to rumble. It's all made of Vajang and this sword. He patted the two-handed sword at his waist. Heavenly Mercy Sword. The Queen named the 7 White Knights' armor and sword after the stars of the 7 gods. This sword corresponds to the Mother Star. It's called Heavenly Mercy Sword, and the armor is called Heavenly Mercy Star Armor. Cora looked at the Big Crow beside him. There was an indescribable pride and joy in his expression. This was returning home in glory. Moreover, he was showing his divinity in front of his father. The pleasure was doubled. Caw, 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 caw. Elder Crow cried out happily. Cora, you're good. I'm relieved. Stay at the Great Wall. Big Bear had regained his glory and was living well. Elder Crow did not want to leave with his son. Well, Elder Bear had left his last words. He asked Sam to inform Big Bear, I forgive you. Come back and put on the black clothes. Obviously, the White Knights were much more honorable than the Night Watchers. When Danny returned to the courtyard and was about to leave on the dragon, she was surprised to see Erlu's ugly daughter talking to Dahe. I'm almost 12 years old. How old are you this year? Although I'm not even 4 years old, I'm already a dragon god. Dahe's voice was like an old bull. He was not speaking Eastern dragon language, but Westeros. In fact, he was more fluent in Westeros than Eastern dragon language. This was because other than Danny, he had never heard Eastern dragon language in other people's daily conversations. Wow, dragon god? Shireen cried out in surprise. Then she asked in confusion, what's a dragon god? Dragon god is the 7 gods. It's the red god. Dahe did not understand half of it himself. Dahe, what are you doing? Danny entered the dragon spirit and asked in surprise. What? Dahe was stunned. Why are you so enthusiastic about that little girl? Danny asked curiously. Shireen. Dahe was silent for a moment and said, she's a little like you. Danny's face darkened. I'm ugly? Ugly? Is Shireen ugly? I don't know. I just think. I don't know. Dahe was confused. Danny frowned and thought. Dahe would not lie. Then she must be similar to Shireen. It had nothing to do with looks. Bloodline? Shireen had almost no Targaryen characteristics. Dany was also confused. In fact, Dany had entered a blind spot. Although Dahe was hatched by her, his first dragon spirit was with the original Dany Rise. A year before Dahe was born, he and Dany Rise were in the dragon spirit's dream. At that time, Dany Rise was lonely and self-pitying. She was very similar to Shireen now. Of course, bloodline was also a factor. If Dany took Shireen's blood for a test, she would be surprised to find that her blood was much purer than Erlu. Ah, Queen. Shireen saw Dany and bowed in panic. However, she did not know how to greet her. In theory, her father was the king and her mother was the queen. Dragon Queen, my name is Shireen. Shireen Belatheon greets you. Finally, Shireen lifted her skirt and bowed, performing the etiquette of a junior greeting an elder. Dany nodded secretly. She and Erlu were cousins, so she was indeed Shireen's elder. The etiquette of an elder and a junior did not involve the fight for the throne and avoided a lot of awkwardness. For example, Shireen's mother was standing at the entrance of the king's tower looking at them. However, she could not come over because she was the queen. This little girl reacted quickly and was very smart. Dany praised her in her heart, and her impression of this ugly girl improved a lot. You're not afraid of the megalosaurus? Shireen raised her head, revealing half of her gray-scaled face. She looked at Dany gracefully and said, I was a little afraid at first, but after seeing his eyes, I'm not afraid anymore. Dany's impression of her became even better. How did you think of talking to him? I heard a lot of stories about Blackie. I know he can talk, so I really want to talk to him, Shireen said. Dany suddenly asked on a whim, do you want to ride a dragon? Can I? Shireen opened her eyes wide and pointed at her nose with her little finger. She could not believe it. You can go up and try, Dany said. Shireen asked Blackie before nervously climbing onto the dragon's back. Wow, the megalosaurus roared and Shireen's long hair fluttered. She opened her mouth wide and shouted. Erlu's wife finally let go of her reservations and trotted to Dany's side. She asked nervously, how did Shireen become a dragon knight? I told her to become one, so she became one. Dragons have 3 heads. Is Shireen one of them? The bearded king with big ears was surprised. What do you think? Dany was speechless. Dragons having 3 heads is the Targaryen family's destiny. Why are you, a stag, joining in the fun? The queen's protruding ears twitched a few times and said with certainty, Shireen has the blood of the true dragon. The problem is, she's now the flaming stag. Are you going to surrender to me? You saw the miracle in the morning. The queen raised her chin slightly. Even the black hair in her nostrils was exposed. The great king of light is invincible. He can even resurrect people. His prophecy will come true. My husband is the true king, the savior. Dany looked at the red god believer with a red heart embroidered on her chest with pity and reminded her softly, didn't you hear that everyone calls Jon Stark the savior? Even if there is a child of prophecy, your husband is only the king's cannon fodder. Erlu's wife froze. Her eyes widened as she looked at Jon in horror. Her hairy cheeks were as pale as a dead person's. Because she had a good time with Shireen, Dany decided to help her check on Erlu's situation. The direwolf, Witty, had been hanging around Erlu. From Jon, Dany learned about Erlu's approximate location and found him in the wolf forest. It was terrible. The north wind whistled. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers covered the sky. The snow on the ground was waist-deep. The world was gray. The breath of the passers-by turned into ice. Even their souls were almost frozen. Dany estimated that the temperature was below -20 degrees Celsius. But Erlu's 1,000 red hearts all came from the warm south. A proper child of summer. It was worse than Napoleon's conquest of Moscow. Napoleon had at least half of Europe as his logistics base. Erlu had nothing but human lives to gain. If Yuluen had not let go of Carlin Bay, Erlu would have had a chance to succeed with Wu's help. Because the elite soldiers of the Northern Territory had been taken away by Robb, Winterfell only had 2,000 to 3,000 defenders who looked united but were actually divided. But Roose Bolton's return not only brought back a large number of veterans, but also calmed the people of the Northern Territory. Erlu was trapped in the wolf forest, unable to advance or retreat. There was a 500-kilometer-wide forest from Deepwood Castle to Winterfell. The people of the Northern Territory called it the Wolf Forest. If they retreated, there was nowhere to retreat. If they advanced, there were more than 10,000 Northern Territory soldiers in Winterfell waiting for them. If not for the black smoke rising from Erlu's camp, Dany would not have been able to find his camp. It was completely covered in snow, a vast expanse of white. Ah, monster! Look at the sky. What kind of monster is that? Erlu's army had 4,000 people. Other than the 1,000 Red Hearts from the south, there were also 3,000 clansmen recruited from the mountains in the west. The clansmen were chiseling ice on the lake to fish. When they noticed the sky darkening, they looked up and saw Blackie whizzing across the sky. But they had never seen a megalosaurus before. They were all scared out of their wits, rolling and crawling, shouting loudly, "Megalosaurus, don't be afraid. That's a megalosaurus. The black dragon is here." This was Erlu's night. In an instant, the camp came alive. The clansmen and knights climbed out of the snow-covered chimney one by one. They were like gophers that came out of their caves to look for food at night. Is it really the Dragon Queen? Asha dragged the heavy chains and squinted at the sky. Chapter 590. What are you doing here? Erlu asked, clenching his jaw. He was in a terrible state. The thick fur cloak and the heavy and luxurious steel armor should have made him look majestic, but at this moment, it only served to accentuate his thinness and dejection. He was thin to begin with, but after thousands of miles of snow and ice, his flesh seemed to have been ground away, leaving only a tall and thin skeleton. Dany could even see the outline of his skull through his thin skin. However, although his face was changing, his expression and habits remained the same. His face was still stiff, and his jaw was tightly shut. It made people worry that he would break his teeth. Erlu's living conditions were even worse. It was a low tent, more than 10 square meters, a bundle of straw, a blanket, a small table, and a brazier. It was cold and damp, and there was a strange smell of mold and urine mixed together. Fortunately, Dany did not need to enter his tent. She stood in the snow at the entrance of Erlu's tent. She looked around and saw many people looking around in surprise. "I was just passing by. My white knight wants to meet his family, the Mormons." Then she asked, "Jon Snow is dead. Do you know?" Erlu's pupils contracted. He said in disbelief, "Dead? He wanted to renounce his oath as a night watchman and gather the barbarians to help you." "The night watchman cleaned up the house and cut off his head," Dany said. Erlu's face, which was as thin as a layer of skin, scrunched up. He ground his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. "That day, I wanted to restore his identity as Stark as the king and let him inherit the title of Guardian of the Northern Territory, but he refused without hesitation. Now that we're about to attack Winterfell, he suddenly... What is he thinking?" Erlu really wanted to form an alliance with the king. His goal had never changed, the Iron Throne. He could not become the king of the Northern Territory himself. Erlu also knew that the name Stark was the most useful in the Northern Territory. "Hey, death was just the beginning. Your Light King revived him. Everyone calls him the Child of Prophecy." Dany laughed maliciously. Erlu's expression changed dramatically. Suspicion and fear flashed in his eyes. "Sir Farling, take them to Earl Mormont." Gordy Farland, the giant killer, could also be considered an old acquaintance of Dany. He was once a prisoner of the Giant King who had attempted to lead an army to attack the camp of the barbarians that the Dragon Queen had set up outside the Great Wall. He had once harassed Dany in Dark Castle. "Since you've met him, you should leave now." After saying this, Erlu retreated into the tent with a gloomy expression and closed the curtains tightly. He had no intention of inviting the Dragon Queen in and acting as a host. I wonder how the two true and false children of prophecy will interact from now on. Under the protection of 5 knights, Dany happily left Erlu's tent with the giant killer. Sai, Dragon Queen, Dany, Her Majesty Liz, arriving in front of a small canvas tent, Before the giant killer could call out, a tall woman with black hair to her ears leaned over. She was wearing a warrior's leather armor and a fur coat, but her hands were chained up. It was obvious that she knew martial arts, but she was not a knight under Erlu's command. Therefore, before she could get close, she was stopped by White Knight Garth. Danny sized her up. She looked wild, with rough skin, thin and tall, and a pair of long legs that were very eye-catching. They were straight and slender, firm and strong, and could be compared to her own. "You are—" Danny was just about to ask when a bear-like short and strong woman came out of the tent. She howled, "Cora," and strode over. It was a short and stocky woman with big hands and feet. Danny knew that she was Ursa's cousin, Elisa Mormont. It was said that her nickname was She-Bear. Her personality was as tough as her appearance. She was only 20 years old and already had a 9-year-old daughter. Most importantly, she did not know who the father of the child was, Elisa. Ursa was also very excited and took the initiative to welcome her. The cousins hugged each other and howled excitedly. They were like two bears who had found a hive. "Cora, where did you come from?" Elisa rubbed her red eyes and stared at her cousin in confusion. "What are you dressed up like? It looks so gorgeous. Did you get rich? Is your wife back?" Cora looked around awkwardly and puffed out his chest to let his cousin see the White Knight emblem on his chest. He said proudly, "I'm a White Knight. Danny Liz's White Knight. White Knights did not need a wife." "Danny Liz, Her Majesty, which Her Majesty is it?" the short woman asked blankly. Bear Island was too remote. Although there were messenger crows and scholars, the information hub of the northern region was Winterfell. Winterfell was now occupied by Bolton. Bear Island and Bolton were irreconcilable. Other than the messenger crows in the City of Knowledge, there was no communication with the outside world for half a year. "Ah, it's mad. King Aerys's daughter, the real dragon queen who hatched a dragon." The long-legged girl looked at Danny and explained to She-Bear, "Oh, it's the dragon queen." She-Bear Elisa bowed to Danny reluctantly and pulled the big bear aside to whisper. The short-haired girl broke free from Garth's restraint and walked to Danny. "Your Majesty, I'm Asha, the daughter of Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. I'm also the true successor of the Iron Islands Seastone position." "Hello, Asha. What can I do for you?" Danny asked directly. Asha saw that Danny was not interested in her identity and experience, so she went straight to the point. "Your Majesty, my uncle Yuluin sees you as a mortal enemy. He also took my Seastone position. I think we have the basis for an alliance." Danny pointed at the shackles on her hands and laughed. "I think you should get your freedom first before considering the Seastone position. That's simple. I just need to pay a ransom and I'll be free. If you agree to my alliance plan, you can lend me 200 gold royals first." Perhaps out of habit, Asha gave Danny a flirtatious wink as she spoke. "Holy shit," Danny said with a straight face. "Yuluin sees me as a mortal enemy, but I see him as an ant. I don't reject an alliance, but I don't see what benefits you can bring me." Dragon Queen was expressionless and did not respond. The long-haired girl was not embarrassed at all. "Your Majesty, there are many benefits." She smiled confidently, adding 7 points of brilliance to her ordinary face. She said with a strong voice, "I don't think Yuluin, who controls time and island, is an ant. Otherwise, what is the north, west, and riverbend that Timon wreaked havoc? Also, Yuluin has a great weapon to deal with the Megalosaurus. I've personally experienced it, and it's very scary. But as long as you have my loyalty, it's equivalent to removing a great enemy and gaining an ally of equal power. The price you have to pay is only a few hundred gold royals and a little fame." "I thought you wanted me to ride a dragon and burn Yuluin's fleet," Danny said strangely. "Please don't. Yuluin has the dragon's horn and can control your Megalosaurus," Asha said nervously. "He told you that?" Danny held back her laughter and asked, "Can't he? He told everyone at the King's Selection Convention." Asha was surprised and bewildered. "I hope he always thinks so." Danny laughed coldly and asked, "How do you plan to use my fame?" Asha's eyes flashed as she said confidently, I will announce to the great families of the Iron Islands that I have pledged my loyalty to you, and that you only recognize me as the sole successor to the throne of Hyshur. You have a few dragons and have a great advantage. You have the most hope of unifying the 7 countries. Those with brains will know how to weigh the pros and cons. As long as half of them pledge their allegiance to me, I won't need any help and will overthrow you Lewin's illegal rule with my own power. It was indeed beneficial but not costly, but I swore that I would not participate in the power struggle of the 7 countries before the end of the long night. As long as the Iron Islands support the Great Wall, I will not attack you Lewin even if he says he wants to slay dragons every day, Danny said. Long night. Asha was skeptical and had a conflicted expression. How about this? Danny thought for a while and came up with a bad idea for the long-legged girl. You can use my name to secretly rope in your subordinates and tell them that I agree to your loyalty, but I can't because of the oath. So are you going to admit it or not? Asha was stunned. If others ask, of course I'll deny it. I can't go back on my oath. But this won't stop you from using my name to rope in people. Others can deceive people by fabricating something out of nothing. This is much better than fabricating something out of nothing, Danny said matter-of-factly. The shrewd and capable Asha was stunned. Bear Island doesn't know any other king other than the King of the North. Our king's surname is Stark. I pledge my allegiance to Stannis only because he can avenge Stark, the she-bear said loudly. Danny had killed the conversation, but Cora's emotions were stirred up. The Great Bear's eyes were red as he said, I want you to return to Bear Island, not to stop you from avenging Stark, but because I don't want you to die for nothing. You only have 3,000 wounded soldiers and don't even have food supplies. Bolton, on the other hand, has 10,000 fully armed veterans relying on the tall walls of Winterfell. In this battle, other than Her Majesty the Queen, anyone who fights will lose. Why don't you return to Bear Island first and wait for Jon Snow? You probably don't know yet, but Eid's illegitimate son has left the Night Watch and changed his surname to Stark. He's Robb's designated successor. Your mother Melgie isn't dead either. She's a guest at Neckmarsh with Robb's declaration of his successor. You can wait for Jon to mobilize his troops. His rallying power isn't something Stannis can compare to. When the Northern warlords respond, Bear Island will join in. At that time, even if we lose, we can at least fight back and die a worthy death. Unlike now, we can't even last one wave. Hey, Bear Island boy, what do you mean? We're the good men of the unyielding clan. One can beat the 10 skinners of the Bolton bastards. The she-bear hadn't recovered from her cousin's information when an old warrior walked over and shouted. Greasy and messy long hair, a white beard that covered most of his face, and a dirty wool cloak. He was dressed like a barbarian from beyond the Great Wall. However, the leather armor on the old barbarian's chest was printed with a blue wine barrel pattern. Danny glanced at the strange wine barrel emblem and said, Are your mountain clans nobles of the Northern Territory? I didn't see your names in the Westeros emblem handbook. Hey, other than Stark, you Southerners don't care about the people of our clan. Speaking of which, I, Hugo Wool, am also an earl, but everyone calls me Big Wine Barrel. At this point, Big Wine Barrel looked up and down at Danny, who was wearing a blue dress and white armor. He frowned and said, You're so handsome and dressed so flamboyantly. Are you the true Dragon Targaryen? You don't look as reliable as the Stag King. Danny's face darkened slightly. Hey, old man, do you know how to speak human language? The fat eunuch used his belly to bump Big Wine Barrel. Evenly matched, the two of them took a step back at the same time. Fat pig, where are you from? Are you speaking human language? Big Wine Barrel retorted. Well, Buwertha's Westeros wasn't very good, and it was obvious that he was a foreigner. In fact, Danny's centaur lackeys were even more hot-tempered, but they couldn't understand the common language of the mountains. Chapter 591. Danny gave him a look, and Garth immediately went forward to pull away Beevos, who was arguing with the savage. Old man, when I single-handedly killed dozens of deviant ghosts at the Great Wall, you were still snoring in some mountain. Words are like the wind. unless you can prove yourself. Big Wine Barrel rolled his eyes and said, "How can I prove it?" Danny rolled her eyes and smiled meaningfully. Unruly people come from barren hills and turbulent waters. This simple and honest-looking old savage had been making a fuss for half a day just to provoke him. As expected, Big Wine Barrel waved his hand nonchalantly and pointed to the east, saying, "Winterfell is just 100 miles away. Roose Bolton's pale body is definitely not as sturdy as a deviant ghost. If you ride a dragon and spray him to death, I'll admit your bravery." After saying that, he slanted his eyes to the corner of his eyes and secretly glanced at the Dragon Queen, who knew that the Dragon Queen was also looking over with a smile. The teasing in her eyes was so clear that the old clansman's stiff old faces couldn't help but heat up. "Hee hee, what's in your barrel isn't wine, but a barrel of bad water. My bravery doesn't need to be proven. If you really want to know, you can ask your Stag King and hear." Danny looked around and used Big Black's vision to observe Erlu's knights. She raised her eyebrows and said, "So miserable?" More than 1,000 knights not only became horseless infantrymen, but even their numbers were reduced by 20 to 30%. The warhorses of the south are not used to the environment of the north. They all froze to death. Giant Killer Gordafalinju said mournfully. Big Wine Barrel let go of his uneasiness with the Dragon Queen. To ease the awkwardness of the failure of his little plan, he mocked the Giant Killer loudly. "You bunch of southern monkey jumping up and down are really spoiled. Just a little snow, and you're so scared that you wet your brocade pants. If you didn't dawdle and delay our journey, we would have taken over the castle and cut off Bolton's head. A little snow?" The dejected Giant Killer suddenly raised his head. His cheeks twisted in anger as he said, "Bastard. You were the one who suggested His Majesty to send troops. Now I have no choice but to suspect that you are Bolton's spy and that he sent you to His Majesty to spread false rumors." Keg pulled out the axe at his waist and waved it a few times in the air. "Girl, if it wasn't for the fact that I hate Bolton even more and don't want to have internal strife, I would have chopped off your chicken-like head just because of those shitty words." Then, the clansman looked around and said loudly, "This is war, a war in the north. The enemy's knife can kill people, and the wind and snow can kill people even more. That's the truth. It's unavoidable." "Old man, you're quite brave." Danny nodded. Seeing that the Dragon Queen was still willing to talk to him, the Wine Barrel's stubbornness that had been suppressed in the bottom of his heart rose up again. "Dragon Queen, how about you let the Megalosaurus spit out a mouthful of fire and burn down the city gate? It won't take much of your time." He grinned. "It's useless even if you spit out 10 mouthfuls of fire. In this weather, 100 kilometers is enough for you to walk for half a month. From Erlu to the south of the Great Wall to Deepwood Castle, even if they took many detours and walked twice as long, it would still be 2,500 kilometers. However, more than half a year had passed, and Erlu still hadn't reached Winterfell. Moreover, in this terrain and weather, even she didn't know how to march while maintaining her combat strength. Danny asked Godifalin, "How far can you travel in a day now?" Previously, we could still maintain a speed of more than 10 kilometers. Now, the snow is getting heavier and heavier, and almost all the warhorses have died. Sometimes it's 4 or 5 kilometers a day, sometimes it's only 1 or 2 kilometers. The Giant Killer sighed. Danny looked around at the haggard and exhausted knights and sighed. "Let's retreat. There's no way to fight this war." Hearing this, the Giant Killer perked up and said coldly, "The further we retreat, the lower our morale, and the faster we die. That's not wrong, but it will only get colder in the future. We have Lalo. Sacrifice this woman." Godifalin pointed at Asha. "She has the king's blood. If we sacrifice her, Lalo will dispel the cold and snow and bring us the sun." "Fuck you." Asha spat at the knight's face and cursed. "You lunatics, how many man-eating beasts have you burned these days? Has Lalo shown himself?" "Man-eating?" Big Bear exclaimed and turned to look at his cousin. I'm an earl. How can I lack food?" Alisanne muttered. Looking at her round body and rosy cheeks, she seemed to be living a good life. "Winterfell must have food. If we kill Bolton, We can survive, Big Barrel shouted. Let's go. Danny looked at Cora and said, SSSS. The sky darkened as Blackie spread his wings and landed on the ground. The surrounding barbarians and knights squinted at the snow that was stirred up by his wings. Gods, what a ferocious demonic dragon. I always thought the Shadow Lynx was the scariest monster. Now that I look at it, a true dragon is a true dragon. Big Barrel opened his mouth wide, his eyes flashing with fear and excitement. Riding a dragon, thousands of miles in a day. We're in the snowy north now, and we're in the warm south at night. But we're crawling on the ground. Asha smiled bitterly. Hey, everyone, come and see the Megalosaurus. Big Barrel suddenly looked back and made a trumpet with his hands by his mouth, shouting at the distant clansmen. Danny, who had already climbed onto the dragon's back, had a dark expression. She entered the dragon's spirit and transformed into the wings of death. The Megalosaurus stretched its neck and turned its ferocious head around. It was almost in front of Big Barrel. Old man, what do you want to see? The hot air from the Megalosaurus roar blew the clansman's hair and clothes into a mess. The fearless old man sat down in the snow. His eyes lost focus as he screamed wildly. Ha ha ha. Danny laughed and took off the dragon bone steel dagger from her waist. She threw it to Asha. It's fate that we met. I'll give you this dagger. Maybe you can use it to redeem your freedom from Stannis. With that, she rode the dragon and rushed into the sky, leaving behind the barbarians who were screaming and the sea monster woman who was stunned. Big Barrel's tribe occupies the mountains beside the frozen bay. They're neighbors with my Bear Island, so we often have dealings with each other. The Megalosaurus flew in the sky, but Big Bear was telling Danny about the mountain tribes. Blackie's flying speed was very fast. The others could hardly hear Big Bear's words, but Danny entered the state of windsong and could easily hear the sounds around her. The clansmen are the same as Bear Island. They're all loyal to Stark. Besides, winter is coming. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well fight it out with him. If we win, we can live and avenge Stark. If we lose, we'll just die. In the Northern Territory, other than the nobles, no one can guarantee that they can survive winter. The elders of the clansmen will tell their clansmen that they're going to hunt in the forest when winter comes. They're just trying to lighten the burden on their families. Those who go out never come back. Not only the clansmen, but also the farmers in the Northern Territory. That's why you'll often see abandoned villages in the Northern Territory. On the Great Wall, even the famous Hogwan town with a long history is abandoned, because winter can take away the lives of all the villagers. Not counting the frontier, the Northern Territory's land area alone took up 40% of the Westeros. It was almost half the size of the Celestial Empire. However, the entire Northern Territory's population was less than 500,000. It couldn't even compare to a city in the King's Landing. With such a small population, such a large piece of land couldn't support them. Blackie flew over Winterfell, and Danny finally saw the place where the Game of Thrones story unfolded. She was a little disappointed. The stone castle was 200 meters wide and 300 meters long, and the Godly Wood alone took up more than half of the area. The city walls weren't too high, and the towers inside were old and broken. It was surrounded by pure white snow, just like a dog pooped a few long, pointy black poop in the snow. After flying over Winterfell and about 7 to 8 miles southeast, Blackie was unexpectedly discovered by the troops on the ground. Megalosaurus, Dragon Queen, Danny, Her Majesty Liz, 200 to 300 meters away, Danny could vaguely hear the shouts on the ground. Using Blackie's perspective, Danny could see the troops below clearly. Dozens of open carriages and 200 to 300 knights left a long trail of black mud on the snowy ground. The knights held up a flag with a white mermaid holding a black trident. In an instant, Danny remembered the family represented by this emblem, Count Mandler of White Harbor in the Northern Territory. It was very likely that Count Waymon Mandler, who was also known as Lord Eel, was down there. Danny's only interaction with White Harbor was 3 years ago, when she met a captain from White Harbor in Karst. His name seemed to be Jordan Snow, and he was piloting a ship called Ginkgo Maiden. To remind Robb about the bloody wedding, Blackie had drawn a picture for him, but Snow didn't fulfill his promise. Although Dany was curious about Jordan's recent situation, she couldn't land to ask Count Wayman. She didn't have any intention of going down, but Wayman didn't give up and wanted to see her. 40 to 50 strong horses chased after the black figure in the sky, shouting and waving the flag in their hands. This was a little strange. "Your Majesty, Count Mandler is down there," Big Bear reminded loudly. Blackie slowed down and lowered his altitude. "So?" Dany asked loudly. No one in the Northern Territory can compare to the Mantler family in terms of wealth and population. They even surpass Stark. P.S. Mantler's position in the Northern Territory is similar to Hyder's position in River Bend, Big Bear advised. "Even if it's Hyder in Old Town, I can't be bothered with him," Garth said. Other than his gluttony, Count Mantler's character and wisdom are also top-notch in the Seven Kingdoms. It won't take long to meet him, so it's worth it. His reputation is good because the Seven Kingdoms are too bad, Dany muttered in her heart, but she knew that the two white knights meant well. Blackie circled around and flew back to the carriage, landing beside the most luxurious carriage with the most knights. "Seven gods above, Your Majesty is really on the dragon's back." As soon as the Megalosaurus landed, a man about the same height as his waist came up to them. He was in his early 60s, and his belly was like a circle of truck tires. His fingers were as thick as sausages, and because he was too fat, he had to be supported by two attendants when he walked. However, the fat count looked kind, and he had a sincere smile on his face, which made him seem very amiable. Dany saw that there were oil stains on his palms, lips, and beard, as if he had been chewing on pork trotters. Jumping off the dragon's back, Dany took off her helmet and accepted the salute of Lord Eel and his knights. "Then," she asked, "Count Mandler, what did you call me for?" The fat count was also observing the legendary dragon queen with narrowed eyes. Her soft silver hair reflected the light of the snowflakes, her cheeks were smooth and rosy, her eyes were big and spirited, and her body was graceful and slender. She had a delicate face. The silver close-fitting armor with dragon patterns and the heavy two-handed sword on her back made her look heroic and outstanding. "Your Majesty, I have something important to report to you." Lord Eel stepped forward and whispered, "Rickon Stark is on Skaggs Island." Chapter 592. Rickon Stark? Dany was confused for a moment. She was confused about the unfamiliar name, as well as Lord Eel's intention in saying that. Compared to Bran, Arya, Sansa, and Robb, Rickon, the fifth son of the House of Stark, had a presence that was as small as his age. In Game of Thrones, other than the scene where he was shot to death by Skinner, which made people sigh at his clumsy positioning, he did not leave any impression on the audience. Even in this real world, it was even worse. He almost never appeared. The third son of Duke-eyed Stark, Rickon Stark. He was only 6 years old a few years ago. You might not be familiar with him, but he is the only surviving male of the House of Stark, Lord Eel explained. "What do you want me to do?" Dany glared at him and said, "I don't kill children." "Kill?" Lord Eel was confused. I didn't ask you to kill him." "Didn't you report to me that there are remnants of the House of Stark because of the enmity between me and Ide, and remind me to get rid of them?" Dany said strangely. Lord Eel's fat face twisted. "Your Majesty, you are magnanimous, righteous, and just. Why would I think that you did not kill Stannis, Jon Snow, nor did you burn down the King's Landing. You even let Lady Catelyn go. You would definitely not kill an innocent child," the fat count said righteously. "I see. You are in cahoots with Madame Stoneheart." Dany was enlightened. Madame Stoneheart knew that the Dragon Queen had no ill intentions towards Rickon, which was why Lord Eel revealed Rickon's location the moment they met. At the same time, Dany also understood that the fat man did not betray Stark. He was a spy by Bolton's side. "I'm also very surprised. I didn't expect that you would be resurrected by the Light King. She even said that you're a righteous and noble queen who abhors evil. That's why I chased after your dragon with all my might. I beg you to uphold justice for Duke Stark." Lord Eel looked at Danny expectantly. Are you sure Madame Stoneheart said good things about me? The last time I saw her, she was almost possessed. She trampled on the guests' rights and betrayed them. She even wanted to kill me. Danny said suspiciously. Lord Eel was stunned. He did not expect the Dragon Queen to have such an evaluation of the kind and pitiful Duchess. I swear to the 7 gods, to Lalo, and to the old gods that I have not spoken a single lie. He raised his hand and swore. Could it be that you met a fake Madame Stoneheart? Danny asked in surprise. How could I have mistaken my master for someone else? Lord Eel straightened his neck. His fat face flushed red. Is there a scar on her face? Danny asked. Yes, there are terrible scars. Lord Eel heard this and his eyes turned red. He howled in grief and anger. Gods, what did Fry and those bastards do to her? He said this as if Fry had really done something to her. After complaining in her heart, Danny asked again, What else did Madame Stoneheart say about me? Lord Eel thought for a moment and said, Your black dragon drew a picture for Jordan Snow and predicted the Red Wedding. It really was Madame Stoneheart, but she seemed to have changed, or was she in disguise? With a plan in mind, Danny asked with interest, Has Jordan Snow and the Ginkgo Maiden returned to White Harbor? No. Lord Eel's kind face became twisted again. The rebellion of the 4 kings, the 7 kingdoms in chaos, the thunderlands of the 3 Sisters Archipelago restored the ancient road, and the Ginkgo Maiden was almost at our doorstep, but it was ruined by those bastards. The 3 Sisters Archipelago was at the entrance of the bay where White Harbor was located. It was Earl Thunderland's fief. The same ancient road as Time In? They robbed the Ginkgo Maiden? Danny asked. No, they are even more despicable. The 3 Sisters Archipelago is on the main road to White Harbor, and many merchant ships pass by there. There are many lighthouses built along the coast of the island to warn ships of the shoals and rocks. But in thick fog or storms, the islanders will extinguish the real lighthouses and secretly light fake signals to lure the ships to sink on the rocks. Those bastards will then take the opportunity to salvage the goods in the sunken ships. Danny's eyes widened. She could not believe that there was such a despicable operation in the world. The Ginkgo Maiden passed through the Narrow Sea, the Summer Sea, the Quill Strait, the Jade Sea, and experienced cruel pirates and unpredictable storms. She narrowly escaped death and returned to her hometown, but she fell into the hands of her neighbors. This was too unjust. Has no one ever punished Count Thunderland? If Danny was on the Iron Throne and the 3 Sisters Archipelago dared to be so despicable, she would definitely destroy this family. When Stannis was the Minister of the Sea, he punished that old dog Thunderland severely once. But with the current situation of the 7 kingdoms, who can care about him? Lord Eel said helplessly. Gulp, gulp. It was Lord Eel's carriage that was burning ovens. The servants added charcoal to the ovens from time to time. In the snowy weather, a large amount of fragrant white steam rose. The fat eunuch Bevoes smelled it for a while, and his stomach rumbled in front of everyone. The fat eunuch blushed and muttered, Lord Count, you were the one who called Bevoes and the queen down. As the host, why don't you take out the scones from the ovens and share them with the guests? Danny was embarrassed. She glared at the eunuch and scolded in a low voice. You ate a roasted lamb leg at noon, and it's only 3 in the afternoon. Are you hungry again? Bevoes wasn't hungry at first, but when I smelled the meat, I immediately became hungry. Bevoes said aggrievedly. Ha ha ha. Lord Eel heard Bevoes' words and immediately laughed. He arranged for people to set up a tent by the roadside and set up chairs while saying, I can understand Sir Bevoes' feeling, not to mention the smell of roasted meat. As long as someone mentions the word pork trotters to me, or I think of pork trotters myself, I will be hungry. The attendants worked very quickly. Within 10 minutes, they had set up a small shed of 7 to 8 square meters. There was a table in the middle, and there was a charcoal stove under the table. On the table, there was a steaming lamprey pie, roasted goat ribs, oily and fragrant pig trotters, steamed crabs the size of bowls, cleaned oysters, fried cod fillets sprinkled with shallots and pepper, wine, liqueur, brandy. Don't doubt, these were all directly brought out, not baked on the spot. In Lord Eel, Danny saw the extravagant style of the top aristocrats of Westeros who were not inferior to the slave owners of Guise. This carriage had about 60 carriages, 300 riders, and 200 servants including the coachman. But this was not a marching team, but Lord Eel's traveling carriage. 60 carriages, 40 of which were piled with food, wine barrels, frozen sea fish, boxes of crabs and oysters, a group of live goats, more than 100 live pigs, refined flour, expensive barren black rice, winter wheat, onions, carrots. Another 10 carriages had huge iron stoves, ovens, frying pans, steamers. The steam was steaming, and the fragrance was tempting. After that, 10 carriages were piled with furs, tents, tables and chairs, and charcoal. Lord Eel was gluttonous and ate all the way. He wished he could put a pot of braised pork at the bedside when he went to sleep. This team served him alone. Such a gluttonous aristocrat was not the worst in Westeros, and was not even considered extravagant. No wonder Tyrion had no interest in liberating the slaves. In truth, a Westeros without slavery was no better than Slaver's Bay in the past. However, the new slave bay under her rule must be different. Danny gathered her thoughts and asked, "Since Madame Stoneheart came to find you, didn't she come up with a plan for revenge?" Madame's plan is to wait for the King's Landing to fall into chaos so that the Iron Throne will not have time to care about the North. Of course, we know your oath, and it is not for you to attack the King's Landing. Actually, the power of the Iron Throne is unable to reach the Northern Territory. As long as I welcome Duke Rickon back to White Harbor, I will be able to gather 5,000 elites to serve him. With the support of 7 to 8 counts such as Bear Island, Mormont, Hearth Castle, Amber, Torrent City, Torrent, and the people of Moor Neck, it is not impossible to take down the renegade Bolton. As long as Bolton is overthrown and the North regains its stability, the nobles of the North will unite under Stark's leadership. Even if Lannister leads the other 6 kingdoms to attack, they will not be able to cross Carlin Bay. Lord Eel was smart. He knew that hiding the truth would only make the Dragon Queen unhappy, so he did not hesitate and told her everything about his plan with Madame Stoneheart. Danny nodded inwardly. If not for the long night, the North might have been able to survive. "If that is the case, how do you want me to uphold justice?" she asked. "Your Majesty, our request is not only to restore Stark's rule." Lord Eel said meaningfully, "What do you want?" "Revenge." Lord Eel's chin trembled as he said with vigor. Danny raised her eyebrows. "Your revenge has something to do with me?" "Your Majesty, we have a common enemy. No matter how arrogant we are, we will not rely on our own strength to defeat Ruth Bolton, Waldfry, Lannister, and Tyrell." "Aren't you contradicting yourself? You know that I will not participate in the war between the 7 kingdoms before the end of the long night, yet you still want me to form an alliance." Danny frowned. Lord Eel shook his head. "No, revenge is not urgent. The aftermath of the rebellion of the 4 princes is too great, and the North also needs to recuperate. If you agree, when summer comes, we will launch a pincer attack. The North will go south to Neck, and you will land from the King's domain. After overthrowing Lannister, the Iron Throne will belong to you. We only want independence. The North will be independent. We will complete our revenge, and you will get the Iron Throne without sacrificing anything. It is a win-win situation." Garth was shocked and angry. "You want to split the 7 kingdoms?" Lord Eel said with a complicated expression. "Sir, think about it. What will the alliance of the 7 kingdoms bring to the North? Only pain and humiliation. The power games of the Southerners are too dangerous. We do not want to participate, nor do we have the ability to. The North also cannot bring much tax to the Iron Throne. It is better to part on good terms." "Count, you are very honest," Danny said. Lord Eel was indeed very honest and did not deliberately mystify. Although he was a little whimsical and blindly optimistic, he put everything on the table. It was a pure exchange of interests. Danny despised the Northerners for being short-sighted, but she did not dislike their behavior. "In principle, I agree to form an alliance with you." As Lord Eel said before, Danny did not contribute anything other than the name of an ally. Why would she refuse? Independence of the North? Haha, she did not even care about the Iron Throne. Why would she care about the North where the mountains are poor and the rivers are evil? But there are two problems that need to be solved in advance. Lord Eel hurriedly asked, "What is it? The long night and the other ghosts?" Chapter 593. The Northern Territory is going to be independent, so the long night and the other ghosts don't matter anymore, Danny said. Why doesn't it matter? Lord Eel was confused. Will you care if Bravos is taken over by the other ghosts? Danny asked. Lord Eel frowned and said with difficulty, the other ghosts are related to the survival of the entire human race. If the Northern Territory can't be defended, how can the countries in the South benefit? I think your United Ghost Resistance Front is very good. The West Arrows should unite and use the strength of the 7 countries to support the Great Wall and the Northern Territory. Who said that the people of the Northern Territory were stubborn? Look, how wonderful is their thinking of eating and cursing when they put down their chopsticks, Danny said angrily. Do you think the nobles of the 7 countries have this kind of awareness? Allowing the Northern Territory to be independent while working hard to help the Northern Territory get rid of the disaster? The Northern Territory hasn't become independent yet, right? Lord Eel said with a smile. It's useless to talk to me about the Northern Territory's independence. If the long night comes, I will call for a meeting. The nobles of the 7 countries will gather together to discuss how to end the long night. At that time, we will also sort out the rotten things of the past few decades, like Rhaegar and Lyanna, my father burning Duke Ricard, Tywin killing Rhaegar's children, Robert's death, Cersei's 3 illegitimate children, Robb's betrayal, Waldfrey's bloody wedding. Everyone will speak openly and uphold justice in front of everyone. At that time, you can face all the nobles of the 7 countries and apply for Brexit. Oh, leave the Westeros. Lord Eel looked at the Dragon Queen with a complicated expression and said, Your Majesty, you are indeed open-minded and far-sighted. Such a meeting is very meaningful. Over the years, the 7 countries have lost their morals and etiquette. People's hearts are not what they used to be. We really need a great trial to wash away the filth in people's hearts. Then he asked, What are the 2 problems you mentioned? First, Jon Stark. He already considers himself the king of the Northern Territory. Jon Stark? Lord Eel was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He asked in confusion, Isn't he a night watcher? And he's an illegitimate child. Didn't Madame Stoneheart tell you that Robb's designated successor as the king of the North is Jon? This is the first time I've heard of this. Lord Eel's eyebrows gradually furrowed. As one of the few great nobles in the northern region, he knew the House of Stark very well. Lady Catelyn hated that bastard, and did not want her son's crown to be taken away by that bastard. This was troublesome. An alpha wolf led the pack. If there were 2 alpha wolves, the pack would split. Or if there was a fight, one of the alpha wolves would die. Second question, Stannis. In the name of the king, he commanded a group of Northern Territory nobles to seek justice for Stark. Without a doubt, his ultimate goal is the Iron Throne. You can't marry 2 women and promise to help me fight for the Iron Throne while forming an alliance with Stannis. This, Lord Eel's frown deepened. To be honest, meeting the Dragon Queen today was an accident, but forming an alliance with the Dragon Queen, or at least reaching an understanding, was the result of a long discussion between him and Lady Catelyn. The reason was also very simple. The first rule of power games: stand on the side of the victor. Only by working with the victor could the alliance be guaranteed. No matter how beautiful the promise made by the loser, it would be as useless as a blank piece of paper. Madame Stoneheart had only lost her kindness, but not her wisdom, although she did not have that in the first place. So, that time in the cave, when she failed to kill the Dragon Queen and the Dragon Queen let her go, she understood 2 things. The Dragon Queen was very strong and could not be defeated. The Dragon Queen was very simple and honest, and did not have any ill intentions towards her and her child as she thought. The Dragon Queen was strong, which meant that she had the highest chance of obtaining the Iron Throne. The Dragon Queen was simple and honest, and working with her would not lead to trouble. However, Erlu was indeed helping Stark, and Bolton, and Free, Lannister. The best outcome would be to form an alliance with the Dragon Queen to ensure the future, and let Erlu work for free to ensure the present. However, Erlu was neither stupid nor simple. Previously, he had sent the hand of the king, the Onion Knight, to White Harbor to seek an alliance. When he was at the Great Wall, he had suggested to work with the King of the North, Stark, many times. Lord Eel thought for a long time and said tentatively, "Your Majesty, if you help Duke Rickon take down Winterfell, Stannis will no longer be a problem. Let him return to the Great Wall as a night watchman, or give him a batch of food and send him out as a gift." Damn, so realistic, so heartless. In order to help Stark take down Winterfell, Erlu was starving in the snow more than 100 kilometers away. She would get angry at anyone who said that the nobles of the North were simple and honest. "Count Feldman, I declare to you once again that before the long night ends, I will not interfere in any of the power struggles of the Seven Kingdoms. A sacred oath cannot be violated." Once again, Dany was glad that she had made this oath a long time ago at the Great Wall. In the latrine like Westeros, with this oath, she had avoided a lot of trouble and saved a lot of saliva. Sigh. Lord Eel sighed and became silent. Lord Count, Beavos called out softly. "Oh?" Lord Eel came back to his senses and asked curiously, "Sir Beavos, what's wrong?" Beavos swallowed the last piece of eel pie and wiped the cherry sauce from his mouth. He pointed to the oven closest to them and said, "That meat pie. It smells so good. Can you give Beavos a piece?" As if he was pricked by a needle, Lord Eel waved his hand hurriedly and said, "No." The smile on Beavos' face froze. "Sigh, that's for Lou Bolton." Lord Eel realized that his tone was wrong and quickly explained in a low voice. Deshiong's expression changed and asked, "Is it poisonous?" "It's not poisonous, but it's 10,000 times scarier than any poison," Lord Eel said hesitantly. "What meat pie is scarier than poison?" Garth asked doubtfully. Lord Eel closed his mouth tightly and avoided his eyes. Suddenly, Dany had a flash of inspiration and thought of a meat pie that was more poisonous than poison. "You didn't kill Bolton's son or wife and make a meat pie for the old peeler to eat, right?" Dany looked at Lord Eel in horror and asked. Lord Eel widened his eyes and looked at Dragon Queen in horror. 7 gods above. "You?" The knights looked at Lord Eel in horror. "No, no." Lord Eel waved his hand. "I want to, but, sigh, that's about it." Finally, Lord Eel gave up struggling and said honestly, "That's right. It's a meat pie. It's a wedding gift for Ramus Bolton. Her Majesty the Queen is my guest. I can't give you a meat pie." 7 levels of hell. Bewortha's stomach started to turn. There's a hand scratching Bewortha's throat. Someone wants to crawl out of Bewortha's stomach, the fat eunuch said pitifully with a pale face. Dany started to rejoice. In this cold weather, she really couldn't eat greasy food and only drank a few cups of warm wine. "Whose pie?" she asked. "It's made from the meat of Rhaegar, Simon, and Jerry, the Fry pie." Lord Eel's eyes were cold and he growled. "Wade Fry violated the guests' rights and killed my lord and many nobles in the Northern Territory. I want revenge. I want the Freys to eat their own children's meat like the Rat Chef." Aerys Fry and Hastings Fry are leading the Fry family's 2,000 troops to help Ramus Bolton stabilize the Northern Territory. They're also in Winterfell now, and will definitely eat my Fry pie. Dany suddenly had 10,000 fuck in her heart. It was because of Lord Eel's ruthlessness, savagery, and loyalty, and also because Aerys ate Rhaegar's meat pie. There are too many uncertainties about the alliance, but I personally don't oppose the independence of the Northern Territory, as long as you can convince the other nobles in the Great Council. As for the Iron Throne, it's still the same. The one who ends the long night is the king. Count, don't doubt, the long night is really coming. The Fry pie was too scary, and there was also a burst of fragrance. Dany couldn't sit still, so she immediately said goodbye and got up to leave. Speaking of which, although Lord Eel's methods were cruel, his loyalty to Stark was really enviable. And Bear Island and the Northwest Mountain Clan. There were so many loyal people in this broken place in the Northern Territory, It was really enviable. After that, there were no more accidents. At around 3 o'clock the next morning, Danny came to the old town for the second time. The two centaurs, Beavis and Big Bear, stayed in the forest outside the city. Danny hung a chain on Big Black's paw for Garth to grab and quietly landed on Dr. Wargrave's tower. Wargrave wasn't on the list of criminals announced by Big Black, so he wouldn't be hunted by the Honorable Knight. There was no bounty. Because of that, his tower wasn't guarded by the city guards. It was very quiet and secluded. Other than an apprentice serving the old doctor on the first floor, there was no one else. Garth Hyder easily sneaked into the tower. Unfortunately, the tower was very empty, and no useful letters were found. Your Majesty, Dr. Wargrave has dementia, can't read, can't study, and even the bookshelves in his study have been emptied. If there aren't any other secret rooms, the only clue left is probably the contents of this box. Danny looked down. The wooden box wasn't big, and the bronze lock on the outside had been pried open by Garth, revealing a few pitiful items inside. A bag of silver deer, a bundle of yellow hair tied with a ribbon, a portrait of a woman who looked like Wargrave, and a lobster-shaped steel armor gauntlet used by knights. She didn't go down herself, but left a soul imprint on the White Knight's right hand. What does this mean? Danny frowned. The doctor might really have a disreputable past, Garth said. I'm not interested in keeping a lover or having a son. I want to know the plans of Ricard Stark and his scholar Varys, Danny said. Your Majesty, you see, the lover's keepsake is only a bundle of long hair. He didn't dare to draw the original image of his son, but used feminization to cover it up. This means that the doctor was very cautious and restrained when he was young. Finally, Garth concluded, if Ricard and Varys were really plotting something, he would never leave something as deadly as a letter behind. Wheeze. Wargrave, who was on the bed, opened his eyes wide and looked blankly at the two people in the room. His mouth, which was gagged by a handkerchief, made a series of snoring sounds. The doctor was just dementia, not stroke, and didn't lose his ability to speak. So when he came in, Garth had gagged his mouth. Maybe we can try. Danny stepped forward thoughtfully and pointed at the old doctor's forehead. The ability to communicate with trees was sealed by the three-eyed crow, but the Green Prophet couldn't stop her thoughts from entering another person's soul realm. The old doctor's soul was like a rotten wooden house that had been eaten by worms, full of holes. Without the dragon spirit, Danny's thoughts easily entered. Chapter 594. What's wrong? Garth asked worriedly. Not long after the Dragon Queen's finger touched the old doctor's forehead, about 10 minutes later, her smiling face suddenly turned gloomy, and she even began to grit her teeth. Shueching deserved to die, and Ricard deserved to die, Danny said coldly. Things went smoother than she had expected. Once, Danny had entered the mind of the hard-footed spearwoman, and from her shattered soul core, she had seen some of the spearwoman's memories. Once, Danny had entered the mind of the good boy Jiakuan and caught a glimpse of a few of Jiakuan's life experiences. She guessed that by entering Dr. Wargrave's mind, she might be able to discover some of his secrets, or she might not be able to see anything. An ordinary person's soul core was like a ball of vapor, while a person with a strong will was like a solid crystal. A person with a shattered soul had a shattered soul core like a shattered crystal. Extraordinaries formed an external meditation foundation, such as Danny's 9-colored vortex, the fire mage's flames, the shadow binder's shadows, the moon chanter's moonlight. Their memories were almost impossible to peek at because their soul core was hidden in the depths of their meditation foundation. Wargrave's soul core was like a crystal with countless holes drilled out by worms, and it was also protected by a layer of fog. If Danny had tried to break through the protective soul fog before eating the weirwood seed paste, she would have probably hurt the old doctor. But now, her thoughts had silently seeped into the crystal with countless holes inside. In an instant, Danny felt as though she had fallen into a colorful maze. Countless scenes flashed before her eyes, as though she had opened a kaleidoscope. The old doctor felt different, and the colors of the scenes changed accordingly. The warm hugs with a woman, the cold parting, the dark solitude, the sunny birth of a baby, the dark conspiracy. Many scenes appeared incomplete, like a roll of film tape that had been left for too long. Most of it was damaged, and a small part was blurred, leaving only the incoherent plot clearly visible. But the scenes regarding Scholar Virius were too vivid and profound. Even though Dr. Wargrave was almost 90 years old and had dementia, the memories of his son remained in the depths of his soul. Perhaps only death could end his longing for his son. Scholar Virius was only in his early 20s when he received the necklace. He was recommended by Wargrave to Winterfell in the Northern Territory for personal use. He didn't want to be separated from his son either, but this was a rare opportunity. He was the Duke of the 7 Great Kingdoms. There were only 7 scholars who assisted the Duke. The position was too precious. If there was even the slightest vacancy, countless scholars would fight over it. Before the previous generation of Winterfell scholars died of illness, Wargrave had started planning for his son's successor. Dany was only curious about this kind of thing and didn't care about it. She fast-forwarded to the scene where Vilice and Ricard interacted. The Mad King said that Ricard was the biggest villain in the 7 Kingdoms. To the Targaryens, that was indeed the case. Ricard was ambitious, and the northern region could no longer satisfy his desire for power, especially after going to King's Landing. When Xiang Yu saw Shi Huang's parade, he said, "You can replace him." When Liu Bang saw Shi Huang's parade, he sighed, "A real man should be like this." When Ricard saw the Mad King sitting on the Iron Throne, he thought, "That crazy little bastard. His talent and martial arts are inferior to mine. Why should I?" Moreover, the north was cold, the south was hot. The north was barren, the south was rich. His ambition was the south. At first, Ricard was purely greedy for power, hoping to exert more influence in the court and didn't have any thoughts of replacing the Duke. Scholar Vilice saw through the Lord's thoughts and encouraged the Duke's ambition. There were 3 reasons why Vilice was like this. Firstly, he was ambitious. With a doctor as his backing, his growth had been too smooth, and he had easily become the Grand Chancellor of one of the 7 Kingdoms. He was bold and had high goals. Second, Vilice was loyal to Ricard and felt that Duke Stark deserved more. Finally, and most importantly, the City of Knowledge was tired of the Targaryen family's rotten affairs. St. Bailey, mediocre King Aegon, Blackfyre's rebellion, Bloodcrow's White Terror, Midsummer Hall's incident, one after another. Rotten affairs made a portion of the scholars in the City of Knowledge come to a consensus. The Westeros would be better without the Targaryens. Let's not talk about the others. Just take the Blackfyre's rebellion as an example. In less than 100 years, there were 5 Blackfyre rebellions. Demon Blackfyre's descendants came one after another, almost at least once in every generation. Every time, it would bring great damage to the 7 Kingdoms. Hundreds of thousands, millions of civilians were affected. The nobles who died in the war were also like mushrooms after the rain, uncountable. Even the dukes of the 7 Kingdoms died one after another. Lannister and Tywin had dukes who died because of the dragon family's rotten affairs. Wasting money and manpower, corpses piled up everywhere. But what did the 7 Kingdoms gain? Nothing. Every time a Targaryen was born, the gods would flip a coin to decide if he was great or crazy. Then, the people of the 7 Kingdoms would pray together, not expecting their king to be great, as long as he wasn't crazy. Why? How could the Targaryens, who didn't even have a dragon, rule the Westeros? It could be said that after the Blood Dragon dance, the City of Knowledge had completely lost its reverence for the Targaryen royal family. It wasn't hard to understand. The Targaryens' sacred mantle was torn apart by the scholars. They weren't even afraid of the Targaryens with dragons, so why would they revere the lunatics without dragons? So, a small portion of the scholars gathered together, intending to get rid of the Targaryens. Well, only a small portion. The scholars were divided into 2 categories, those with noble backgrounds and those with no background. Commoners with no background became scholars because they had good brains. The second son, third son, or collateral descendants of noble families didn't have the right to inherit, so becoming a scholar was also a good way out. For example, as the third son of the family, Old Yemont didn't have the right to inherit, so he went to the City of Knowledge to become a scholar. In fact, most of the scholars came from noble backgrounds. The noble scholars allowed the blood dragon dance for the sake of their ideals, but they didn't necessarily agree to get rid of the Targaryens. The reason was simple. The Targaryens were only one of the great nobles. If the scholars were to mess with the dragon family today, who knew if they would feel that the lion family's debt must be repaid was too domineering tomorrow? So, only a small number of scholars had the intention to change the Iron Throne's master, and Villies happened to be one of them. Brandon and Catelyn Tully, Lyanna and Robert's marriage alliance, sending Ed Stark to Arryn Valley to become Old Jon's adopted son, becoming Robert's sworn brother. All of the above were Villies' plans. Other scholars also participated in his plans, such as Scholar Clarkson who served Theon Bella. According to Villies' plans, the great hero who ended the Targaryen rule should be Rickard Stark. In the end, although the Mad King was crazy, he wasn't stupid or blind. Wolf, fish, deer, and eagle, such an obvious alliance, couldn't he see it? If the Mad King didn't have any political sense, he wouldn't have rejected Tywin's suggestion of a marriage alliance between Rhaegar and Cersei. Instead, he would have formed an alliance with Dorne. The Mad King wasn't wrong in rejecting Tywin and changing the marriage alliance with Dorne. In fact, it was very wise. Because Tywin had been the hand of the king for 20 years, his power was too great. Even with the Mad King's wisdom and talent, he couldn't suppress him, let alone his son-in-law Rhaegar. Back then, there was a saying among the Westeros. Lord Tywin ruled the Seven Kingdoms, while Lady Joanna ruled Tywin. There were even people who claimed that Lord Tywin was the true ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. When the Mad King heard it, he cut off that person's tongue, and that person later cut off Id's head. It was Island Pine, Tywin's henchman. From this, one could see how much power Tywin had at that time. Even Grand Scholar Pycelle, who was supposed to serve the Targaryens, was convinced by Tywin and was willing to lead the way. I digress. Scholar Villies knew that the Mad King was crazy, but he didn't know to what extent. He tricked the Duke into King's Landing and tortured him to death in the most humiliating way. The plot between the Mad King and Rickard was similar to King Zhou and Ji Chong. The Mad King's craziness surpassed King Zhou's. He didn't test the waters, he didn't imprison them, he just went crazy and was reckless. Rickard wasn't as shrewd as Ji Chong. Ji Chong could even eat the meatballs of his eldest son, but old Rickard was reckless. He was clearly plotting a rebellion, but he still dared to go to King's Landing alone. If it was Ji Chong, he would have stayed at home and pretended to have a stomachache instead of going to Chowga alone. More importantly, Ji Chong had the mandate of heaven. Rickard was the vanguard for the king. Terrible fate. The wolf, fish, eagle, and deer alliance that took more than 10 years of hard work to create was taken advantage of by Robert for nothing. Not long after Rickard died, Scholar Villies thought that the alliance had failed, so he also died of depression. Who knew that the Mad King was so crazy that he killed Stark and his son, as well as Jon Arryn's heir. In theory, the Four-Nation alliance was already broken, but he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to eliminate the source of the problem and kill Ed and Robert. The heavens took pity on him. At that time, Robert was the one who was truly innocent. His wife ran away with someone else in such a way. He was even more pitiful than a big bear. Jon Arryn took over Villies' Four-Nation alliance plan and willingly became Uncle Finger's successor. He re-established the framework of the alliance and made it even more indestructible. However, the core of the alliance changed, from Stark to Byra and Theon. In Villies' Four-Nation alliance, eagle, deer, and fish had no contact. Only wolf had contact with the other three. In Jon Arryn's Four-Nation alliance, deer and fish still had no contact. Only eagle had the foundation of an alliance with the other three. Ed was the second son, and Ed was the younger brother. Ed wasn't as dazzling as Robert, so the number one foster father of the Seven Nations naturally wouldn't support him to become king. How did the City of Knowledge become like this? Garth's face was pale as he muttered to himself. Once a person studies, they become bad. Dany complained. What do we do now? That little alliance among the scholars, Does it still exist? Garth asked. Targaryen has been destroyed for so many years. It should have been disbanded long ago. Dany sighed. Perhaps Aegon's conquest of the Westeros was a mistake. If Targaryen only occupied Dragonstone Island and the royal territory, raised dozens of dragons at home, and led Valerian, Sitaga, and a few other underlings to control the narrow sea trade, he had money, leisure, and power. He would be living a carefree life now. Garth looked out of the window and reminded, "It's almost dawn. Your Majesty, we should leave. We can't let those scholars go just like that." Dany puffed up her cheeks and said fiercely, "Targaryen, debts must be repaid. I have to give the City of Knowledge a retribution." Garth was stupefied. Wasn't the City of Knowledge miserable enough? What could be more terrifying than the church parading through the streets to atone for their sins? Hee. Dany laughed eerily. Since the City of Knowledge liked to control public opinion, and liked to not fear sacrifice for the country and the people, then use public opinion to help me kill the faceless. Dany used Dany's whisper on Wargrave. Chapter 595. In recent days, the bleak City of Knowledge seemed to have changed for the better. Hiding Tyrell of the Lord of the River Bend finally agreed to the scholars' request and sent a squadron of 300 cavalry. They would replace the armored and sword-wielding scholars to guard the City of Knowledge and protect the scholars on the Great Guardian of Light's sinner list from being attacked by the honorable knights. Then, the acting regent of the Iron Throne, Empress Dowager Cersei, officially announced that the Dragon Queen's trial against the City of Knowledge was invalid. In other words, the City of Knowledge did not need to be disbanded. The City of Knowledge resumed its business and became an official organization of the Seven Kingdoms again. Good things came in threes. Even Dr. Wargrave, who had been in a daze for almost a year, regained his sanity. The City of Knowledge had gained another great general. On this day, the wind outside was warm and the flowers were fragrant. The steward's pavilion was also filled with joy and laughter. The doctor's gloomy expressions were swept away, and their moods were as bright as the sun in the courtyard. Finally, the Iron Throne has made an official announcement. The City of Knowledge is still the City of Knowledge. The scholars are still the scholars. Our dignity and glory have returned. Steward Theobald sighed. And Tyrell, they have also expressed their stance. 300 cavalry is enough to defend the Red Keep. We no longer need to be on tenterhooks and have trouble eating and sleeping. Economics Dr. Ryan said. Even Dr. Wargrave has recovered. Congratulations. Benedict, the history doctor, looked at the old doctor sitting on the first left of the supervisor. Dr. Wargrave, how do you feel? Do you remember what happened these days? With Benedict's reminder, the doctors began to show concern for the white-haired old doctor. A faint purple light flashed in Wargrave's old eyes. I'm fine, but I'm afraid everyone is not so optimistic. Dr. Wargrave, what do you mean? Ryan asked. Wargrave did not say anything. He only tapped 2 letters on the table. Everyone sighed and fell silent. The 2 letters came from hiding in the Iron Throne, Old Rose and Cersei. Cersei asked the City of Knowledge to publicly support her re-entry into the palace and return to being the Empress Dowager. Old Rose asked the City of Knowledge to launch a public opinion offensive to incite the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms to drive Cersei Greyjoy out of King's Landing. The Empress Dowager, who had married into the Iron Islands, was no longer the Empress Dowager and had no right to rule as regent. The reason was simple. Although the King's Landing didn't have a Theon, the Seven Nations legal system still belonged to Theon Bella. Even Targaryen was only a remnant of the previous dynasty. Even if the whole world knew that Tommen was Lannister, the reason why Tommen could become king was because his surname was Theon Byra. So, why should the matriarch of the Greyjoy family be the regent of Theon Byra's throne? It was still the same old saying. No matter how bad the City of Learning was, it still controlled all the messenger crows of the 7 countries. Controlling the messenger crows was equivalent to controlling half of the public opinion of the 7 nations. Not to mention that each of the nobles of the 7 countries had a scholar assisting them. The scholar's attitude could easily influence the Lord's decision. Therefore, at this crucial moment in the battle for public opinion, The Iron Throne and Gao Ting began to express goodwill towards the City of Knowledge. Previously, the City of Knowledge had been smelly. With Old Rose's shrewdness and Kevin's shrewdness, how could they waste their family's reputation and honor just to endorse the scholars of the City of Knowledge? To be honest, even they were shocked by the crimes of the City of Knowledge. The problem now was that after receiving benefits from the Iron Throne and Gao Ting, the City of Knowledge had to repay them. They had to choose a side, Gao Ting or Cersei. The City of Knowledge's foundation is in the Old Town. The Old Town is at the river bend, and Gao Ting controls the river bend. Professor Lane said slowly, Lannister controls the King's Landing, but the King's Landing needs the river bend to support it. Cersei is crazy, Old Rose is rational. No one can predict the outcome of offending a lunatic. Gao Ting withdraws the knights guarding us. I can immediately tell you what your outcome will be. You will be arrested by bounty hunters who call themselves honorable knights, and then paraded through the streets under the pressure of the monks. The professors spoke one after another and began to quarrel with each other over the matter of choosing a side. Professor Wargrave, what do you think? The head of the professors asked the old man beside him. Wargrave followed the thoughts from the depths of his soul core and said with a wooden face, the City of Knowledge is weak, and we can't afford to offend anyone. Why don't we dilute our existence and try not to take sides? It's best if we don't take sides, but how do we do it? A professor immediately asked. If Professor Lane quarreled with the head of the department and wanted me to be the referee, but when they found my tower, they found me sweating profusely over another life-threatening matter, what would they do? Wargrave asked. There were no fools present, and everyone quickly fell into deep thought as if they had understood something. After a while, Professor Lane asked softly, why don't we continue to spread the news that Bravos violated the rights of the guests? We have never stopped criticizing the shamelessness of the Bravosatians. A professor reminded. Professor Lane waved his hand and said in a deep voice, then increased the intensity. The Iron Throne and Gao Ting both know that we have been doing this recently, and it is more acceptable for them to use this reason to slack off. There are at least 50 stories about Bravos breaking the oath circulating in the docks and taverns at the same time. What else can we do? The attack of public opinion has reached saturation. The head of the professors said helplessly, unless there is a new explosive point. What else can it be? The professors looked at each other speechlessly. They had written hundreds of stories about Bravos breaking the oath and the brutality of the faceless. Now, they were racking their brains to write a similar article. What was the use? Sigh, now that things have come to this, I will not hide it anymore. In the quiet conference room, Professor Wargrave's sigh was particularly loud. What? The head of the professors turned his head in confusion. The old man leaned back in his chair and sighed. I will lay my cards on the table. Apart from the ordinary professors, there is a special team, and I am the leader of the special team. It just so happens that the special team knows many secrets of the faceless. If you want explosive points, I will give you explosive points. How about a faceless assassination list? It has a name, a time, and a place. It is guaranteed to shake the world. Even the Iron Throne and Gao Ting will be shocked. It was uncertain if Cersei and Old Rose would be shocked by this, but all the doctors present were shocked by what they had just witnessed. Professor, are you okay? The head of the professors pointed to his temple, his movements and expression careful not to provoke the poor old man. The old man had only recovered from dementia with the blessing of the Holy Mother, and now he had become a lunatic? You think I'm a lunatic? Professor Wargrave's eyes were contemptuous. Are you not? The professors complained in their minds. Humph, now that things have come to this, I am not afraid to tell you that the War of the Usurpers was not an accident, but the result of our scholars' careful planning. Ricard Stark Scholar, Villis, is a member of our special team. Ricard was ambitious, and Villis encouraged his ambition and facilitated the alliance of Stark, Tully, Aaron, and Theon Byra. Professor Wargrave was eloquent, blabbering on, recounting the War of the Usurpers and the Four-Nation Alliance. The conference room was as silent as a morgue. The professors' faces were pale, their eyes wide, and their chins almost fell on the table. Their eyes were full of bewilderment, and their expressions were full of shock. "Professor, are you sure? This is a serious matter. You can't joke about it." After a long while, the head of the professors picked up his chin from the table and pressed it back down. "Do I look like someone who jokes?" Wargrave asked in return. "I'd rather you were joking." "No, I'd rather you, old man, remain a retard, forever bringing the secret of the special team that deserved to see the deviants underground. Even if you don't know the secrets of the faceless, it's still worth it." The head of the professor's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. The professor's eyes flickered. She had traveled thousands of miles to the sanctuary beyond the Great Wall, resurrected Ace at the Great Wall, met Erlu and Lord Eel, and finally bestowed a spirit to repair Dr. Dementia's soul and leave behind a thought. It was a long story, but in fact it had only taken 3 days. On the evening of the 4th day, Danny returned to Astapor. "Danny, did Blinden set you up?" Old Yamant, who had dark circles under his eyes, came over anxiously as soon as he jumped off the dragon's back. "He did, but it was worth it." Old Yamant breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "How's John?" Danny sighed and said, "Jon Snow is a thing of the past." Yamant and Tyrion exclaimed at the same time. "Lalo couldn't resurrect him. Did the red-robed woman break her promise?" Tyrion said with a trembling voice. "I didn't know you had such a good relationship with Jon Snow." Danny said strangely, "I don't know why, but when I first saw him, I thought, maybe I'm a dwarf, and he's an illegitimate child." A dwarf is no different from an illegitimate child in his father's eyes. Tyrion sighed. Yamant glanced at the dwarf, and his mouth opened and closed. He wanted to say, "It's the bond of blood, just like when I saw you and Jon. You were especially close." But Jon didn't die. The one who died was the night watchman, Jon Snow. When he was resurrected, he became the king of the north, Jon Stark. Danny said with a smile. "Oh." Yamant and the dwarf rolled their eyes at the same time. "You didn't even finish your sentence. You scared me to death." "Do you know why Jon died?" Danny looked meaningfully at old Yamant and said, "For the sake of Stark's honor and hatred, he betrayed the night watchman's oath." As the commander-in-chief, he summoned the night watchman and the savages to follow him south to seek revenge on Bolton. "Blacksmith Tanner told me that Jon is the real Stark. He has the Stark's ancestral running wolf's blood. He's indeed very impulsive, just like his uncle Blinden and Aunt Lyanna. He really has the running wolf's blood." The dwarf nodded in agreement. Yamant frowned. He looked at Danny and then at the dwarf. He sighed in his heart. Jon had risked his life for Stark and betrayed his oath. Tyrion had also risked offending the Dragon Queen a few days ago for Lannister. He rode a pterodactyl to meet Kevin at the King's Landing to arrange an escape route for Lannister. He was obviously a Targaryen, but he had the most standard Stark appearance and the most Stark personality. He was obviously a Targaryen, but he was more like Tywin than Cersei and Jaime. He was more concerned about the future of the entire Lannister family. Should he tell them the truth? If their love for the Targaryens was half as deep as their love for their mother's family, would they have to worry about Dany's hegemony and the Targaryen family's prosperity? "Aunt, what tree is this? Where did you get it?" Yamant looked over and saw Aegon looking curiously at the bundle of red-leafed saplings in his arms. The old man suddenly felt sick of it. He did not know if this fellow was real or fake, but although he carried the name of Targaryen, his love for Targaryen was not half as deep as his love for the Iron Throne. Comparing the two, it was too unlikable. "They're all weirwood. Danny, are you going to plant weirwood?" Yamant asked. "The thick one is a magical material. I plan to make it into a scabbard. I'll plant the other saplings in the pyramid garden first and see if they can survive." The Green Prophet's sphere of influence was only in the Westeros. If the weirwood was successfully transplanted, perhaps Danny could become the tree speaker of Ursos. "Your Majesty, our people have been waiting for a few days. Do you still want to carry out the cargo plan? Do we still fight Zingis?" The giant crab walked over and asked with a frown. Chapter 596. My father is Faust, little Doxim, in order to help his father gain votes in the election of the consul of Volantis, bravely broke through the blockade of the guards of the Unsullied in Tolos, met the Dragon Queen, and stated that there was no need to detain merchant ships. The Dragon Queen humbly accepted his suggestion. Allow merchants to use ransom money to redeem people and ships, and under Faust Doxim's guarantee, release a portion of Volantis merchants with prominent backgrounds in advance. However, the Dragon Queen also made a request. She could redeem people, but she did not need gold. She could use tile steel swords, magical items, and other high-grade goods. She could also use food, cloth, and other resources as collateral. It was said that in prosperous times, gold in troubled times. However, in this strange world that had developed for more than 10,000 years and had accumulated gold without consumption, gold seemed to be useless. Well, in the great celestial empire, no matter how much gold was mined, it would not be enough to bury officials and nobles. In the Battle of Toros, the Dragon Queen captured thousands of large ships. The number of merchants and sailors added up to more than 50,000. Some of these captives were sent to Free Maiden Island to build New York Town. Some were sent to Astapor to plant sweet potatoes, and some were sent to the new frontier outpost, Old Guys. After receiving the ransom money from New Guys, Dani kept her word. After receiving a ship of goods and tile steel weapons, she immediately released the people, ships, and even returned some of the goods, the specialties of the 3 cities of Slavers Bay: white sugar, brandy, and dragon's paper. Especially dragon's paper, which gradually replaced bronze, white sugar, and white wine, becoming the #1 industry in Slavers Bay. Not to mention the logistics fleet of the Alliance Army. Even the merchants of the Jade Sea and Summer Sea cities began to sharpen their heads and drill into Astapor. When Astapor announced that it would enter a state of war readiness and close the city, they turned to the VIP customers, who gradually became second-rate merchants. They were the small merchants led by Faust Doxim, who served the Guys Coalition army back then and were captured by the Dragon Queen in the Battle of Poplar Slope. Well, they stood at the dragon's butt and took off. More than 1,000 ships, tens of thousands of people, and full of goods, entered New Guys in an endless stream, causing the port that was once bombed by General Wildfire to prosper again. Now, they were no longer afraid of General Wildfire. Although the regretful guest had failed miserably, allowing the Wildfire General and Prince Aegon to escape with their lives, New Gith was now guarded by the Winged Dragon Legion. A total of 20 troops mixed shadow and swamp dragons, and 2,000 dragon-slaying crossbows to form a terrifying crossbow formation, even if the Dragon Queen came herself to come personally. Without a doubt, Daenerys has already given up on the Southern Expedition. Demon Tail Hatter's general of the Southern Expedition is a huge joke. More than a month after Aegon's assassination, New Guys, which had been peaceful for nearly 2 months, once again held a general assembly. The Maiden to the Fleet City, to patrol guards Bay to protect patrol maidens to protect fortresses, not to to defend bays, 2's to divides guard. The maidens guards maiden to patrols maiden, to attack maiden, maidens to guards maiden. It, ss not, s's to the s2, 2s. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. The news was true. They had even sent people to infiltrate the Old Guys' sentry tower to check it out. They had truly infiltrated, unlike the blunder, where they had observed it from a few kilometers away. Old Guys' SS was not expanded, and it was only maintained as a small fishing village. This meant that the Dragon Queen had given up on her plan to attack New Guys directly. "What do you think, General Grazdan?" Zero asked. Everyone looked at him with anticipation and respect. Recently, after suffering several setbacks, the war gods, too, had gradually taken root. Dani Rise doesn't have the energy and time to attack New Guys, War God Yuankai said in a low voice. The Alliance's 100,000-foot cavalry has already left Materis, and a light cavalry vanguard has even entered Borash, which is only 600 kilometers away from Meereen. It is foreseeable that Meereen's battle will begin within 3 months. Moreover, A few cavalry generals and I are ready to ride the winged dragons to Tauros, Dothraki Sea, and Black Hills Town in Raza tonight. 3 armies, sea, land, air, and river, besieging Meereen in 4 ways. Dany Rise has to go all out, and there is no time to waste on new guys. Other things aside, how will she defend new guys if we take it? That makes sense. New guys will have nothing to worry about now. Zero nodded and sighed regretfully. He then said something else. There is news that Aegon and General Wildfire are not dead. Why aren't they dead? Did the regretful assassins miss their targets? Chuegu cried out. No. Zero shook his head. Both of them were stabbed, but only Aegon was poisoned, and Dany Rise knew the antidote. What the hell? Chuegu slammed the table in dissatisfaction and cursed. As a large assassin organization with a 1,000-year-old legacy, they don't even have a secret poison. Isn't that embarrassing? Don't worry, don't panic. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. A large wave of assassins is on their way to Astapor, 2nd Fleet Captain Zanetti comforted. But after Queers, will the assassins still dare to make a move? Zero doubted. The Dragon Queen's revenge terrified all the large assassin organizations. But many assassins are alone. To them, the word poor is 100,000 times scarier than the Megalosaurus. As long as you can afford it, they will even assassinate the Grim Reaper. Those outlaws need money, and we have it. As long as we find the right way and use the money well, the effect will not be worse than the Megalosaurus, Zanetti sneered. Reasonable, reasonable. Everyone sighed and smiled. These people had a good plan, but it was a pity that things did not develop as they had expected. The more dangerous the situation was, the more determined Dany was to take down new guys. The reason was simple. Before the Allied forces could surround Meereen, she had to do her best to weaken the Allied forces. Not only did she have to attack new guys in the south, but she also had to attack the centaurs of the Dothraki Sea in the north, the slavers of the Jade Sea in the east along the Raza River, and the 100,000 infantry of the Allied forces in the west. If she did not take advantage of the encirclement to destroy them one by one, was she a masochist? Would she deliberately move according to the enemy's pace and wait for them to attack from the sea, land, air, and river? In fact, on the second night after Warlord Yuan Kai left, Dany decided to use the cargo ship strategy. It was the cargo ship version of the Trojan horse stratagem. Tyrion wanted to save young Commander Jack, so Dany pushed the boat with the current, making Jack unknowingly her spy. The son of the VIP client, Fat Doxim, wanted to save the captured sea merchants, so Dany beat him at his own game. She hid 2,000 Mother of Dragons guards among the 40 to 50,000 sailors and more than 1,000 ships. New Guise was about 8 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide. It was a very narrow island, so the number of docks in the harbor was limited, and there were few berths for ships to dock. As the main logistics hub of the Allied forces, thousands of ships from hundreds of cities in the world gathered here. Fortunately, the large Jean Island in the north was like a crab, stretching out 2 large pincers to protect the small island of New Guise in the center. The sea near the harbor was very calm and wide enough to allow thousands of ships to hover in it. Dany had passed by New Guise on her way from Kars to Slaver's Bay and had docked in the bay outside the harbor for a while. At that time, there were only a few hundred ships docked in the bay, but she was already shocked by the development of sea trade in this world. Tonight, the dark sea that reflected the sparkling moonlight stretched more than 10 kilometers, and there were more than 2,000 ships. Under the walls of New Guise, the poor lived in a low, old-tiled house. In the bedroom on the left wing, 2 guards in mail armor wearing ordinary gray clothes had lost their ability to move and were paralyzed at the door. A man and a woman knelt on the violet-patterned mirror carpet beside the bed. Dany C. held a small crossbow in her right hand and played with the steel short sword in her left hand. She said in a hoarse voice, "Don't worry, your guards are not dead. But if you don't behave, you will definitely die." She was wearing a black hood, making it impossible to see her face clearly, and her voice had changed. Yes, the Dragon Queen had asked the little assassin to hide her identity as much as possible. The fear and doubt in Cui Ji's eyes were as clear as the hot sweat on his cheeks, clearly visible under the dim candlelight. "How did you find this place?" he asked dryly. This residence was simple on the outside, but luxurious on the inside. It was a residence that he had specially prepared to avoid the bombardment of the wildfire general. He had 7 or 8 similar residences, and he changed them almost every day. Although there were very few guards around him, they were hidden and safe. But now, Dragon Queen's assassin had silently snuck in. "Your wife brought me in." Facing her husband's furious and incredulous gaze, Linny's, who was naked, immediately shook her head and denied, "I didn't. This is the first time I saw him. You shop crazily every day in the shops of new guys. As long as I follow you, I will naturally find this place." Danny C. lied. The shapeshifter had already figured out the location of every dragon-slaying crossbow in the city and the residence of every high-ranking member of the Alliance army. There was no need to follow them. But Prince Cui Gu believed her without hesitation because his wife was such a person. He glared at the shopaholic prodigal woman and said helplessly, "You didn't kill me immediately. What do you want?" "The queen needs your loyalty." "My loyalty?" Cui Gu opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, "I am a slave owner. Surrender or die." Danny C. said coldly. Cui Gu lowered his head and said with flickering eyes, "I surrender. Swear." Cui Gu raised his hand and swore to the gods. Danny C. picked up a ribbon from the bed and threw it on the ground, saying, "Tie your wife up." Linny's covered the big white rabbit in front of her chest and said in horror, "What are you doing? I know you. Even if you are wearing a hood, I can still recognize you. You are Tyrion the Kinslayer, the only dwarf under Dragon Queen's command. Who are you trying to hide it from? I also know what you want to do to me, but let me tell you, my father is—" "Shut up." Cui Gu roared and pulled his wife's arm away. He smiled at the dwarf and said, "Do whatever you want. I will help you tie her up." Linny's no longer struggled. She half refused and half hid, half shyly and half angrily. Cui Gu skillfully tied his wife up in a pose. Danny C. almost couldn't hold it in and cursed with her original voice. The little assassin left the bed and walked to the small study beside the bedroom. She turned back and shouted at the confused Cui Gu, "Come here." "Me?" Cui Gu pointed at his nose and asked, "Who else is it?" The little assassin waved the crossbow and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a person." Linny's looked at the dwarf bitterly. Chapter 597. There's no need to go to the study. Cui Gu stood up, raised his head, and sighed. He began to take off his silk nightgown. In the blink of an eye, he was as naked as his wife. "Right here. Do whatever you want. There's no need to hide. I won't resist either." Cui Gu opened his arms, raised his chest, and faced the dwarf calmly. Danny C., who had grown up in the arena, was not a naive girl. She immediately understood Cui Ji's thoughts. She was very angry, but she did not lose her temper. She only raised her crossbow and pointed at Prince Reese, who had sacrificed his body for justice. She said coldly, come to the study. Go." Westeros are different from Prince Reese. They are very conservative. Even if they want to play with you, they will avoid others. Linny's said to her husband, who was still in a daze, in the tone of an old hand. Cui Gu had no choice but to follow the dwarf into the study. After the dwarf closed the door, he lay on the table and closed his eyes. "Come." Danny C. took out a folded piece of dragon paper from her waist. She opened it and placed it on the table. "Come, copy everything on this list." Cui Gu finally understood that the dwarf had no intention of neglecting his duty and taking advantage of him. "What?" He picked up the piece of paper and looked at it. His expression changed drastically. He said in disbelief, "Dear gods, this is the new guy's defense map. The positions and numbers of the dragon-slaying crossbow formation are, and our residence, it's all on it. Who is your spy? There are some things that even I don't know." Chui Gu stared at the dwarf and said angrily, "Do you want to die?" The sharp tip of the sword left a red mark on the jujube. Blood immediately seeped out. Chui Ji's expression changed. He wanted to say stubbornly, "Kill me if you dare," but he was afraid that the dwarf would really kill him if he dared. Who would dare to doubt his magnanimity if he dared to kill his nephew and father? Chui Gu sat down with a humiliated expression. He took out a piece of dragon paper that was as wide as 2 A4 pages from the table. He picked up an ink pen and a wooden ruler and started copying. After more than half an hour, Prince Reese finally finished drawing the complicated military deployment map. And this, Danny C put away Chui Ji's drawing and handed him a letter. After reading the contents of the letter, Chui Gu could no longer hold back. She said in shock and anger, "How cruel of you to use me as a scapegoat." This letter was completely a letter of loyalty written by a spy to the Dragon Queen. Not only was there disgusting flattery, there was also a detailed introduction of the situation in New Jis City. Although the name of the writer was blurred by ink, Chui Gu could deduce from the handwriting that the letter and the military deployment map were written by the same person. What did this mean? Firstly, there was a traitor in the upper echelons of the alliance. Secondly, War God Yuan Kai had misjudged the situation again. Dragon Queen hadn't given up on attacking New Gith and was about to take action against New Gith. Finally, in order to protect the spy, Dragon Queen began to arrange for a scapegoat. And he, Chui Gu, was the scapegoat. But why me? Hurry up and write, Danny C urged. Noticing the obvious impatience in the dwarf's attitude, Chui Gu was even more certain of her conjecture. There wasn't even a perfunctory explanation. She definitely wasn't sincerely asking for his surrender. "I'm not writing. Even if I do, I'll die. My reputation will be ruined, and I'll die a cowardly death. Why don't you kill me? At least you can keep your reputation, and you won't let that despicable person who betrayed the alliance get away with it," Chui Gu said stiffly. "You're thinking too much." Danny C finally gave him a perfunctory reply. Hee. Chui Gu laughed coldly. Danny C raised her crossbow and pointed it at Chui Ji's forehead. She said in a low, muffled voice, "If you write, you won't necessarily die. If you don't, you'll definitely die tonight." The cold smile on Chui Ji's face froze. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and picked up the pen. He copied the letter obediently. Without the assassin's request, he signed his name obediently. Seeing the dwarf keeping the letter and lighting the deployment map and the original manuscript of the letter on a candle, Chui Ji's bitter smile deepened. "I can't run anymore. I'll be the scapegoat. But I can't die. I have to live. I have to live to find that bastard who betrayed the organization. This is your proof of allegiance." Danny C shook Chui Ji's letter and deployment map. "You know what to do from now on, right? With your status, you can come into contact with many of the Alliance's secrets. I'll keep these 2 letters and guarantee that they won't be leaked. But if you dare to lie to the Queen, you know the consequences. Furthermore, just as you thought, we have people in the upper echelons of the Alliance. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. You won't be able to hide it even if you want to." Chui Ji's heart was filled with despair. His face was ashen. Is there any hope for this battle? Dragon Queen has the Megalosaurus, knows magic, and has an undefeatable talent for war. She also has an army of 100,000 slaves who died for her. What about my side? Pterosaur with broken wings, war god who lost every battle, and an unknown number of spies. Now, even a warrior like me who is loyal to the war against the Dragon Queen is about to betray my ideals. It's been so long. Why is there no sound at all? Chui Gu walked out of the study with the assassin naked. When he returned to the bedroom, Linny's looked around curiously. She didn't hear much, but her husband's face was pale. His eyes were red and his footsteps were weak. Linny's was also a little scared. What happened to him? When the assassin used water to wake the 2 guards up, Linny's asked Chui Gu with concern. Sigh. Chui Gu had a bitter expression as he shook his head and sighed. Wow, the dwarf is actually so perverted. Chui Gu was the top scholar in the Garden of Desire, a general among the courtesans. Even he, just as Linnes was thinking about how the dwarf managed to subdue her husband, the assassin walked back and started to interrogate Cui Gu about some military secrets. There were military deployments, warehouses, and even the hidden residences of the various high-ranking generals. Cui Gu didn't leave out a single word. After recording everything, the assassin disappeared into the darkness. You betrayed the alliance? Linnes widened her eyes as she pointed at her husband in horror. Previously, her face had already turned pale from shock. It was only because she was afraid that the dwarf would kill her that she didn't scream. You're quite loyal to the alliance, Cui Gu replied in annoyance. Then, he stood up and started to put on his clothes. Where are you going? Linnes asked. The 30 pterosaurs escorting the fleet just left in the afternoon. The location of the dragon-slaying crossbow formation in the city has been exposed. The Dragon Queen will definitely take action against Zingis tonight. I have to. At this point, Cui Gu was stunned. What should he do? Urgently report that the map of the Alliance's defenses was leaked? Then, how should he explain? Perhaps he could explain it clearly. But there's a traitor in the upper echelons of the Alliance. Will he give me a chance to explain? Perhaps, when I explain, they'll be able to determine who the traitor is through the reactions of the commanders. What if there's more than one traitor? What if a few traitors work together to harm me? Perhaps I should find a few allies who are definitely not traitors and explain the situation clearly. Then, Cui Gu stopped buttoning his clothes. He stood in front of the dressing mirror without moving. Linnes could see the hesitation and struggle on his face through the mirror. What's wrong? She asked softly. Don't bother me. Cui Gu waved his hand in frustration and started to walk back and forth in the room, muttering to himself. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? An hour later, a mouse hiding in the corner of the wardrobe retreated into the cave and left Cui Ji's mansion. Your Majesty, he's still hesitating. In the Gulf of Zingis 20 kilometers away from Cui Ji's residence, on a flat-bottomed cargo ship among the many ships, a shapeshifter reported to the Dragon Queen who was dressed in martial attire. Then let's begin. Danny tore off the bright red 7-pointed star dragon cloak and stepped on the oak deck with her silver iron boots to the side of the ship. Bam! A pair of milky white wings 4 to 5 meters wide suddenly popped out of the blue and white armor. Angel wings. They were formed by holy flames. Under the fire control technique, even the feathers could be clearly seen, as if they were real. The heat wave was oppressive. It shook lightly and covered half of the deck. The shapeshifter was intoxicated. Ah, what's that? Wow, a birdman. Look, a harpy. That's a harpy. Only by blending in with the enemy can one be a spy. Danny's ship was hidden among the merchant ships of the Alliance army. The crew of the surrounding ships were not blind. Naturally, they saw the huge light wings on the deck of the cargo ship next to them. But then again, there was no concept of angels in this world. Instead, there were many who knew about the winged women, the harpies. This was Zingis port. The harpies were the main gods of the Guji's empire. This act of pretentiousness made her an idiot. Danny's face was expressionless. She crouched down and suddenly jumped up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The angel wings formed by holy flames flapped quickly. The Dragon Queen was like a salute, shooting into the sky with a whoosh. She was 7 to 8 meters tall, when she slowly floated down like a feather. Boom! There seemed to be a torpedo explosion on the surface of the sea. In the splashing water, a black shadow shot into the sky. Hiss! The megalosaurus roared. Its roar was like thunder. The sound shook the bay and shocked the entire city. Coincidentally, the Dragon Queen with the huge light wings behind her landed on the back of the megalosaurus that had just emerged from the sea. Dragon, Megalosaurus, Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen is here. The megalosaurus is attacking Zingis. The serene bay that was like the nursery rhymes of old grandmothers before they went to bed was instantly filled with commotion. It was like a bowl of cold water being poured into a pot of boiling oil. It exploded. Blackie's dragon roar was announcing the arrival of the Dragon Queen. It was also a signal that the battle had begun. Almost at the same time that the bay was alarmed, the dragons that had been hiding in the night started their attack. Under the lead of Little White and Little Green, the 15 pterosaurs split into two groups. One group went from south to north, while the other went from north to south. They followed the map and bombarded Zingi's city below. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, the sound of drums, horns, and warriors' battle cries could be heard from the 2,000 ships drifting in the bay. It was as if the 2,000 ships serving the Allied army had collectively betrayed them and helped the Dragon Queen besiege Zingi's city. The bay had not been baptized by dragon flames and kerosene bombs, but it became even more chaotic than Zingi's city. Hissed when Danny flew to the sky above the city. The other pterosaur team had also emerged from the thick mountain caves and leaped into the sky. A bloody battle between dragons was about to begin. Danny had 15 pterosaurs and 3 megalosaurus on her side. Zingi's had 20 pterosaurs that were one size smaller. The older pterosaurs had all been used up in the first and second wave. Instead, the pterosaurs that Danny had captured were older and larger than the pterosaurs that Ginny had recruited in the third wave. If the 30 pterosaurs that were escorting them had not left this afternoon, and if the location of the dragon-slaying crossbow formation had not been exposed, Zingi's would have been evenly matched. But now, you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.